are live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nights of Pop Culture, episode 3, a special one. This is something of a crossover, something that I've been talking about doing for a little while, because, I mean, hey, it's just good times away. So joining me is my Miguel brother, Shamoon.
What's up, guys? I've joined Miyagi-Do officially, so Miguel's
boy,
fully a bonsai kid.
And who has joined us, obviously, is Kenny. We got him the hell out of that dojo, and now we belong. And the regular knight, the Aussie herself, Juliana. The number one student, Alex, the man. Whew. Shout out to Brown, Briggy, and Julian also. Now, I know. Oh, it was late. I know. Just, all that kind of stuff. But hey,
give him a break, guys.
Let me get my Christmas hat. 1 second. Let me just. Okay.
That's not the real cut.
That's not the real cut. There we go. Okay. So, well, no. That's not. That's
just racism.
That's racist. We don't do that. That's racist. We don't do that. No King Paris.
Wait,
no.
Why is she on?
Much love to you, King Paris. But no, he's Kenny. We long decided that ages ago. He didn't like being called Kenny.
Who's King Paris?
Kenny has a good arc in store for him. So he'll be amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, right. Now, same as last time, we'll be going through the episodes that are remaining. Oh, right away. Let's kick it off with a bang. Perfect. Everyone raise a toast to Army Men Life in the
Michael
chat. Shout out
Jackson.
to you for the 199. I appreciate you. That will get me another one of these. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. I really, really appreciate that. Now, Tristan, AR, CVO. Who else we got in there? King Paris, Tom, Lisa.
Hello.
Laterite, Cobra Kai World. Oh, AR, what's up, dude? Another UK dude as well, by the way, Shaman. Christian Erickson. Okay, right. Let's just get this right out the way. Let's just get this out the way. Yes, Chelsea suffered. Oh, look at this. I 4-1 prefer Martin Cook. Hilarious. Okay, we lost 4-1. Funny. Get out of your system. Brilliant. You don't want to know. Thank you.
Was it Arsenal?
Thank you. It's Brentford.
No, we lost to Brentford, son.
Shout out to Stuart if you're watching. But episode 6.
Not a good look.
Kicks get chicks. Now, the way that we'll do this roundtable, we'll start with me, Shamoon, RJ, Alex, Juliana. We'll go in that order. And then what we'll do is we'll just have a bit more general discussion on it, and then we'll progress to the next episode and so forth. So let's start out with episode 6, Kicks Get Chicks. Now this, for me, is where the series starts to, well, season 4 starts to... as funny as it is seeing Johnny go around trying to recruit people for the dojo, going, you have to be under 18 and all that kind of stuff. No, not like that. It's funny. I just feel like the stuff with the board meeting, as funny as that was, it's kind of drawn out a little bit. They could have just got right to the point. But I do like one thing that this episode does, where it's going to tie into a video that I've got coming on later on in the week, where, this is where the brackets are now introduced, and they now need to, okay, we need a male champion, a female champion, all that jazz. And Dimitri's like, rhymes with Dobby. I'm like, oh. It just gives me a feeling for the future, if you know what I mean. It's like one of them things that they just throw out there that could be paid off later on. Another Robbie video. Anyway, so aside from that, next point, we've got Silver starting to really sort of get into Cobra Kai's, headspace. He's like, okay, we've got all this merch coming in. We're expanding the empire. And, I must say those boxes look great. And, just on a side note, who can we please get the champion gear, the official champion gear that they start wearing from this box? Please, I need that Kyler shirt, the silver hoodie, and the 2 Robbie vests. That's it. I'll buy that. Honestly, 2 of each. Homeless Lynn makes a little cameo. But I think the strength of this episode for me is Tori, where you get introduced to, that lovely family member of hers that's just a real, I can't say the word on air, but, Demi, if you're in the chat, you said the word once before. and just a real piece of shit, just a real arsehag, just an absolute lowlife scumbag, you know. And it's that kind of stuff that I think we needed more of, just to see a bit more of what Tori's upbringing was actually like. And the best bit of this episode, as I said, with Tori, is when she goes to Amanda and then they start having that bonding moment. And this is where Sam's kind of, you know, resistance to it really kicks into overdrive. And I understand it. I get it. This person, you know, she tried to take your face off. She broke into your house, all that stuff, completely justified. But I can't lie if I said that this is a dynamic that I really flipping love. I really love this idea of Amanda and Tori, and Amanda being able to understand Tori in some ways better than her own daughter. It's crazy. And it gives us so much context to Amanda's backstory with just a few lines of dialogue. It's awesome. And then the second strength, I think, is Eli, when he's like, you know, I'm not doing Cobra karate at all. I've had enough. And Dimitri's the one who brings him back into it and gets him back into that spirit. And I really wish from this episode on they done more with that, because this episode ends in a way where I'm like, oh shit, this is going to be awesome. And they don't really go anywhere else with it until the All Valley, but it's cool to see it happen and play out. Piper returns, all that kind of stuff. Then you get the, you know, binary brothers. But I think one of my favorite scenes of this season, and it ties into something that I said last, like across the last year, is that I wouldn't like the fact if Daniel just abandoned Robbie completely. Like, I think there's too much of a sensei-student relationship there for him to just completely dismiss him. So when Robbie walks into his local store, a bit like how I do nowadays, walks into his local store, you know, high fives the dude behind the counter, and he's looking around the stuff, and then Daniel walks in, and he's like, you know, I'm not going to try and, you know, pluck you away. I'm just going to tell you exactly what's going to happen next. And he basically says to him and reaffirms what I've been saying, that he has Daniel's arc just extended. Instead of punching some random dude in a nightclub, you know, it ends up being Kenny in the tournament that, you know, has the blood all over Robbie instead of, you know, it's a parallel. I love it. And then Silver just creeps into the shop in the background. And it's almost like it's basically saying, yeah, Robbie, you're going to have this happen to you because this guy's in the background. But then Silver's like, it's considered unethical to poach students. Like, it's brilliant. Like, Silver's starting to really resurface, like the Silver from Karate Kid 3, just little bit by little bit as the show goes on. And then as Robbie leaves, you can tell when he looks back that he's sort of thinking about what Daniel said there. And it's that, you know, push and pull of Robbie's character. But then Silver puts this sort of truth on Daniel that you've always had a bit of Cobra Kai in you. And I think, for me, this plants the seed of something that I want paid later off down the line. I know I've discussed this with you, Shamoon, quite a bit, is that scene in No Way Home. And I don't want to see any edit. If there's any edits on social media about this, please credit the sources. When Peter starts going ballistic on Norman in No Way Home. It's epic, it's amazing, but it's also tragic that a character like Spider-Man has lost his cool and he's going absolutely all in. How much payoff would it be if the person to take Silver down isn't Chosen or Johnny, it's Daniel? And Daniel is the one that gives in and absolutely goes full on Cobra Kai on his ass. And
full on Will Smith.
Yeah, similarly, you know, keep
actually, no, that was weak.
Especially if he threatens Amanda, you know, I mean, hey, keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Full on, I want to see full on Okinawan drum, but like, or maybe more like Dedo with Kingpin kind of thing.
Yeah, and then I think, you know, when Aisha comes back into the latter part of this episode, I think that's basically their way of writing Aisha out. I think that's her exit. I think if she is to be brought back, could be cool, but I don't think it's necessary. I think they've written her out in a good way, and I think they've set Sam and Tori up to be like a really kind of cool dynamic going forward. Devon gets introduced, just a mini Johnny, just a lover. And then you get, you know, meat, and then Dimitri gets hit.
Badass kick.
And then Eli shows up, which is great. And then I didn't really want to bring this bit up, but we all know it's coming. The episode ends with...
Oh, God. No.
So the episode ends with, my parents might fall for your bullshit, but I won't. Coming for you, bitch. Like, oh, Jesus, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh,
No.
What are you doing? You don't
Like,
know.
the first time we heard it, it was like, I'm coming for you, bitch, and said with such intensity and like, oh, shit's about to go down. This is like, I'm coming for you, bitch. I'm like, oh no. Oh, don't do that.
Just said, I'm coming for you,
don't
bitch,
do that.
instead of, I'm coming for you. Why did you got to be so extra
Yeah,
with that?
if she said it more like, coming for you, bitch, like just
Yeah.
slow it down a
Agree.
bit. Really,
It just sounded more
really
like
hit it.
distinct.
Yeah,
I think that
really
would have made
make
it
sound
more
more rough and edgy. Then I'd have been like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty dope. I can't say that's cringy. That's pretty dope. But I think the way
just
the
said,
was building and the
You know what?
rucksack and the
She could have said she doesn't love you, she loves me, and that still wouldn't have been as bad as.
no, it's just I think it's just the way that it's like the filmmaker in me, the way the camera's angled, like it's like I'm coming for you, bitch. It's like
just cringy.
Camera still. Yeah, and then it's the walk. It's like, oh no,
So threatening with a backpack.
It's like, here, have an A4 sheet of paper. But other than that, overall solid episode. I just think from this point on, I think it's just the urgency. Like the episodes aren't bad by any. They're not bad. I think it's just the urgency for the All Valley. It wasn't there for me as much as up until episode 5, if that makes sense. It was still there, just not as much as like other seasons, but still pretty good, And I'll touch more upon this later on, but just because there are some gripes for me with season 4 doesn't mean it's a bad season. And also to not start ragging on our boy Sholo. That's important. But yeah, I've said my piece. Speaking of Miguel, Shamoon Knight.
Love that. Love that cue. This episode, I liked the way they kind of straight away established the new tournament rules. Because obviously, like, we were all a bit unsure what was going on, unless you saw the trailer and you kind of broke that down, what was going on with the new kind of things. I was happy with what they did. Some people didn't like the whole bracket thing. They wanted it to be one bracket because a lot of people wanted to see like Sam and Robbie have that fight instead of Robbie and Eli. But like, I liked what they did in that. I think it was quite fresh. Johnny recruiting the female students was one of the highlights because it's just classic Johnny. And then the whole thing about, he's an asexual too. Like I was cracking up at that. Piper being reintroduced. I don't think anybody really cared for Piper at first. Because there wasn't a lot to her. It was very straightforward. Just, who was Moon with after she left Hawk. But they brought her back with a little bit more importance. Kind of fill that void because Cobra Kai needed another female student, and she obviously fit that description very well. And then obviously, getting to know Devin was great. She was exactly what you said, a female Johnny, immediately likable, and I just love the chemistry they have. This was definitely Tori's episode. Yeah, I think it was great that we finally understood how her family support is really shit because she's looking after her whole family. She's feeding her, just to make food for her little brother, her mom, pay the rent, and all that stuff. And like, I'm just glad we got to see that because like Tori's character, a lot of people didn't take her seriously. They're like, why is she so angry? Like, well, here we go. There's a lot more. There's context to her now, and seeing how like spiteful and that Candice was. That's your aunt. Like that's horrible. Like it is quite realistic. There are family members who are like that, and they're your family, and it's like shit. Like that's a reality check, right?
It happens a lot more than people would think, especially people like her.
And then I liked on the flip side of that interaction, who actually showed family support in a very strange way was Amanda. I love the dynamic they had this episode because, Tori goes to her and says like, if I agree to, this, then I need I need you to like say yes to this. I really love the fact Amanda sort of forgave her in a sense and let her like be like kind of put ease on her life, because like she could have easily gone, it's not my problem, you tried to kill my daughter, or she could have gone that side to things, but she actually understood Tori.
Yeah, and she started out in that position as well, and then just
Yeah.
progressed to the other side. It was just
Right.
an interesting thing.
But one thing I think a lot of people don't mention about this episode is that we finally got a little bit of backstory to Amanda, because we've always been curious, like, what's her backstory? And I like the fact she said she did something that was very extreme, like Tori, when she was in school, which made you think, like, when Amanda was younger, she was a bit chaotic, like Tori is now. And that was quite a nice way of kind of making those two interact, because then she kind of felt Tori for that circumstance. Maybe that's why she was very annoyed with Tori in the first place with the whole Sam stuff, because she's kind of like, I can see that younger me in her. But yeah, the whole stuff with Amanda and Tori, I love that. Really nice dynamic. Dimitri motivating Eli spoke a lot to me, because I think you can learn something huge there. You know, like, it's not about certain things that you have, like, oh, you have a new tattoo, you've dyed your hair,
You got a headband.
Yeah, you got a headband. It's really what you are deep down, and Dimitri proved that to Eli, and I love that, because, you know, Dimitri's all about the core. He's always been himself. He's just more confident now, and I think that's just a really nice moral to live by in life. And it was a great moment. Yeah. You're not defined by little things. You're defined by
by who you are.
Exactly. And yeah, then we get to the Sam telling Tori, "I'm coming for you, bitch," which was it. I now understood Sam this episode, because this woman was trying to. I know Tori was like, assaulted her and all this stuff, but I just think the way they went about that scene with Sam, you didn't sympathize for her. You felt more cringed. If they'd made it so you really felt for Sam, like, yeah, I can see why she's doing that, but cut the cringe, Sam. Like, I actually felt for you in season 3, but that scene alone made me lose all sympathy for you.
No,
it was so cringe.
Oh, my God.
I think it was worse. She was holding a backpack like she's like an innocent girl. And then she says this shit.
My camera's going out of focus. Just hang on. Just focus.
Yeah, your camera's going out of focus because your camera's like, I'm a head out.
Get that.
I think you know what would have been worse if she did some really sassy like swing with her bag and then walked off like a proper goon. I mean,
did
that
a hair flip?
Oh god!
Hell no! Oh no! Hey.
And then she like looked at Tori
no.
Oh god! Now that's some Yasmin season 1 shit.
Like, no, god,
that would have been worse.
I just have to say the way they ended the episode,
I
actually felt for Sam. Seeing Tori in the house, like, what the F is she doing here? I was like, I understood both sides.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But that moment is where, sorry, Sam, but you lost respect now for that.
I was just like, Sam, I love you, but stop it. Come on, stop it.
Yeah, just stop it. Get some help.
Stop it. Get some help.
But no, I think this episode was
the backpack bit. She was like, I was like, ooh, she's okay. Go on, Sam, and then.
This episode pretty much it was nice to establish new things, like new dynamics, and then kind of evolve certain other dynamics, like Sam's the more dominant one now in the Sam Tori rivalry, and then you got like who's joining the dojos, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, sorry, that's Sam. The way they ended the episode, I think that ruined the episode for me. But yeah, I think it was overall it was a strong episode. Did quite a few things, and the Aisha stuff. Before we go to RJ,
I love that.
I think it's a shame if we don't see her again, because her character was really good in season 1 too. She was the first female student in Cobra Kai.
Oh, yeah, she was amazing in the first season.
Yeah.
If and Sam didn't do karate in season 1, but she obviously got back to it. But just to see Aisha kind of go down now in the hierarchy of like characters, just a bit sad, because she was quite good in the way they writ her. But characters come and go in the series. Josh Hield said this, and I think her character is kind of like a fan favorite. Because we wanted to see if she was going to return in season 4, and I'm glad we did. But yeah, it's kind of like you're away from the valley now. You're in Santa Barbara, I think it is. You've got a new life. You're not really with Cry anymore. I mean, it's kind of gone. Yeah, I moved on from Cobra Kai series. I'm doing my own thing now. So
Aisha's
yeah. I just hope we do see her, and when they do the whole Endgame kind of stuff.
Oh, she's got to come back for a little cameo. Give her like a big, sock right in someone's face. No
Yeah,
mercy,
I agree.
bitch.
Yeah,
especially because she was such a main in the first season. Like it's just like Yeah,
she was very important to the start. But RJ,
oh, it's my turn. Okay. So episode 6, I actually I'm very up and down on it because like the way it starts, I hate it. I think it's like the worst intro to any Cobra Kai episode. Like that thing with the committee, the All Valley committee.
Oh,
I just thought it
remember.
Yo, King hated it, but he's like, what are we doing?
I'll be honest. I think it was kind of funny though, because it's just the humor. I kind of get what King means, but King got to chill. It was only for like a minute. It wasn't
No,
like a 10-minute scene.
I think that kind of goes with my complaint about season 4 is that there was a lot of scenes that was not necessary, and then we could have spent time with Miguel, more time with Johnny.
Oh, I agree with that. More with Miguel, man. Like, yeah, he was kind of non-existent.
Yeah, because how I was saying earlier, Shamoon, that I felt like episode 2 felt too much on Kenny. Like it was kind of too much of that.
Yeah, too much about you, RJ.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, and then this episode, it was like a perfect opportunity to have like Kenny, and you could do that Kenny and Anthony storyline around like episode 6. That's what I thought they should have done. But
yeah,
that All Valley committee meeting, I didn't like it. It was like they were like the only good thing about that scene was where the woman was like, she's told what's his name that there's no wonder you've been married like 3 times or divorced 3 times or something.
Oh yeah, I was like, damn.
That was 3 times, George.
Yeah, that was funny.
And the look on his face, I was like, oh, right in the soul.
I like that, but other than that, it was just I was like, oh, what are we doing? Because I felt like that could have been a more serious scene with Silver involved. Because remember we kept saying, Jacob, like they should have had
that would have elevated it.
I hate that because like in the trailer they made it seem like it was gonna be like this serious scene of like the stakes, and then you get to it, it's like, oh, that's what it was. Like, really? I hate that, bro. But other than that, like it's like whatever.
You donuts.
And I love the episode with and how it like Johnny's reaction to like, okay, we have to have a girls like team or something, and he's just like, wow, this is bullshit, like whatever, like he doesn't want to do it, and he has like so many like ideas. Yeah, he's like, I'm thinking penis breath for the girls division. It's like, what? No, you can't do that. You can't get away with that. But I like that bit. The funny thing is though, like episode 2, I actually rewatch it the most out of the whole season, other than all episodes, because it's just so funny. But the thing with Piper, I don't. I'm sorry, but I can't. I don't understand why she came back. Like I just felt like there was no need. I just don't understand. I can't get
you won't see much with her going forward. She'll literally just be there to be a stand-in character to do a few flips. Like I don't
she
think
got pretty effed up at the tournament as well, which we'll talk about later.
Now, because it's like
after
y'all about it, I'm like,
I mean, Sam put the smackdown on her ass. I'm just saying.
Nothing. Yeah, I was like, okay, like you're trying too hard, but get out of here. But it's weird. Like I have a love-hate relationship with episode 6 because I like it. It's funny, but I don't. Like, it's not my favorite episode. I wouldn't go that far, but I mean that first scene that's my last shot. That first scene, that All Valley committee, but it's not my favorite. I enjoy it, but I have things I like about it. The thing with Tori and Amanda, I actually really like. That's like one of my favorite parts of season 4. Back on.
Do
Why
you
are doing
concede
that?
that this scene was awful? Please concede.
Can
that
I
this scene
get-
was terrible.
Can I get to that scene, please? I haven't even gotten to that scene yet. Hold on. No. Wait, Jesus Christ. But okay.
Rewind it back.
So rewind it back. So with Tori and Amanda, I actually really like, but there's one thing about Tori's storyline that I think the writers are very afraid to commit, is that they kind of like plant the seeds and it's like, okay, she has this backstory, like they're slowly doing it.
Oh, they don't go all in.
Like they don't go all in. I was like, okay, like I like what they were doing with Tori's character this season. But I was like, okay, so now she's a terrible aunt. Okay, cool. What else? Like, I need more answers. Like, I need more.
Yeah.
Why is she the way she is? And I get, like, I like that she has a struggle, and like it's kind of like the Peter Parker effect, where she's like down on her feet, life's kicking her ass, and she fights back and she doesn't give up. I like the element, but it seemed like they're afraid to go all in. Like they talked about her dad this season, I think her aunt did, and then it's just like, okay, can I get more? Like, I want
stop drip
go
feeding.
all in.
All in.
But I don't think we got I think Daniel and Robbie in this episode, right? They talked.
Yes. that conversation in the store. It's one of my favorite scenes.
Yeah. I love that scene so much because I think that it plants the seeds for Robbie. And going into that scene, I was like, okay, please tell me it's not going to be the typical, okay, Daniel tries to tell Robbie something. Oh, you don't need to do this. And then Robbie's like, screw you. It's pissed off. And it actually was the opposite. Like, Daniel was like, okay, I'm not going to tell you to, like, come back. I'm just going to tell you what's going to happen. Like, I'm tired of, like, trying to convince you.
I like that.
Listen.
It shows like an evolution in their relationship.
Yeah. And I also think it showed an evolution in Daniel. Because, like, Daniel was always the guy that, Robbie, like, no, don't do this.
He was low key embracing
Robbie,
offense. He was kind of low key embracing offense, going to Robbie, going, listen, little mofo, I'm going to tell you how it is.
Cliff, in his own way, he was saying, he was like, like, he's like, fucking, that's basically what he was doing.
Yeah, because I like that. And Robbie, he kind of just like listens and, he kind of says what he says. And then Silver, sneaky bastard, comes up behind him, and and you see Robbie as he walks off. There is they planted it. They did this for a reason.
Yeah,
he was thinking about it.
Yeah, that's a good moment. Yeah.
I love that.
That's a good moment. I love that. Yeah,
like Robbie still has that doubt, and he still got that scene that he was showing that he's still Miyagi-Do at heart. He was still Miyagi-Do.
Yeah, because you could see that stare he gave.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, just to strengthen on what you were saying there, like it basically confirms he's still that Miyagi-Do kid. But the thing is with Robbie is he needed to see it all happen in front of him for him for it to really set in. And then when it did, he was like, "Oh shit, they were right," as we see in the later episodes.
Yeah, it's kind of like the whole Kenny stuff, like how he ended up seeing Cobra Kai was doing this to
Sorry about that, by the way,
Kenny. Yeah, Kenny. He's sorry. but just to add, like, the Terry Silver stuff, I forgot to mention that. Like, I like that scene where he says there's always been a little Cobra Kai in you. That was quite powerful.
Yeah.
Sorry, RJ. Continue.
Yeah, I like that. I think that plants the seeds for what Jacob was saying earlier, that
big fight,
No Way Home, and how like Peter was whooping ass and he almost killed him. I think that's what's going to happen with Daniel Silver. I think that we're going to be on a breaking point. So I actually really liked it.
No spelling. Miguel.
King, please refrain from your hood language. Love you, King. But yeah, no, totally agree, man. It's things like that the show does so well. Especially just the way Silver lurks in the background, just in that shot. I love it. It's just like so sinister. It's like, ooh, you devilish little devil, you know.
Yeah, he's like the devil behind the scenes.
Can I please get your consensus on that scene, RJ?
Why do you know my opinion on it?
I need to hear it.
You know my opinion on it, Jacob.
No, we need to hear the full breakdown, the full emergency
the
awesome
full
breakdown.
nuance immediately.
The full RJ Strayland breakdown.
Before we progress to Alex, what's just your final mic drop for that moment?
Okay, so I think I can't do it when you dance and freaking. Okay, so
all right, let me just. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Okay, so I think that it could have, the scene as a whole could have been executed better, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, I agree.
I got you. Yeah.
I know what Sam was trying to do, and it's letting someone know. Like I've had to do this before. Like you let someone know, like it's on site. Like. But I think that I do have to agree. Like the backpack thing does kind of like okay. It feels like they could have had it. They could have had it like
you just
without the backpack, it would have been more badass. I don't know, but it
reminded me of them cheesy like action, like really cheesy action movies where the guy kills someone. He's like, the hook was baited. It's like no.
You know what they should have done?
That doesn't work here. No,
they should have just got Sam. Sam should just pulled out a nunchuck and started doing the thing that he did to her. And then she goes, "Coming for you, bitch!"
And starts whooping her ass.
Or she just says it in like Japanese.
I can't. What the hell?
Just says, "I'm coming for you, bitch," in Japanese.
But yeah, no, it's just an awkward scene. But the less said about that, the better. Yeah.
It's just funny when you bring
What
it
am I looking at? It's not even giving this.
Alex, my good sir.
All right.
Bring out those notes.
This also was my least favorite episode. I didn't really like it, to be honest. It was the episode where I checked my phone the most, if that makes sense. Like all the other episodes, I was like, I am fully in. I'm like, let's do this. Yeah, and then I was just on my phone the whole episode. I was like, I don't know what we're doing. What are we doing? Like what? Like I do like Tori in this episode. I think Tori this episode. For me, this episode made me go, Tori's not that bad. She's kind of cool. Like, wow, she's not a total psycho. You know what I mean? But the thing that makes me upset is that, like RJ said, the writers keep poking us with this little stick of, you want to know more about her? And then we're like, yeah, we want to know more. And then they don't show it. Like, we have yet to see what her mom looks like. What does her mom look like? You know what I mean? Like, what does she do? You know what I mean? I want to see what she does, like, to take care of her, you know what I mean? Just stuff like that. And we didn't get it. It was kind of, I don't know, it's a little annoying, but, and then the whole thing with the aunt, I do like that scene because it was like, wow, somebody I hate more than Tori. That's crazy. But just that the way the aunt said that whole thing, she's like, oh, you got a hot temper, like, just like your dad. I was like, are they trying to do some Mike Barnes bullshit? Like, please don't, you know what I mean? Don't connect it. Just leave it alone. Like, I was like, please don't do that. I don't want that to happen. And then, like you guys said, I do like the Amanda and Tori scenes. Those scenes were pretty cool. I like the fact that Tori got into school, but what makes me wonder more is like, oh, could that mean Robbie could get back into school? Like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't doubt it. You know what I mean? That could be a, cool thing if they both get into school, but they have to deal with like their consequences. And then personally, I didn't really like the separate division thing. It didn't make sense to me. It was kind of like, it felt like such a cop-out. I don't know if that makes sense, but it was just like how do we have two winners? We got to have a separate bracket. Do it. It was like, you didn't, I don't know. I think they were too afraid to just have one winner this season. I think they wanted to, have two, but it worked out in the end, I think. And then I already liked I liked Amanda's story. When hearing her talk, I was like, I would have never thought Amanda was such a badass like when she was a kid. Like I would have never thought that she was, very angry and like that. I would have never thought Amanda would do that because she's such like a sweetheart and everything like that. But when you hear her talk about her backstory, you're like, oh my god, like wow, you know what I mean? No wonder you relate to Tori. And then my favorite scene in this entire episode, this is when I kind of put my phone down. I was like, oh okay, is like you guys said when Robbie walks into the store. And my favorite moment is when he like does that with the store guy and they do like that. I was like, oh, I used to do that with
That's
the
my
guy
son.
at my liquor store down the street.
That's
I was
my
like,
son right
I
there.
love doing that. And then, I do like the mixer. I thought Daniel was just going to come in there and be like, come back, please. But he didn't. He was just like, I'm going to tell you what happens next. And I love that. And like you guys said, it was like him going on offense finally and him kind of trusting Robbie to find his own way. And it's like, hey, you want to come back? That's fine. But what you're going to do now, it's only going to make your rage even, that much worse. And I think my favorite part of the conversation is when Robbie says to Daniel, he's like, the only reason you're here is because you realize you're training a bunch of wimps and you need a male champion. I was like, oh, you bastard. I was like, oh my God. It was just such a good moment. Yeah, I was like, oh, you're rubbing it in that you were his best student. No, he's not. I was like, you bastard. You're rubbing it in that you're his best student. Like you're such a
naughty Robbie.
Yeah, you bastard. And then this scene defined for me that nobody's manipulating Robbie. You know what I mean? He's choosing to stay in Cobra Kai. This is where he feels like he belongs, and I really did like that. I thought that was a good way for them to tell the audience, hey, he's making this choice. No one's forcing him to. So I really like that, and I love the fact that even though Robbie's in Cobra Kai, that doesn't mean Daniel can't still teach him a little bit of that Miyagi wisdom. You know what I mean? Of trying to warn him, and then you see it in Robbie's face. It was perfect acting by Tanner, where he stops, looks at him, looks at the ground, and he just keeps walking. I was like, okay, he's starting to think about that. I thought that was a great little seed there for his redemption. And then my other favorite moment of the episode, but it didn't go anywhere, was Eli joining Miyagi-Do. When he walked in, I was like, oh man, this is awesome. But then we didn't see them train. Like, that was another thing. I was like, why would you show that to us? Something that we've always wanted, and then not go through it. You know what I mean? I just didn't. I would have liked if we saw more. Yeah, it was like if you made somebody some pancakes, they said thanks, and they just watched it. It's like, freaking eat it. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? It was just weird. I don't know. I would have liked more Eli and Daniel scenes, and that way Eli can learn a bit more about Robbie in a way, and like why Robbie made such a big impact in Daniel's life, and maybe Eli can get that nuance of, maybe Robbie isn't such a bad kid. He just needs the proper guidance, like me. You know what I mean? And that way, the bow that they do in the end of in the last episode means a lot more, so that they respect each other. But they didn't go through with it, and I would have liked more Daniel and Eli scenes, but what are you gonna do? But overall, yeah, this episode, it was cool, but not a lot of favorite moments. And I wish that they ended the episode right on the part where, no, please don't do it. I wish they ended the episode right where Sam says, I'll kick your ass for the third time.
No,
boom, cut to black.
Oh, that would have been
cut to
pretty.
black.
That would have been a mic drop. I would have said yes.
Cut to boom. Oh my God.
It could have sounded more like, they could have made her sound more
it.
like Johnny, because she was adapting more of Johnny's like mentality in a way. Instead of being Sam cringe, be Johnny cool.
Yeah, but the whole I was like, you bitch, like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be a hero. What are you doing? Who's asking you to do that? Like, oh my God, I didn't understand that. It's like, what is that? What are you doing? It was just such a Sam. Yeah, it was just a Sam. Sit down. Just sit down.
Just sit down and have a biscuit.
Just leave her alone. God. She didn't do. She walked in there, and then she immediately
bring up is they should have cut to black the minute she says, "I'll kick your ass for a third time." I was like,
third time. Boom, cut to black. Holy crap! Yeah, cut to black. Perfect. It's over. Oh my God. Yeah, but instead
editing makes.
Yeah, or she just went, "I'm coming for you, bitch." It was like, God damn it! Like, no, don't do that. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Even if without the bitch, she just said, "I'm coming for you."
Yeah.
Or just watch your back.
watch your back.
The only thing missing in that
Perfect.
scene was "Watch Your Back." You know, from the first Fast and Furious, it starts playing.
Watch your
Just
back.
play that
Oh,
song.
yeah.
Oh,
Watch your back. Watch your back.
Oh, that'd have been amazing.
Well, Tori did say that at the end of season 3 to Dimitri on her way out of the Miyagi home dojo. So it would have been a
that is
nice
true.
callback
Mm-hmm.
instead of the
Yeah.
cheesy.
It was weird. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Juliana, take it over.
Well, I guess the general consensus is this is one of our least favorite episodes. I definitely felt a drop once it got to episode 6. Jacob, seriously, with your backpack. So the opening scene, again, like RJ said, I felt like it wasn't really needed, except for that really funny line about the divorce. That was all right. Personally, I felt that splitting up the girls and boys for the tournament didn't really add any extra complex layer to the story. It didn't really, all it did really was allow double the kids to make it to the semis. And for me, that didn't really, I was just kind of, it felt a bit like a cop-out, just to get more of the, because there's so many more dojos now, there's so many more students, it just felt like they were just doing that to have more kids advance. But for me, it didn't really make it interesting because there's been so many brawls and fights, especially over season 2 and 3, where, the girls and boys do cross paths and they do fight each other. And, I felt like, well, you may as well just do that in the tournament then. It just felt rather restricting than rather interesting, if that makes sense. I felt that Johnny obviously only really wanted female students because of the rule change. I don't think he would have really cared whether or not he had them if he didn't. And this is where I really started to see in season 4 that the teachers were starting to treat their students as assets rather than care for their actual well-being.
Good point.
And that really shows with Devon and Johnny. He just wants her because, she's badass, she's in. That's it. She can be my female champion. And again, with Miguel as well, he only really cared about winning. And, getting further backstory with Tori was good, but like everyone said, it felt like they were just touching on it, but they didn't want to scrape below the surface of it. And I find that really frustrating because it's getting to a point where I'm trying to really like her, but I just can't. Like, I'm sympathizing with her more now, but because we haven't really broken that surface of really finding out who she is, I don't feel the same level of investment in her as I have in Robbie, Miguel, and Hawk, for instance. I thought Tori reaching out to Amanda was really well done. However, I think there was something missing, and that was a conversation between Sam and Amanda. I think that if Amanda really wanted to help Tori, she really needed to sit Sam down and have a mother-daughter chat about why she might be doing this and how she feels about it. Because it just seemed like Amanda was kind of trying to help Tori behind the scenes without really letting Sam in on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that benefited Sam in any way. I think all it did was just fuel her anger towards the Tori situation. Like, oh, now she's getting close to my family. She's deceiving everyone. It's a trick. She's going to hurt me again. So,
good point.
Yeah, I think it would have been nice to have an Amanda and Sam moment as well. But definitely, I really liked the dynamic between Amanda and Tori this season for sure. Definitely. The Eli-Dimitri brotherhood was probably the best part of the episode for me. I loved how Dimitri was the one to reach out to Eli and, show him the Binary Brothers video. I loved that so much. Just seeing like the two of them nerd out. But I think it also shows as well that, because I've noticed in the past couple of seasons, people have been saying that Eli and Dimitri are only friends because they were each other's last resort. And I think seeing how much fun they were having, geeking out and being nerdy, I really don't think that's true. And especially because Dimitri was the one to help Eli out of his little funk after the forced cut, I think it's a real testament to how strong their bond is.
Yeah.
And I don't think that it is a situation of, oh, I'm cool now, I'm going to leave you because you were my last resort. I think,
It is
Eli genuinely cares about Dimitri and vice versa. Yeah. So, yeah, I liked that. Piper and the whole Eagle Fang recruiting storyline was probably one of my least favorite aspects of this episode. The greasing Miguel up and all of that, yeah, it was funny, but you could really tell at this point that Miguel's heart just wasn't really in it anymore. And I think even though that was part of the point, it kind of detracted from my interest in the Eagle Fang storyline. Like at this point, I was kind of like, okay, I hope it's Miyagi-Do versus Cobra Kai in the tournament finals. I was kind of like, yeah, Eagle Fang. Whatever.
It's like this. Yeah.
It just didn't interest me. It really just didn't interest me. It just felt more of like.
Yeah, it felt like I know what you mean. It
crazy
feels like
training.
Eagle Fang is like the third party, like the third thing that's to the party than the other two. Yeah.
Yeah, rather than being on equal footing with Miyagi-Do, I was like, well,
where they were in season 3.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing I didn't really like about this episode and the rest of the season going forward was the severe lack of Miguel and Eli's friendship. Even not having like a missed phone call from Miguel that Eli didn't answer, showing up on his phone, just something to indicate that Miguel came and visited Eli after the whole ordeal, because I think people like in the show have really underestimated what happened to Hawk. These Cobras ripped away a part of someone's identity, and whether or not that made him a better person, that's got nothing to do with it. It's the fact that they forcefully took away a part of how someone presented themselves,
especially from where he was to how he got to that place.
Exactly. So I really felt like that level of care for Hawk was just non-existent apart from Dimitri. And it just would have been really nice for like Miguel or someone to just acknowledge, like, I know how much you loved that cut, or I know what it really meant to you. Just something there. That whole thing was just missing.
I have to agree, because I do that a lot with Hawk. Like they act like they did with season 2 where like Miguel he didn't know. Wouldn't you think like Miguel would know what was happening between Dimitri and Hawk? And then like in season 4, they did kind of. I have to agree with Juliana. They kind of did underestimate like because he got his mohawk shaved off. Like that was kind of. There's a reason why they cut away from it, because it's kind of. That would be hard to watch if they kept that in.
It's like a horror show. It's like, it's like as he's there crying while they've got him on a table. Like it's a horror movie.
Like, why didn't Miguel like visit? They kind of like. I've hated that. Like
Eli really
like
got
season 2, like
shafted till the All Valley.
Miguel and Hawk's relationship has been like non-existent since season 2. If I'm being honest.
And actually, that's a good point, RJ. Even the whole Dimitri Hawk rivalry, it was like Miguel knew nothing, absolutely nothing about it. Nothing about the mall fight, just nothing. I'm thinking, where is
he? I don't like how, you had Dimitri Hawk or Dimitri Eli and Miguel were so tight knitted in season 1, and I feel like ever since it sort of just got lesser and less
of a trio.
Yeah, they've become more of like lone wolves in some sense, if you know what I mean.
Miguel.
The binary brothers thing's always been there, but why isn't there a moment where Miguel, Dimitri, and Eli are like really embracing? I mean, I know they're teaming up, but there could have been so many more scenes of them three together.
Because remember, you think back to the lunchroom scene where they were looking at like Sam.
Imagine
Yasmin,
seeing them now.
Boone. Yeah.
Like
with
the same
development Hollywood.
Yeah, and that's
so I was like,
an issue that I had. No, I agree, and that's an issue that I had. I'll talk about it later, but with the prom, there was no friendship scenes between the three of them at all. It's like they were all in their own little worlds, and I didn't like that. The Piper stuff I felt was unnecessary. I know they needed more female characters, but I'm just like, doesn't interest me at all. I'm like, yeah, she's there. She fits the bill. Okay, that's cool. But the whole like, can't wait to join Team Cobra Kai thing just felt really cheesy. And I think
Team Cobra Kai.
Jesus, it was.
And
it was a bit like trash.
And it just took away from
Cringy.
the real threat that Cobra Kai is. Like when I think back to what Cobra Kai was like in season 3, I'm thinking like it was dark. They were such a threatening dojo, and then now it's just resorted to
It's just
like,
there.
oh, I'm doing. I'm like, oh, really? I didn't like that. I really didn't like that.
Ugh.
Yeah. Like
More cringe.
Ugh.
Yeah. Again, like you guys said, the Daniel Robbie conversation in the convenience store I loved because am I echoing?
There's a slight echo. Let me double check
Okay.
it's me.
it's not major.
Yeah.
Is it me? No, all right, it's not me. I thought it was me.
Okay. Ooh.
Carry on.
Turn it off and on again, mate. It'll be good.
Slight technical hitch.
Remember that scene in IT Crowd? If you turn it off and on again.
Turn it off and on again. Oh, unmute yourself.
Unmute.
Imagine if I just let you carry on talking and the whole time you're just like,
Oh. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the
For you,
conversation between Daniel and Eli. I loved that different approach. Ugh, why am I echoing? Hello.
Yeah, why are you
Hello.
echoing?
yeah, that's
I
weird.
don't know.
Wait,
Should be
it sounded
okay.
okay then.
Yeah, it should be all right. We'll truck
Hello?
through it. Hello. We'll truck through it.
Okay.
Wait,
We'll
that
truck
must
through
be
it.
someone else's screen is echoing in. RJ, is it you, motherfucker?
All right. Blame Kenny, huh? Like you okay.
Yeah,
Well,
Kenny,
I'm not
because you
anything to
echoed
blame
last
you
time.
for, Kenny. Don't you worry.
Is it you, Alex?
No, it's not me.
Who is
Yeah,
it?
don't worry, it'll be all right. It's not. It can't be me. I've got my bloody. Can't be us, dude.
It's never Robbie Miguel.
Just keep going, Julian.
Untouchable.
Untouchable.
Keep going.
Exactly. We're like the golden boys of Cobra Kai.
So anyway, the conversation with Daniel and Robbie I thought was really good because Daniel's finally trying a different approach with him. It's not about, come back, we all love you, you can be a better person, blah, blah, blah. You're a good person, blah, blah. But instead it was about, I'm not here to judge you. I'm just here to tell you what happens next. And it's just letting Robbie decide for himself and experience what Silver's like for himself. And I like that. Good. Just back off because that will allow Robbie some time to actually think about it. No
It lets it
smothering.
play out right in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that conversation between Daniel and Silver as well was one of the only times we really saw them together in season 4. And I appreciated that because, there's always been a little Cobra Kai in you. I loved that because you can really see on Daniel's face just the impact this guy has had. And I would have loved to have seen a lot more of that, but I'm glad we at least got that little snippet there. Aisha's return, I don't really feel it was necessary. I mean, I don't know. The female friendships on this show are a very weak spot, I think. I'm not very happy with it. And now that Aisha has, they're essentially not really bringing her back as a main anymore. She's just a cameo character. I felt was kind of a letdown. We're getting Piper and all these new girls, but what about Aisha? Like, she was the OG Cobra. That
Aisha could
me.
have been the bridge that brought Tori and Sam together.
Yeah.
That would have been an interesting thing to do.
That would have
been very interesting, and just that whole setting your own terms thing. Sam just completely took that in a different direction.
Yeah, she did.
And I don't really
backpack
think that
down.
Aisha's words really had any sort of impact on her going forward. So that was a bit of a letdown for me as well.
Double strap, Jacob. One strap.
Oh, wasn't it? It was just one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
One strap?
one. Yeah.
All right, we'll do the full.
Yeah,
I was
I
trying
think
to
she
make
had
it
one
fun.
strap.
All right,
She had
we'll do the
Just leave it off.
method acting. There we go. We'll do method acting. I'm coming for you, bitch.
I mean, I'm not even going to talk about that whole last scene. I think you guys have pretty
What
much
is
covered it.
that? That's worse.
It is that bad. In my eyes, it is bottom 5 moments in this show.
I mean,
it's
it was a
awful.
weird way to end the episode. I think
Jesus,
just
babe.
that shot of her just walking, and then it just felt very abrupt. It didn't really feel like a solid way
Cringe
to
as
end.
fuck. It was like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that, Sam.
But it's a shame though, because I was so excited to see Sam sort of embrace this darker side, but it just turned into a cheese fest.
Cheese
I
fest.
don't know what she was doing this season.
Cheese,
She was,
grommet. Cheese.
you know, like
Like a
we'll get
little
to
bit of cheese is great. Too much cheese, ugh.
Jacob, remember Wallace and Gromit?
make some cheese, Grommet.
And again, Eli choosing to join the argument was severely.
Oh, I love that.
Yo, King really hates Piper. He said Piper was a wasted space.
She was just there.
Well,
I mean, she quite literally will be next season. Like, I mean, you know, next season Piper will literally be that. Just, yeah. If you're a big Piper fan, live it, own it. I am a Piper trick or treat motherfucker fan. Then enjoy it. But she ain't gonna get much next season. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
that's the Halloween reference.
the Piper hate.
What if they try to like give her some character development, Jacob? What if they try to give her a storyline?
Well, the first thing that
Nah, Lizard wasn't a waste.
Is any backpacks, remove them from the premises.
Wait, what?
I don't want any. Just anything to do with the backpack now.
wow, you really hate it that much.
I do. It's awful. It's really fucking cringe.
Could that arguably
Excuse
be
my
the
French,
cringiest
it's
scene
really
of
bad.
Cobra Kai?
Alex, what do you think about that scene?
Oh god,
Where is
let's
it
not
on your
dwell on it.
cringe?
Like,
Nah, let's
I
move
mean,
on to episode 7 now.
there's
I think we
cringier
can-
lines, but the scene in
It's cringy for
isolation
sure.
is cringe. It's just
Please,
awful.
please,
It
sir.
makes the
building
scene
to a
in
crescendo.
season
I'm like,
3.
what's epic about this?
Yeah, it makes the scene in season 3.
I'm coming for you, bitch.
It makes it look like so good.
Well,
As you guys
said
said earlier, it would have been perfect if she said,
Wait,
"I will kick your
wait,
ass for
guys,
the third
if that
time."
was-
Now
if
that's
if
where
Sam
you
was
mentioned
talking
black.
to you,
Yeah.
if you're Tori and Sam says
I
that to
would've
you,
laughed.
how would you guys react to that?
I would have spit in her
laughed.
face.
I would have
from
laughed.
laughter. I would have started
I
laughing.
would have cracked up
Yeah.
on the
I
spot.
would
I
have
would
been
like,
I would have said, "Listen, mate,
I mean,
like, all right.
you're a
But
joke."
it's such a shame because I love how Sam was starting to,
carry on,
No,
Juliana.
I agree with Juliana. Like the Dark Sam was
Oh
interesting.
yeah, I liked it at first. I was like,
but
"Ooh,
not
this is a good
dark
angle."
cringe Sam. We want dark
Exactly.
Sam,
You
not dark
want-
cringe Sam.
That's it. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know.
Out of here
Why
with
you
your
gotta-
cheese.
bring that up, King.
King loves to bring up that
Yeah.
cheese.
Not in the
I mean,
He
episode
loves it.
6, it's a mixed bag, but it has some good to it. That scene ain't one of them. But
We
it
could talk
had
about
good
that for
moments
ages.
in it, like Eli joining the. I would have much rather Eli joining the Argy. Was the end of that episode in general.
Mhm.
But Eli and Dimitri, Tori and Amanda, yeah, a lot of good moments. A lot of good moments.
I think episode 3 or episode 6 is the moment that just kind of made me go, yeah, Cobra Kai's not really that threatening. It kind of made me.
Yes.
It made me go, okay, because I was watching it, I was like, okay, when's Sean gonna come in? Because like they're not really that much of a threat. In my opinion.
Oh, Sean would be a big threat.
I mean, to be fair, you didn't even
Yeah.
have to bring in Sean because you only had Hawk and Tori in season 3, and then Kyler was brought in the last half, and it's just the tone. It's tone, like tonally, you just felt like Cobra Kai was a threat. And this, you didn't really feel that. And I think back to that scene in the first episode of season 3 that I fucking adore. When Daniel walks into the dojo and it's just dimly lit. And
Yes.
like the tone of
Yeah.
that episode
Yes.
is exactly what season 4 needed to be.
Freaking
All
love
in.
that episode.
If it had that tone throughout, this would have been my favorite.
All in.
Because the Cobra Kai group
Yeah.
this season is so good, but it's so weird because it's like you got Robbie and it's like, oh my god, he's embracing
Bad
his
enough
dark
of
side.
that.
Then you
Bad
got
enough,
Tori
okay.
and she's like, oh, she's so bad. And then you have Kyler. You're like, okay, cool. And
Yeah,
then
he's
you got,
a jerk,
you know,
but he
don't-
fits though.
Yeah, then you're like, don't forget about Piper, and you're like, okay. And it's
I
like,
really
and
miss
Kenny.
the
It's like, all right.
OG side characters like Rickenberger and everyone from the old stunt team.
This is why I think.
Yeah,
as
they
a-
were.
I miss
missing
them.
this season for sure. I miss them too.
In terms
yeah.
of going forward, like before we transition to episode 7, one thing they need to do now is now they phased out most of the old Cobra Kai. Silver needs to literally bring in like psycho Power Rangers. Like I'm talking evil fuckers. Like really bad
That's what
to the
I want.
bone people.
Yeah.
I
don't
want to see
care.
that shit.
Who honestly, like, if Robbie kicked Miguel over and didn't care about it, if Tori wanted to literally kill Sam, characters like
And
that
she
that have
didn't.
no remorse. And as much as I love Cobra Kai, that it has this gray element, I think by the end of it, we're going to go back to black and white. I think there will be a clear line. These guys are bad. We're not good, but we're less bad than they are. You know, it'd be
Cobra
like,
Kai's got to go.
Juliana's got to go.
evil. Mhm.
RJ's got to go.
Damn right.
Alex
And
has got to
then we
go.
don't need anyone doing.
This man is still on that.
If you do
You
this
know,
shit,
coming
Can we
to
move on,
as we transition into episode 7. Episode 7. Let's get off that freaking ending. Episode 7. Okay, so in this episode, right, I did a video talking about this.
Sorry to interrupt. Are we going to change the color?
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. What color? Shamoon?
Green.
Green.
I don't know why. Green just fits this episode, doesn't it?
Nice. Now, in this episode, this ties into a video that I did. Crease, you are a jerk. You are actually a jerk.
He's an asshole.
And you know what I love about this?
Oh, Creasy
Crease
boy.
has been doing this to every single character since the start of the show. He's done it to
Every
Johnny,
mofo.
Daniel, Hawk. He did it to the one person who will bite back properly. Like, Johnny will just bite back. Silver will
Silly
manipulate
boy.
back. And this is what's great, is because Crease has been doing this the whole way. He's done it to everyone.
oh,
Silver said, hey, I'm not them. I'm Terry Silver. I'm going to do it to you, John. I'll do anything.
Ha ha ha.
It's just like, why would you? I think, well, I mean, sorry about kicking you in class, RJ. Sorry about that. You got me on the floor. Hey, everyone has a weakness, you know? But it's just like, you know, I think Silver just saw it as a bit of good sport, a bit of fun. And Kreese took it as, okay, you know, Silver is declaring war on me. I have to stand my ground, quite literally. This is a threat. This is an act of war. It demands an immediate response, you know.
Immediate response.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes. Like, it's that kind of mentality where Kreese is completely oblivious to the fact that he ends up causing it. But that's like at the end of the episode.
Silly
The start
Kreese.
of the episode, we get Anthony and Leah and Kenny and that new little love triangle. I love the little soundtracks that they do, you know. It's like a nice sort of, you know, a teenage romance thing in school. He's like, hey, we've all been there. Yeah, we all did stupid shit. But then Anthony just... And I touched upon this in my peer pressure video, where the problem with Anthony is we've not liked him since the start anyway. And I think, you know, giving him this storyline, it's why in season 5, they really got to go all in with Miyagi-Do stuff.
I was saying that to Drew, like, they need to... I've always hoped they'd make him more important, and the time is now. So
the time is now.
They need to make that mofo a big deal.
This episode, like what the last episode was for Tori and Eli, was this episode for Anthony, in my opinion. It's just it's that episode that you'll look back on a season or two from now, and you're like, this is the episode where it really laid that groundwork, you know, especially with that nugget of information. The only person who ever got a hit on Miyagi was you. The only person. He said that someday you'd be protecting this family. That's a statement right there, that Anthony eventually will sort his shit out and stop bullying Kenny, but then he realizes...
That means Anthony was going to stop Thanos. That's what he means.
Well, essentially.
He's going to stop Silver.
But, you know, I think this is where... As much as like the Anthony Kenny stuff is cool and it's reaching boiling point, and by the time Anthony realizes he's been a jerk, it's too late. I think this is the part where you really see Miguel's character start to break. And physically last season broke him, but spiritually this season broke him. And it's the test of a champion, where next season, like, this dude's going to be insane. Like, I want to put this out there again, because, you know, I know people like me or Shamoon or whoever go to other people and start spreading this random Miguel hate for no flipping reason, which makes no sense.
Yeah, you absolute
Watch the show.
schmucks.
Watch the show. Don't just go on Twitter and go, you know, watch the show. Take it in, soak it in, observe, and then go, not, you know, just, you know, just to say shit, you know, it's stupid. This is why
I'm sorry, but I couldn't agree more.
Some of you fans are bloody nuts.
It annoys me, that stuff.
IQ.
No
But
nuance.
you see, like, Johnny and Carmen start to, like, say, hey, let's, you know, reveal to Miguel. And then they do, and it's just a weird, like, No Way Home and not No Way Home, Far From Home encounter where it's like, you know, he sat down with Happy and Aunt May and
Oh god.
all that kind of jazz. And it's
La,
all right
la,
at
la,
first,
la.
but I think RJ, you called this probably best, where you said that there'd be tension between Johnny and Miguel this season, going into it, and you got that spot on. And then and shout out to the moment between like Piper and Tori when she's like, "Hey, you know, we should do that again sometime. Don't get your hopes up, you know, cool moment."
Chill out, bro.
And then Kyler doing his, you know, all that stuff, and then Robbie and Kenny, an omen of things to come. And it's almost like, even though Silver's not taking it fully seriously, you can sort of see in his face when Kreese gets the win, he's like that. It's just like, oh, you know, like, oh, one of these days, John. And then Devin joins. He's like, the only pronouns we accept in this dojo are sensei and student. What I meant to say is quiet. And then, you know, you see like the mini Johnny start to come out, and then, you know, he's like, I saw last round. Shut the hell up, penis breath. Shut the hell up, my McNuggets. Like, Mitch literally in this show is the definition of a bumbling WWE jobber. Like, when you have a wrestler, he's the one that you send out that does all that and just gets pinned in like 3 seconds. Like, that's the level of where Arspace is at. But I think my favorite aspect of this is Daniel and Anthony's relationship, where as soon as Anthony hires the guy to come and clean the cars, Daniel strolls off and just says, you know, just go back to playing your video games. I'm like, that there is the problem. That's exactly the problem, Mr. LaRusso. And as much as Anthony's been a real fucking jerk since the start of this show, like, let's make no mistake, he's been a jerk, like a real piece of shit. Especially to my boy over there on the left, or my right, or wherever you are. But I think the way that this season's really going in on it, next season it will pay it off well, especially with Chosen coming into the Valley. Like, it's the kind of person that Anthony needs to, you know, give him a stiff smack and say, hey, sort your crap out. Enough is enough.
Do you know what? You need to learn the Miyagi slap.
And then he walks into the dojo and he picks up the scroll. That's definitely going to be used later on by Anthony or Daniel or whoever. So that's definitely going to be used. But I think it's just the dynamic and the way the relationship plays out between the two of them. And then you sort of see, you know, Miguel and Johnny and that sort of fire almost get reignited as well. Kenny gets some payback to, you know, Lapusso and crew, which is nice. And of course, in typical school fashion, once again, he gets in trouble initially again. But this time, that principal said, "Hey, we got receipts. Like, we got proof. We got receipts."
The one time they actually have proof of bullying.
And then Kenny's little, you know,
he needs to be in every school, bro.
I was like, "Oh, yes, my apprentice. That's my apprentice right there. Good man." And then the conversation between Johnny and Miguel. And I think this is where, you know, as me and Shamoon have been saying about Miguel and Robbie, is the amount of times that Johnny and Miguel have had a conversation pertaining to Johnny's failure with Robbie has never led Miguel to have hatred for Robbie in that sense. But it's also been a bonding moment for Johnny and Miguel, where Miguel is the only person that Johnny really opens up to about this stuff. And it's just like a heartwarming moment. And then, you know, they have their little moment. And then he's like, okay, tornado kick on this watermelon. Let's go. And then Sam, uncringily, unlike the last episode, walks in. And then you're like, okay, we're about to get some badass training for the Bonsai Badass. I like that name.
They pissed me off with that scene.
And what I love at the end of this bit is you've got Daniel and Amanda going into the school, and they're like, oh, you know, we're going to make sure the person who did this gets this, that, whatever. It's like, well, now hold on now. Hold on. Just ease up. It's actually your son. And then they're like, no, never. It's like, the pussos runs in the family. But then, you know, you get to that bit, as I said at the start, with Silver and Kreese. I'm like, oh, you jerk. You absolute jerk. And the acting in this scene by Thomas doesn't even say a word. You can just feel like he's literally reliving every memory in Vietnam all over again. And I do wonder if you're going to see, because they brought the flashback actors back for that one scene this season. I wouldn't mind seeing more of them, like for Silver, like maybe moments in reflection where has this been an ongoing thing where he feels like he's indebted to Kreese to the point where it's like, how much do I have to give this guy to, let him get off my lead? It's pushing someone to a position where you cause the thing that ends up screwing you over. And I think Kreese is so used to pushing people's buttons, he pushed the wrong person. And with Karate Kid 3, as much as their dynamic was fun, this, that, and whatever, Silver was in the driving seat for the whole of that movie. And I always said that when Silver came back, it was like, who's the alpha? Like, who? Unless you have an understanding, these are both war guys. Who's the leader? And Kreese overthrew his captain. So what did Silver do?
He threw him off the boat.
Another Star Wars parallel. Stop comparing it to Star Wars. I'll do what I like.
But it is. It is.
I mean,
it's very close
this
to
is
Star
the real
Wars.
cut.
You like
but yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say on it. I'm going to bounce back off of what you guys have to say now. But essentially, yeah. Shamoon Knight.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. This episode,
daydreaming.
I finally liked like we were saying earlier on, the Anthony stuff, but like I like the reality check they gave you. Like, okay, yeah, Sam learned karate. Yeah, she's a LaRusso. Yeah, Daniel's trying to make now his son learn karate, but it doesn't go the way he thinks it is. Like, there's a clear difference with, the way Sam is, the way Anthony is, and the way Daniel is. They're not all the same. They might be LaRussos, but they're all very different in their own way. Like, Sam's approach to karate is she's starting to realize she has to embrace another side, which Daniel was so against. She's doing what her father could not. Kind of in a similar way to Miguel doing something Johnny couldn't, with the truth, seeing the truth to his father. But seeing Anthony kind of being lazy and not actually wanting to learn makes you think there must be another approach for him, which is sort of alluding to maybe him learning from Chosen, because he's a character that isn't going to get that Daniel treatment. He's going to get a different kind of character treatment. And yeah, I thought the interactions they had were interesting. And like Jacob said earlier on, when he's looking at the history of Daniel and just, him saying you're going to protect this family one day, I think that will come full circle. I don't know if that's going to be like he saves Amanda, his sister, like he kind of gets in the way, or in a sense, he just stands up for his family because there's a big threat. Maybe some Cobra Kai's try and harm his family, and he has to do what he has to do to defend them. Or maybe Kenny bitch ass is going to try and go to his house and he's going to be like, "Hey, Anthony, I'm gonna hurt your mom," or he does some creepy stuff. I mean,
that's character assassination right there. I'm sorry they do that.
Kenny would literally get whooped if Anthony learned the technique from the scroll. But that's some like weird fan fiction. But anyway, I mean, I think the stuff with Silver though, I love that. I love the stuff with Silver because that just shows how important he is to Kreese, but also just how important or how much Kreese controls him. And you have to understand that without Kreese, he is really like stuck in this like prison in a sense. Ironically, he was in Vietnam. But yeah, I liked that was such an intense scene. And like Thomas's face, it was one of those scenes where you just don't even need to hear him speak. You just see that face. And like, just look at his eyes. And
one face says more than 1,000 words.
Exactly, mofos. And like, I love the way they played that into episode 8, because then he just suddenly goes, "I need to get my shit in line." Like, it's sad because you start to think he's like in the war again. This is my captain. We'll talk about that when we get to episode 8, but I think the way they ended this episode was great because it really taught you a lot more about the Kreese Silver stuff. And it's just the way Kreese was like, "Oh, we don't have the luxury of forgetting." It's like, yeah, come on, bro. you may not, but don't let others suffer because Silver clearly moved on.
Yeah.
You know,
Goes
that
back
just
to that
proves
thing in
like
season 2
Kreese.
where Johnny said to him, you know, hey, these are good kids. They don't need to relive our mistakes.
Ironically, he's trying to. Kreese was trying to teach that to Robbie, teach him a thing or two, but then he couldn't even give his friend from Vietnam a break, who he knows he's gone through the same thing. It's kind of like ironic. If you care about him so much, why are you putting him in this situation?
Bloody cheese, man.
Again, we'll get to that when we talk about episode 10. But Ray J, what do you think?
Episode 7 I really liked. Especially the Johnny and Miguel scene. That's probably like one of the most touching scenes of the whole season, where you know you can kind of see Miguel's heart's not in it very much, where he tells Johnny, like, I still want, you know, I know you're dating my mom and stuff, but I still want, you know, to be my sensei and still teach me. And, you know, but by him saying sensei, I think he meant something different, not like sensei in a way like karate teacher. I think that he meant like he still wants, I think he was calling for Johnny in that scene, if that makes sense, because I think Miguel was losing the Johnny of old, where he was just becoming, you know, the old way Johnny, like the Aisha generate, where he just cares about this rivalry with Daniel, the karate war. He wasn't there for Miguel this season. He did a very bad job of being a dad. Like,
oh yeah,
I love Johnny.
Screwed up on all accounts.
Johnny screwed up this season. Like it, but
dead.
that's how I view that scene, where he's kind of calling for him in a way. You know, you could kind of see Miguel kind of tear up in a way, like you kind of hear it in his voice when he said yeah. And you know, it's kind of a scene that you don't really go back to, because at least in my opinion, because it's kind of sad, like the way the music kind of kicks in. And you know, I think that it also kind of foreshadowed something where, like, I remember when we first watched it and I was like, yeah, it's happening, they're gonna separate, and I called it. And it's just, I don't like to watch that scene. It's very sad, because I kind of had,
especially watching it in reflection.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed that part of the episode. And my boy Kenny, you know, he took out Anthony and his goons, Batman style, whoop their ass,
smack down on that bitch, y'all.
But that scene right there,
Batman.
I rewatched it the other day. It was for middle schoolers, like Kenny, like that was a brutal like beat down he put on those kids. Like, you know, he whooped their ass. Like,
My mini boy.
You know, the kid on the ground, he like out, like he knees him, like he's like,
He
"Bop."
knees him right in the thing. I was like, now that's my boy. I was like, yes, go all in.
But
He missed one thing though.
I don't know if you guys. Oh, yeah.
That's episodes.
Yeah. Okay.
Obo.
Oh, no, seriously, that dude got off really easy. Yeah.
Zach.
Yeah, he got off way too easy. He should have beat his ass. I don't know if you guys noticed, but like the way like Kenny, like his attire kind of changes, where like he was kind of like that. He wore like nerdy clothes, and he wore that scribble bottom bullshit that he should wear again.
Now
but
he's
then
got
like
hoodies,
he starts to dress,
and, you know, trackies. Like the man's got drip.
he starts to dress like Robbie. If I'm being honest,
Yeah,
like,
now that you mention that, that's a good point. Yeah, because he starts dressing darker, and I was
he
telling
starts
this
to
to
dress
Jacob
like
the other
Robbie.
day. Yeah, I told Jacob
Yeah.
the other day, I was like, I love how when Robbie went back to Cobra Kai, he started dressing
Visual
more like a
storytelling.
skater. You know, he went back to his darker clothes. That's a good point.
Visual
Yeah, because he wears
storytelling.
like Robbie wears like a hoodie, and he wears a jacket, and then Kenny did that in the
Yeah.
drive-in. I
Mhm.
was like, yeah, I like that. Like, and then like I always go back to that scene where like he drops his food, and then like when Robbie's like he pulls them in his pockets, and then you see Kenny like he runs to the other side to be next to Robbie. I
Like,
love
when
that
Robbie
moment.
walks
He's like,
over
no.
in that scene, and he's like, "Same goes for you." It's almost like he's like, "Kenny, come here now." Like it's just
Yeah.
like, you know, it's instinctual. Just see. I mean, you know, hey, it's
Yeah.
Carry on.
But I noticed like the scene where he beats Anthony and his friends up. He looks like his attire is very much like Robbie's, like, you know, he wears like the jacket, the hoodie, and he's got the shoes. And I'm like, you look a lot like you're dressing like a lot like Robbie, and I like that detail. And
I like that
scene where, you know, Amanda and Daniel, they think that Anthony's getting picked on, and it kind of shows like how Daniel and Amanda, they're just like their flaw as parents. They kind of think that their parents that they think that their kids can do no wrong in a way.
Oh, yeah.
And that they're like, oh yeah, this Anthony wouldn't do this. I mean, naturally, as to think that, but and the principal was like, no, we got receipts.
Like, oh,
and then,
the
like,
person who did it's gonna get punished. I'm like, oh wait, whoa, little do you know.
Yeah, they all the Russos kind of have that, you know, that a little bit of privilege in them. You know, they
privilege.
You had that in them.
Oh yeah.
But I like how with Silver, and they did him in a crease. You could kind of see like, okay, they're gonna split up by the end of the season, and specifically like you know, with the tournament, the little mini tournament that they have. I always love this scene where like he picks Piper, and then like she's doing flips, and Silver's face.
Silver's face is like,
what are you doing? Like, yeah,
what are you
he's
doing,
like, what are you doing? And then she loses, like, and then like, and then him picking Kenny. Remember a while back, Jacob, we had a theory that it was gonna be like Robbie versus like the whole dojo, and then like Kenny was gonna be there. We almost got that right.
Almost.
It was
almost.
We almost got it right. Almost. But this is what it was. It was like Robbie versus Kenny.
Whole dojo by himself. He went from getting thrown around in group fights to absolutely decimating an entire dojo. What?
Yeah. And then Kenny, like, he thinks that, you know, Robbie doesn't have a weakness. And then, like, Silver's like, you're thinking about this, like, too much. And I think that kind of foreshadows, like, Silver and Kenny's relationship in season 5. I think they're going to, like, he's going to be, like,
Silver's using Kenny
definitely,
against
like,
you know that's happening.
Yeah. And,
Sensei
you know,
versus
kind of
student
like a
fight.
little, yeah. Miguel and Robbie fight Silver. But, I really like
thinking,
that.
you know,
that's happening.
Kenny.
That's happening. I'm telling you now.
Oh,
beat his ass.
Hey, Alex, I don't know if you've ever heard this, bro, but we had this idea, right, that something bad's gonna happen, right, done by Silver, to Johnny, perhaps. Miguel and Robbie are gonna pull up.
They're gonna come in to the dojo.
Yeah,
They're gonna
I
pull
was,
up.
I was thinking about that the other day because I was thinking about, like, what does he mean by the whole, like,
Wait,
I'm
what
gonna
would you
take care
do?
of Lawrence? Yeah.
Yo, what would you do if Miguel and Robbie look at each other, immediately nod,
If that's the moment,
and then they just get in stance? They just
I'd
go,
probably burn down the whole neighborhood. I mean,
Dude,
I'd lose my
Why
mind.
would you burn down the whole
Go through
neighborhood? That's a
the-
Because
beautiful
it's just so
moment.
awesome. Like, if there's a moment where, like,
Why
they
would you
go back
burn
to
down the
their-
neighborhood? That's a bit aggressive, isn't it?
Because I don't know, I'd fucking lose my mind.
Like
If there's a moment like that in season 6, that'd be awesome.
If something's so great, you don't slap someone in the face like Will Smith did. Like, you know, that doesn't make any sense.
Keep
You
my
made
wife's name.
Yo.
Well, I mean, if that happened, that moment, that'd be shit. That'd be top 10 moments in the show. That'd be.
Oh no,
Imagine-
that is the moment of the show.
That is the moment.
F
yeah, for
every
sure,
other
yeah.
moment.
Like,
That
they
is the
just
best
storm
moment.
into Silver's house and they just go to town. Oh my god, I'll kick him in the nuts. You punch him in the head. We'll go back and forth. Yeah.
Jacob will do a recreation of that as well. From
If you guys
we'll
do
do
that,
it as
that'd
in
be
if it was
Imagine
season
You know
3,
when like
the nuance.
WWE wrestlers do the sweet chin music at the same time or whatever? That's happening.
Who would be a good Terry Silver? That's what I'm thinking.
Christian.
Christian, you start.
Get that motherfucker with a ponytail.
Shout out to you, Christian. A Christian would be amazing. Like, I'm going to kick your ass. Like,
Enough of the spoilers. You know what? It should be called Sensei Spoiler.
ass.
Mr. Spoiler.
Terry spoiler.
But where were we? Back on the thing before I cut you off rudely again.
Oh, we were talking about
project.
Yeah, sorry.
Crease
Yeah, that's
and Silver,
Mm.
and you kind of see like the Kreese, like he gets bitter, he can't take a loss, and then he understands that like Silver's taking over the dojo, so like he wants to reel him back in, but he wants to reel him back in an asshole way, and you know, he's talking to him, and Thomas Ian Griffin, the way he acted in this scene was awesome. He just did it with his eyes, like, you know, he was shocked, and like Silver, like, you know, you could tell like he was like hurt by it, like, you're my friend, like, what do you like, you know, what are you doing?
What the hell are you doing? Are we friends, dick?
Like, this was like the breaking point for Silver to like really go back into his old ways. And you see it in the next episode, and we'll get to that later. But with Kreese was an asshole for this. Like, I love Kreese. I love him as a villain. But god damn. Like,
I mean, he's been doing this to everyone since season 1. He did this to the one person you don't want to do it to.
Like,
or himself.
It pays off in the end, but, you know, it's Terry is almost a tragic character in a way, because he was living his life. He had a girlfriend, you know, he was moving on. Yeah. And then like freaking Kreese just
I remember the conversations we were having before season 4 dropped, that, you know, what would happen would be, it would play out exactly like Karate Kid 3, where Kreese goes to him. But this time, Kreese is the one dragging him back into the fold. And how tragic would it be if Silver's straightened himself out, and now Kreese is put him right back to square one, to his own friend.
Yeah, because it seemed like Silver was like in the first episode, he seemed like he was like very, you know, at
that
peace.
Silver would have won the All Valley hands down.
Yeah,
I agree.
You know,
with you,
and
nuance.
And you can just tell he doesn't want to like get back in there, but he's tempted in a way, because he was he was addicted to it. Like, in a way, Terry Silver is addicted to like the thrill of like, you know, being a terror to like, man. You know, yeah, and that's what it is. Because you see when he kicks the bottle, like he's feeling the thrill of it again.
A rush
at the end of episode 1, like he's feeling it again.
You see it every time he fights somebody in this season. He's always smiling whenever he fights someone.
Every time.
Yeah, especially when he fights Johnson. Oh my god, I was scared in that moment.
Oh my god.
I like episode 7.
Oh my god.
Alex, the number 1 student in our dojo.
Go on, Alex. Go on.
All right, episode 7 for me is where I was like, okay, now this is what I'm talking about. It was a step up from the last one for sure.
Oh, yeah.
My main takeaway from this episode was the Miguel and Johnny scenes and the breaking of Kreese and Silver, but I'll just go down from 1. I like the fact that in the beginning of the episode, Robbie tells Kenny, when Kenny's like, I want payback on those assholes. I love how Robbie was like, don't end up like me and your brother. You know what I mean?
Be smart.
To be smarter than the both of us. You know what I mean? And I was like, oh my god, if only Sean was here. Damn it. And
I make you proud, brother.
Yeah, I do like the sparring scene. I love the fact that Kreese, he immediately chooses Robbie. He doesn't even like hesitate. He immediately just goes, fine, Mr. Keen. I was like, damn, dude, holy crap. And how when he says Mr. Keen and he stands up, everyone in the room is just like, ugh. Like, you're like,
everyone's laughing. Even Kreese is laughing.
Yeah, they're just like, oh god, like Kenny's gonna die. I love that. I love that he's Kreese stole Daniel's prize pupil. I'm like, oh, you bastard. I also love the Miguel and I like how Miguel finds out Johnny and Carmen are dating, because it made me think, okay, if Miguel's reaction is this, what's Robbie's reaction? You know what I mean? What's Robbie's reaction going to be when he finds out they're dating? You know, it's going to be
stepbrothers.
Jacob is flipping in.
Kreese is cutting that turkey
in the garage. Yeah. And then, like you guys said earlier, Kenny goes full on Batman. I remember I was watching the scene. I started laughing because I was like, I can't believe a 14-year-old kid is kicking the shit out of these guys.
I don't know if they edited this in on purpose, but you hear him say, "Look, like, and it echoes it. Yeah. Like, it echoes like a horror movie. Like, shit, is this guy Batman?
It reminded me of the scene from Batman Begins where he first shows up and he's taking all those guards. He's like, "Where are you?" And he's like, "Here." Just watching that, I was like, "Dude, Kenny's on some shit right now. Jesus Christ."
He's smoking some shit.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too.
That's my
And
little bro from another Mo. That's
the Miguel and
My
Johnny
table,
talk
homie.
too.
He was whipping those
I
kids'
really like
ass.
that. I like every time Miguel and Johnny talk. It's just very heartfelt. It just feels.
I love it, bro. I love
Those
it.
are the real moments of the shows when they're talking. I'm just
Real.
like, damn,
conversation.
dude. I love that. And you guys are right too. Like every time they talk, it's always Miguel that brings up Robbie. It's always like, so that's what happened with Robbie. Like he's always bringing
Yeah.
him up to
Yeah.
try and
The
find,
only person
more.
Johnny, like he's the only
That's
person
why
who
they're
can-
coming together in season 5.
I really hope so. But like, and
Listen,
it
they
made me
will.
think. It made me think when he brings up Robbie. It's just like. It was interesting because Robbie full on hates Miguel. Like he's even said, he's like, I had so much hatred for you and Miguel. But Miguel, in a way, he doesn't hate Robbie. He actually, I think he cares for him. He cares for him through Johnny in a way where he's like,
Loads of
yeah, it's like I won't hurt you because of what your dad did for me. You know what I mean? I love that. Miguel's the most level-headed kid in the show. He's that good. And then it's heartbreaking too, where he's like, I want you to be more than. I still want you to be my sensei, and then knowing what happens to him at the end of the season where he leaves, I was just like, oh, God damn it. And yeah, I love the moment where Sam comes in too, and she's just like, she wants to embrace both styles.
That's how
that was
you
cool.
do it.
Nah, that's how you do it.
Why did they cut it? Why did they cut that scene?
badass.
Why did they cut it? I hate that. They cut it.
Yeah, but
I
they
would
still
love
give us
the
that
scene where they're training with
that.
Johnny. Yeah,
that, and they
I
don't do
love
that.
Yeah, let it go.
And then that's it for me, to be honest. And then the Kreese using Silver's PTSD against him sucked. It was so.
Effed up,
it was,
bro.
yeah, it's like you don't do that to like. Not only do you not do that to a person, you don't do that to your brother. You know what I mean? You don't do that to somebody that you were in a cage with this man. You know?
I think Kreese should have gone to prison for that alone.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it also made me go, oh shit, Silver's gonna lose his freaking mind, dude. Oh my god.
Oh,
and Karate Kid 3 Silver is back.
Loose cannon.
Yeah. But so far, episode 7 was a step up. That's for all. It was like okay, here we go. We're back to where we were supposed to be. So.
Juliana.
Nice. Badass.
So this episode was all right. It was all
I thought
right.
you were going to say the worst episode. I'd be like,
I know you're Australian, but that
smoking?
sounded extremely Australian. It's like, all right.
You sound like we're going to get Australian one day.
All right.
We're going to be passionate about it then.
We're going to be absolutely passionate about all this.
Yes. So I'll start off with what I liked, which was mainly the Kreese and Silver stuff.
It sounds like a king thing.
I'll start off by saying that Kreese is just an absolute asshole.
Oh, he's
He's
just
despicable.
Right.
Like, honestly.
Wait, how's that positive?
He just when they were first of all, I loved like the rivalry between the two of them with their different students, and you can see that I think Silver has really gravitated to Kenny because he's seen that weakness in Robbie, and I just loved like how he says to him, like, you're thinking about this the wrong way. There's a lot more to being to having a weakness than just being like, you know, smaller or bigger or tougher or whatever. It's definitely a mental thing as well, and I love that he used that to his advantage. That was one of the best scenes for me personally.
Yep.
Silver telling the class as well that everyone has a weakness, you know, it's true. And the fact that Silver's whole teaching method is about, you know, finding your weakness and not letting it control you, but using it to fuel your fighting instead. I thought that was actually a really valuable lesson. And I felt like, really finally, the Cobra Kais might actually, you know, branch out of that whole no mercy, no weakness sort of thing. Right. But of course, Kreese is not happy with that. He's not happy that, you know, his lieutenant, not friend, lieutenant, has found a way to outsmart him. And the fact that he had the audacity to bring up that trauma and guilt trip him for like the umpteenth time about this Vietnam War stuff. You know, how many times does Silver have to owe Kreese before, you know, this is done?
Square.
And that's what he says in episode 10, which we'll get to. But yeah, just that fallout and the way that the look on Silver's face at the end, my heart was like bleeding for him. I felt really sorry for him. And I thought it was just so cruel of Kreese because now, he's let out the beast. Silver's probably thinking,
He's let out the beast.
Just
You
took
know,
the bear.
You know what that means?
I've left this new life behind, this new, this new mindset that I've created, these new friends and this new girlfriend that I have. I've left it all behind for this. I'm back now, so I may as well just go all in. And now he's just let out the beast.
It's tragic.
And
It's
it's
very
incredibly tragic. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. So that was definitely my favorite storyline of this episode for sure. I loved it. And again, you guys have already touched on the on the Miguel and Johnny heart to heart. Like, whenever those two sit down and have a chat,
moment.
it's
What's
so
wrong with that? I
meaningful.
don't know what happened.
The Carmen and Johnny stuff and telling Miguel about their relationship, I was like, man, pull yourself together.
Protection.
Pull yourself
Seriously,
together.
just pull yourself together.
Me and your mom are hooking up.
Honestly,
Me and mom hooking
that
up.
was just.
It's just like, wow, it's just cutthroat.
Ugh.
Okay, bro.
One thing though that I didn't really like was we didn't really get to see enough of the training with Sam as well at the warehouse. I would have loved to have seen.
Yeah, they cut that, but they
That
bloody
would have
cut
been
it out.
amazing.
Cut
That would
out.
have been
It pissed me
amazing.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep the I'm coming for you. They keep that, but they cut that. I mean, how dare they? How dare they?
But they had so many little Eagle Fang training moments with Devin and all the guys, but where was the real stuff with Miguel and Sam? We didn't see any of that. So that was a real letdown for me personally.
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah.
Do that?
And the whole middle school stuff, I thought, Kenny's fighting smart. He's Cobra Kai. He's using like the cameras or whatever to his advantage.
Like some ass.
Which I liked, but at the same time, the whole Anthony thing, I feel like we've gone from having almost zero moments with this character to having so many that it feels like we're supposed to kind of be really invested in him when really, personally, I didn't feel that way. And I was thinking, like, this is just such an odd time to be introducing, like, Anthony, like Daniel's son, into this karate world when there's a tournament coming up and the stakes are so high, and it just really didn't feel like that for me. So it kind of lost me a bit there.
Yeah, we could have got more Daniel and Eli scenes this episode. That would have been great.
Yes, and that's another thing as well.
That's a good point.
The lack of that. And
was Eli even in this episode? I don't think he was.
There was like a split second where he saw him in the background in his gi. That was it. He didn't even have a line.
How dare they?
Wow.
Yeah. How dare they?
How dare they?
How dare they? But that's pretty much it. I don't have too much to say on this one. I think I did like it. In comparison to the previous one, it was a bit of a step up, like you guys said. But that was only for me because of the Silver and Kreese stuff. But again, a really good moment as well was when, like Shamoon was saying, how Amanda and Daniel discovered that Anthony was being a bully. They're not all perfect. Daniel thinks that because he was taught all these lessons from Miyagi, he teaches them to his family and they can all do no wrong and they're always the goody goodies. But that's really not true because everyone's got flaws and insecurities. And I think now is the time for Daniel and Amanda to really acknowledge that in both their kids and to really try and help them move past that rather than just saying, oh, this is wrong, you do this is right, and just kind of glossing over what their real deep-rooted issues are. Yeah. So, yeah.
That's a good point, yeah.
That is well said.
Thank you.
Well said.
Well, very well.
Mic drop. Damn. Drop that mic. Drop the mic. Boom. Nice. That was actually pretty smooth. I can't lie. That was good.
Keep that background, Shamoon. That's a good background.
And I will end on that note.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, I'm a boss.
Whoa, my voice broke. Sound like Popeye then. But yeah, this episode was as we were doing earlier, Alex.
It was a step up.
Step up.
Episode 8, JP.
Now, the next episode, I'll tell you why this one disappointed me. Is because before season 4 dropped, I wanted one thing. Silver and Kreese to have a bar fight and go, party time.
Yeah.
And then lay the smack down to a bar of people.
Oh, that would have been
That would have
Didn't
been
get it.
amazing.
Instead, we got this. Now, I will say this, right? Before I get into the fuck's sake, we return to the return of the
You think I
cringe.
broke your heart? You broke my
Return
heart.
of the
Fuck. Right. So we start out the episode with Stingray, and I'm like, oh shit, Stingray. I mean, I
Yeah.
personally wouldn't have brought him back now, but the way events play out, you know, you kind of have to, you know. So it was nice to see Stingray again. I was like, oh shit, he's still around. He's, you know, the actor Paul, hilarious.
Yeah.
And you got Silver
He's a
just
big boy.
unleashing on that punching bag, and I'm like, man, dude's working, you know, all that tension out of his system. He's pissed. And he's like, I'll do anything to prove my loyalty. I was like, Kreese, you just poked the bear. You're an idiot.
Oh,
You
color.
stupid moron.
Not even poked. He released the bear. The
Oh,
bear's
he
out.
released the
He's out of the cage.
And the
Jacob.
next scene, I don't know if you
Colour.
guys heard Piper say this, but when
The colour
Kyler's like,
change.
because I got a thing tonight and my date, we out or whatever, and Piper's like, oh, I bet she doesn't even exist. Like, you just hear her say that in the background. I'm like, damn. I'm like, he's like, guys, the limo is coming at 6, so don't be late or else we're leaving. Because my date and I, we on a mission. And you just hear like Piper just go, oh, I bet she doesn't even exist. And then you get the champion merch.
Savage.
Can we please get the champion merch? Can we please? Right. Can we
Jacob,
please get the champion merch?
just
Briefly get
interrupt.
the champion merch.
Give us a champion match, motherfuckers.
Give us the champion merch.
Yeah, seriously, come on. Where is it?
Give us the fucking champion.
Yeah, damn right. Give it. Give it.
But
And then-
Jacob, just quickly, the color. Change the color.
Damn it, I
She
keep
loves the
forgetting.
color. She loves the
Right.
color.
I
Kenny,
know. I'm
Change
like,
the colour.
it annoys me when we don't have it now. You have to
Sorry,
I
I've got you
like
guys
the
into
idea
something
though,
like
because it makes you
Right.
remember what episode we're talking about.
Kenny.
exactly.
RJ,
Yellow.
Ronald Jackson.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Yellow. It's not easy. Yellow.
Party
Right.
Very
time.
Cobra Kai episode.
Party
It's not
Now-
the real color.
I love the conversation between Tori and Robbie. I think it's great. Like I like it. It's just a little bit of dialogue, but it's like, you know, Tori's like, oh, why am I interested in the prom? I don't care.
Their dialogue scenes together are some of my favorites. I love when
Oh,
they talk to each
they're
other.
brilliant.
Yeah.
And then Silver's just like listening in the offset. You know, you got my son like flexing his guns as normal. And then, you know, you got Silver listening in the offset, just like, you know, I think it's a great idea. But if you're going in style. I'm like, and sorry, Miguel and Sam. I'm sorry, but you know, I'm sorry. They're about to pull up good.
Yeah.
And, you know, Stingray walks in, and I love how you got those 2 OG Cobras that recognize him. He's like, oh, you could have had a really cool stepdad.
Sensei.
Who the fuck badass is this guy? Like, what? And then Kreese is like slowly backing up out of shot. He's just like slowly trying to get away. He's like, you were never part of this team. You're a
Get the
buffoon.
hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here. And Silver's looking at him like,
Yeah.
do I even want to ask what the context is of this? Like, do I
Yeah.
even want to know? And then you get Louis.
Stingray
So
was
I
so
like the way
sad.
they use Louis throughout the show. And then you get his sister played by, I think that's Ralph's daughter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Julia Macchio.
And she has one of my favorite moments in this whole show when she's like, so why do you love your daughter more than your son?
Yeah.
You
I love
bait
that.
them and they fail. They give in. But before we get to that, Miguel comes in, right? You know, looking sharp, looking dapper, looking suave as he is. And then Sam comes downstairs looking beautiful, king and queen, nice. And there's a nice family photo and all that kind of stuff. And it's a great moment. And then, you know, they're like, oh, why was he upstairs? You know, Anthony's grounded. Yeah, Anthony's grounded because he's a little fucker. That's why. And then Shannon is brought in. And I love the way Shannon's brought in. It's almost like, you know, we've never seen Carmen and Shannon interact. Like it's another new dynamic.
That was funny.
But Shannon's like, you know, this Silver guy shows up, you know, money, whatever. She knows exactly what Silver's doing. And then Johnny's like, oh, shit. And this is what I mean. As much as, you know, we all debate who does Johnny care more for out of the lads, I think it's even. Because as soon as anything happens to Miguel or Robbie, Johnny pulls up. You know, you could take this back to the season 3 finale. The minute he sees Miguel bloodied up on the sofa, he storms off to that dojo. Please believe he's beating Kreese's ass. And he's like, you beat my pretty much son's ass, and now you've got my actual son here? Okay, now we're about to throw down. We're fighting for this. We're about to throw down now. And Johnny pulls up like an old school, like, you know...
That's my son, homie.
Right, where from this moment he pulls up with his crowbar to hand, sneaks into the dojo, and it plays out like a bloody horror movie with Silver talking over the phone. Mr. Lawrence. I'm like, Kreese, you're an idiot. You now awoke the beast. Congratulations, you idiot. And it's at this moment where we get the prom stuff, and man, poor Eli is standing to the side, you know, Tyler's just being a jerk, doing whatever. And then you've got Dimitri and his, you know, fiance to be Yasmin coming in. He gets whisked away, and Eli's standing there.
He loved Eli
by himself.
That was just terrible.
I wanted someone to give him a hug.
Dimitri was wrong for that. I'm sorry.
Looked absolutely beautiful in that scene, and I was just like, man, Eli, just go over. Please say something. Just please, someone like Marty McFly, like push him.
I was like, can I just get behind him and just go?
And then, you know, Yasmin takes Dimitri away, and then it's like, you know, it's cool. I'm happy for them, but then poor Eli is just kind of left in the dust, you know, watching it all ensue. And then, to Sam's credit, I'll give her credit for this, is when she's pouring the drink, she's like, you know, I'm not going to have much because, you know, I learned my mistakes from last time. I think that actually might be later on in the house, where, you know, like in season 2, where she drank too much and then shit happened. And then, you know, Miguel and Sam, you know, they're having like a nice little moment. And then, you know, Robbie and Tori pull up, soundtrack blasts, and I'm like, holy shit, fucking hell, damn. Like, Silver went all in on kitting these guys out. I was like, jeez. I mean, I'll give credit to Sam again, right? As much as she got that stupid backbacking scene earlier. The line of dialogue where she's like, you know, seems like you're always behind me in line, you know? First Miguel, now Robbie. I have a half-eaten cupcake in there if you want some. I actually like that. I was like, okay, that's better.
I actually did too.
A little cringe, but that's all right. That's better.
Yeah. Cut to black.
Improving yourself.
And then Johnny storming into the dojo. Silver basically, like, he's going back to that old school Silver. It's like, I would love Asa. And then, you know, you get the dance moves with The Weeknd playing. Like, I don't know. Like, I listen to that song by The Weeknd because it's dope, and it's just, you know,
I didn't like that song personally. It sucks.
Oh, I freaking love it. I mean, I was just like, hey, my boys catch it. All right. Go on, Robin.
No, I'm joking. I always think of that song now. If I hear that song like out and about, I just think of like Robbie and Tori dancing.
And I'm not gonna lie, I kind of felt bad for Miguel and Sam because Robbie and Tori are like having this amazing like Bridgerton type dance where it's amazing, and then you've got Miguel and Sam just walking like that, looking at these two bust out all these dance.
Poor guys wanted to enjoy their night.
Well, I mean, their whole goal was to originally go there just to spite
mission achieved.
Miguel and Sam, and then it was only after they got there that they actually started having fun. So, got to keep their original motives in mind.
Yeah, and Amanda's moment of like, "Give me that pad. This is the test." I was like, "Got ya right there." And then going back to the old dojo, I was like. And this is why it links into what I was saying earlier, that I think we're going to start to move away from that gray. Like, we'll still have a bit because it's Cobra Kai, but we're going to go to that black and white formula where it's like, no, Cobra Kai is the bad guy. Like, they are the bad guys now. We need to, you know, but more on that later. And then he talks about expanding. You're like, okay, Karate Kid 3, you know, as we all expected, the what if starting to come into play. And then ladies, Stingray's like, hey, you know, come here. My place, meet me here. And then big house party. I'm like, okay. Definitely.
Stingray.
And then there's a moment here between Tori and Robbie that I freaking love is that, you know, Tori's line of dialogue where it's like, if, you know, I could look at that trophy, know that I was best at something. It's stuff like that I love, where it's like, you know, to everyone else, it's just a trophy, but to her, it might be the only thing that she ever feels accomplished with, that to end up winning. You know, she hasn't really got much going for her. And this is why I want season 5 to really start going all in with Tori. I think there's a lot of potential there.
All in.
That they're just scratching the surface on. And I think, you know, when she says it's stupid and Robbie's like, no, it's not. Because they both can kind of understand each other on that sort of level. And they kind of
That's what
move
we
away
wanted.
from their original intention. Even though they went there to disrupt Miguel and Sam, you know, Tori says, "Are they still looking?" Robbie's like, "I don't care." Like, it's like they move away from that. I'm like,
I
okay,
don't-
that's good.
Yeah.
Ignore them. You're there to
Yeah.
do whatever. And then Johnny pulls up to the dojo. Now, I know the soundtrack in the scene, Shamoon, you love, but when Johnny walks in, gets a kick right to the side, like I want people to remember, like a kick here can really knock you out. Like this soft space here, it's not, you know, made of titanium. You get a kick
That's
there.
your temple.
It's
Yeah.
a temple.
Yeah.
So there's like a front sort of camera shot of Silver like pointing right at the camera,
Oh god, that was scary.
that.
Yeah, the POV shot. Yeah.
and they had that in the trailer as well. And I was always curious, would that link to him beating up someone? In this case, Johnny. Even though everyone thought there was like blood on the board, but no. And I think this is the moment when Silver's kind of losing himself, where he's like, you know, I had to prove my loyalty. It's like, I don't think Silver really knows what he's doing. He's just kind of mentally, he's not there now.
Yeah, he's just gone.
This is like a Return of the Jedi kind of situation where, you know, he's Palpatine, Kreese is Vader, and Johnny's Luke. And then, you know, it just plays out like that kind of formula where it's like, I think for Kreese, the problem with him is he hasn't seen, it sounds kind of stupid in a way, but he hasn't really seen what he's done to people until he's seen someone else do it in front of him. For him to finally realize what he's been doing. You know, and I think that's what happens in these next few episodes that I actually love. And then Johnny in full fashion just comes flying in there. You know, they trading punches, trading blows. And one thing that we got to give credit to Shamoon for noticing, you picked this up straight away. Linking back to season 1, when Johnny's training Miguel, he's like, you could severely damage his trachea. Of course, it's only for extreme situations. Does that on Johnny.
Yep.
And then Johnny uses Miyagi-Do the whole time. I'm like, and Silver's enjoying it. He's relishing in it. He's like, you know, looks like the Russo taught him some defense. Like he's enjoying it. And even though Johnny may know a bit of defense, it's still not enough.
Let's go.
You can't take offense to Silver. Like, it isn't going to work. Silver's the kind of fighter where he just wants everything. He doesn't care what you're bringing. He's going to bring it right back to you. And John's like, it's weird. You got Johnny. Kreese standing to the side there, just sort of seeing it all play out, is pretty much indicative of where Kreese's headspace is at. And I think it's in this moment that Silver starts to realize, hey, it's not about me. It was never about us two. It's about him. And in that moment, especially after the conversation, Kreese being a dick in the previous episode, it in Silver's mind is like, hey, you brought me back just to be a pawn because to get back at him. That's what this is about. So he feels even worse, where it's like, you know, so what the hell are you trying to go for here, Kreese? You want me to do this, then you don't want me to do this. Then you don't want me to do that, then do that. It's like one rule for you, one rule for them, unless it's, you know, Johnny. So it's sort of like that season 2 thing between Kreese and Johnny, but this time the roles have flipped. And then we get to the party at the house. Oh, okay. So let's just talk about the good. Oh, before I go any further, Adam, what's up, my dude? 179, Adam. You're the freaking man, sir. I hope you're doing well, man. I hope everything's going all right up in the Highlands. Thank you for the 179, sir. But the scene that I want to talk on firstly, before we get to the god-awful cringe again, is the moment where Miguel and Robbie look at each other. That moment right there. That, I've done videos, cheap plug. It's like, hey, cheap plug to my lovely, juicy videos on it. You can go and consult your local chosen one playlist. But then, you know, you get Stingray booting his neighbor in the face. And then Anthony, once again, still not heeding it. And I said, right, Anthony, you need an arse whooping. You need a big hand right across your face because you're starting to annoy me now. Like when Daniel says we're trying to help you grow into the person we know you to be, it's like, come on, Anthony's trying to help you here. And then you hear the tablet, and I'm like, oh my days, this kid, bro, fuck's sake. And then Daniel breaking it and just shouting quiet. I'm like, it's like him and Johnny are then even if they don't intend to, subconsciously they're both doing what the other person would in the situation this season. That's one thing I'll give it a lot of credit for. And it kind of straightens Anthony out. Now, we get to the bit with Tori and Sam. And it's basically the school fight in reverse. It flips the roles. And there's just, it's like, do what Johnny said. I'm not taking a shit anymore. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. Good point. But then Miguel comes in there. He's like, no, Tori, stop. And then pulls her off. And then there's like that. Like, what? Oh, no, they're not doing this. Oh, no. And then Robbie comes in the same way Miguel did in the school fight. So it's like a nice little mini what if in a way. And then Robbie comes in and then he tries to attack Miguel. And then Sam's like, you think I broke your heart? You broke mine too. And they're looking, and then Robbie's in deep thought and Sam's in deep thought. And there's an awkward pause and Tori and Miguel are looking at it. And it's just like one big oatmeal. It's like, what the hell?
Why did you?
Because I know someone's going to say it. And then what happens after that is it's like a nice little sort of back and forth. And then they'll get launched into the pool. But the dialogue between Robbie to Miguel, where it's like, as much as Robbie's a dick in that moment, I'm not going to give him a free pass. He's a real piece of shit for that. When he says, you think my dad cares about you, he's just trying to make up for screwing up with me. He's not wrong. Like, this is the thing. He isn't wrong.
Because then he ends up saying, I love you.
Yeah, so, I think it's just the where Miguel's head is at this point in the season, it's the last thing he needed to hear before, that really fucked him up mentally.
I think it's going to come up again next season, too.
Yeah. And then you get the moment where I had to do a whole video on it because I just love the scene between, Williams acting and Sholo's acting in the scene. It was like, I want to be a father to you. I'm like, oh, but hang on a minute. He just tried to save Robbie. He's not going to. Oh, shit. Here we go. I love you too, Robbie. Oh, ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. And then I think that's the moment that breaks Miguel. It's like, it doesn't matter how good of a fighter you are. If your heart is not in it, you ain't going nowhere. Heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. And then Tori and Robbie, mission achieved. Then they finally have their little, moment. And then Robbie embracing Lawrence, making the first move and all that stuff.
Oatmeal.
There's like a moment where Tori is like, I'm going to return this to tomorrow. It's like, still got her roots. And then you've got Anthony taking out the trash. Now, for me, that is indicative of, Anthony literally discarding the trash. There's no wishy-washy, will he, won't he, for now, like, it's literally like, okay, Anthony, come on. No more of this bullshit. Sort it out. That's it. And they're shocked. They're like, I don't know what Miyagi magic you used, but it worked. It's like, well, he didn't use Miyagi magic. He used Lawrence magic. And then you get like a scene that's right out of the Joker. Like, Silver's like a 6-7 foot Joker, and Stingray walks in, and you're just like, okay, he's about to get his ass beat. And the music's playing like a piano melody. It's like it could literally be from the Joker film. Like, it's just and Thomas is acting again, just amazing. But yeah, that's mostly my general thoughts on this episode. It's one of the more juicier episodes in the season because there's a lot that actually happens. There's like a lot of little moments, and it isn't improving on the last episode. It's not downgrading. It's just kind of staying, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's mostly where I'm at. Moon Knight.
The Moon Knight. Go.
This episode was, the Stingray stuff. I thought that was a bit random, like to add it now. But I guess what they were trying to do is set up what will happen with him in season 5, because we know that arc's going to be kind of interesting with the whole Silver stuff. But I think a lot of people, didn't like the whole little after party thing after prom, and I kind of was, I was kind of like thinking, like, going into the season, how does Sam feel about Robbie? How does Miguel feel about Tori? Because they never really
made a small scene.
Yeah, in season 3, you had that scene with Miguel and Tori where he's like, "You need some help," And Tori's like, "Oh, like you think I need help?" Like,
You think I'm crazy? Well,
yeah, it's like, come
yeah,
on,
of course you
the
are.
dude. Paul, I mean, he got injured. I
One of
mean,
us gets hurt, we all get hurt. What kind of bullshit is that? God.
and like, yeah, I mean, that was very selfish. But the thing is, it's true. I think
I'm sorry. The way you said that, Jacob. No, my bad.
I just think that whole scene was I don't know, man. Just the whole after party thing was kind of it was cringe because you saw like the way Sam was like, "Oh, you think you broke my heart? No, you think I broke your heart, bro." It's like the dialogue as well. It was cheesy. It was a bit cringy.
You could tell Mary cringed when she said that.
I did find it funny though because I was like, it's a bit like theatrical, isn't it? It's like Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah,
kind of
it's
shit going on.
oh, like times 10. I'm
Yeah.
like, Jesus.
And the way Tori and Miguel
Just
look at each other,
Shakespeare
I
dialogue.
laughed at that. And it's just the way Sam and Miguel are arguing after. Sam's like, "What? The way you were looking at Tori?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, like you weren't
Crazy, you've been
looking
staring at
at
her all night. Oh, let's not talk about the movie
It
you have with
almost felt
Robbie,
like
huh?
they were making. They almost seemed like the writers are just making jokes about it. They're like, "Okay, here we go. Like we're just gonna go wild with this. We're just gonna make fun of this crap at this point."
If
But
it's
you
their
know,
way of making it meta, then I can respect it. It's just
the
like,
whole
you know,
thing with
go on.
Silver influencing Robbie, and then the way Shannon. I love talking about that interaction with Shannon and Carmen. I love the fact Shannon said, "Hi, I'm Robbie's mum," and Carmen goes, "Hi, I'm Johnny's girlfriend," I think. And she just looks so defensive. It's like she sort of has an edge because she might be Robbie's mum, but I don't know. Maybe she just got like, "You ain't getting this guy back. I'm the one that's in his life now."
Yeah, that was funny.
It was a little bit. It was a
You're
little
an
bit
old
out of
bridge.
character. It was a little bit out of character for me, but for Carmen, I'd say. But I guess it was just that she just kind of stood her ground. Like, yeah, I know what this filthy woman's like. Maybe she kind of got a bit judgy, but that's the thing.
They all have their moments.
Like, I didn't mean it in that way. Jacob's taking it out of context. Unless you're talking about comments. But no, talking about if we go on to the if we go on to the Terry Silver fight and the Johnny fight, I absolutely love that. I think that was the highlight of this episode. Like, just seeing Silver go, "That's what you get for betraying your sensei." He's lost himself. He's literally fallen to that side of the Karate Kid 3 Silver. And yeah, I was definitely the chat. I was definitely intrigued by the way he instinctively used Miyagi-Do, even though Daniel was like, "Oh, you're never going to use this." Or Johnny said he's never going to use it. So, yeah, I mean, that whole fight was quick, but I still enjoyed it. And Johnny did get his ass beat. I mean, dude got punched in the trachea.
I was scared.
Silver messed him up, and even though he was using Miyagi-Do as a big moment, Silver's just like, "Asa, that's it, you're done. Go to sleep." But it was crazy to see Kreese, react in the way he did, and I think that was the moment Silver realized, that Kreese's weakness is Johnny.
Oh yeah.
So that was a moment for him, and then obviously he puts 2 and 2 together later. But yeah, that whole scene was pretty wild. I actually think the after party, that scene with Miguel and Robbie, I was saying this to Jacob. I was frustrated because it's like they were probably going to talk.
You know they're going to fucking milk that in season 5.
All the Stingray, all the stuff with the stupid neighbor happened. It's like this motherfucker got in the way.
It's like, Stingray, I love you, but you just stopped the team up right there. And you know they're going to milk it in season 5 as well. They're going to drag that out.
And the thing is, that's the thing. Like, this is a team up that is so important to a lot of the characters. Because when Miguel and Robbie come together, it's going to, have a domino effect. And then same with Sam and Tori. Once they get on, it's going to help a lot. It's going to start healing others. Mm-hmm. And that rivalry will come to an end, in a collective sense. Because if the rivalry starts one way, like Johnny and Daniel, look how it had a cascading effect in season 2, the school fight. That it needs to end. That's why they got to break the ice just the advice Aisha was giving Sam,
Yeah, that she took in the wrong direction. But,
she's an idiot.
Aisha, quite literally.
I wouldn't say idiot, but she was just misguided because she was using Johnny's nature of embracing offense, but she took it in the literal sense of, striking first a bit too extremely. So yeah, it was definitely it was a good. This was definitely a good episode in some ways. I think the end of the episode, it did set a lot of tension. I mean, because that's when, the whole Miguel, Johnny scene happened. That was really emotional.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely felt sad when Johnny said that to me, because I was like, okay, what happened in season 1, 2, and 3 then with us? You're kidding me? You're gonna say I love you, Robbie, even though we didn't give a shit about Robbie from day one. You told me.
You know what his response to being a father was? No, be there.
You never. you never went to the you never was there when he was born. So why'd you care? Why did you say I love you, Robbie? He said I love you, Miguel, motherfucker.
Yeah, you don't love me. You don't love him either.
He doesn't love me. No one. He loves me. That it's gonna be.
The only thing is you love your and your bloody movie references. You don't love no one.
No be literally he was no be there for his son.
Yeah. I felt
that. And in that moment, he thought Miguel was he said no be there for Miguel either, even though he
said fuck it, I'll be there for none of you. If I can't be there for one of you, I won't be there for
any of you. Ass asleep.
Is he been taking lessons from season 3 Tori or something? It's like Sensei Kreese says, if we're not there for one of them, we don't have to be there for any of them.
But yeah, do you know what? This was the start of Cobra Kai already winning the tournament, because they were trying to set up these.
I remember when we watched it, we literally said after this moment.
Because if Miguel's head's not in there, how's that going to affect the others as well? On his team, Sam's not in it. But then eventually they start to pick up their confidence, but then it got worse. I mean, I got injured again. Trust me, I'm pissed.
Nice if that doesn't happen again.
Sensei.
Yeah, it's definitely not my finest moment, but
no.
I'm going off to Mexico now, so screw all you.
I'm coming to get you, sir. I'm coming to get you.
But this episode actually had a lot to it. Apart from the Stingray stuff was funny. I know the after party is like a rehash of season 2, but I actually like this episode, and I think the Terry Silver stuff, him expanding and doing all of that, I think that was huge. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Ray J.
Completely agree. Kenny agree. A lot of good takeaways from it.
I love this show. I don't think that it has like a worse episode, but if I had to say, if it had to be a worse episode, it would be this one.
Really?
I do not like this episode.
You are an idiot.
Thank you. No,
Where you going, Mr. Payne?
Nowhere now, but I just don't. I every time I'm rewatching season 4, I skip this one. It's one of those episodes where I skip to the Johnny and Silver fight,
the good parts,
and the Miguel and Johnny part. That's it. That's the only part I like about it. Because I feel like they did a lot of things that were forced. The prom fight was very forced and
could have been avoided.
Like, that's the one thing I did not want going into the season. I was like, I don't want a prom fight.
Just one night of fun.
Like, they even literally they were like, okay, they use Ray as like a plot device to get that prom fight started, and like they use we're gonna have it at Stingray's house because we can't have it at the school because obviously there wouldn't be a show anymore if they had a fight at school. But I just didn't like that. I felt like it wasn't needed. The only good part was Silver and Johnny fighting, and I really like the moment between how Kreese in that moment, he was like, okay, like you brought him here, like you could tell like he's heartbroken, like, okay, I don't want you to hurt Johnny and stuff. And that scene, I was scared for Johnny. Like I thought he was gonna get put in the hospital. Like
I remember you were like, no, Johnny, no.
I was like, no. Yeah, I was like, no. Like, but it just, I just like that moment. And Silver, he was on cocaine in that scene. He was back on the cocaine. Like, you could tell. Like,
Let's
Let's
go.
go.
That would have been crazy.
Oh,
Whoa.
hello. Who's that?
Hello, doggy.
This is Evie.
Hello, Evie.
Aw.
Hello. He's gonna get misty.
Hello, Evie.
But I don't know about you guys, but you know the scene
Evie's
where
so cute.
Carmen and Johnny are talking to Shannon.
Yeah.
I told you this earlier, Shamoon. That scene felt like it was on a stage. Like you could tell it was on a sound stage in a studio. It just, I don't know. It's a nitpick for me, but it just felt like it was.
Dog meat pussy.
Every time I watch it, it's on like a sound stage.
Yeah.
Oh, your cat's cute, Jacob.
Strike first, pull hard, no mercy, sir.
Misty the cat.
Misty. But
Misty, Evie, and Loki. I love those names. I actually want to bring Loki, but he's downstairs sleeping, so I can't.
I don't
yeah.
deserve to sleep.
He's proper cuddly though. Honestly, he's like a teddy bear. Big
Did
bunny.
you like the prom fight, RJ?
no,
Or
I
were
did
you
not.
mixed on that too?
You know, I thought he said.
I edited.
I thought he said OJ. Sorry.
OJ's not here.
Demonetized. Don't bring him up.
OJ's not here.
But
Oh, sorry. I honestly
Monetization,
thought he
you.
said that.
I just felt like with the kids, like you could give them one night of fun. Like even like some characters like Sam, she even said like she just wants one night of fun, and then they just
Oh.
Maybe just one night of fun for once.
One night of oatmeal.
one night of fun. Miguel didn't get any better. But I didn't. I
It's
just felt
actually
like
shame though.
they were forcing the prom fight, and then it just felt like I was watching a Disney Channel movie. That scene, like I was watking something off Disney Channel. I'm sorry, but it just felt like that way.
The only thing that was missing was Tinkerbell coming out and going diddle ding. That's what.
Yeah, I was just like, come on, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? Like we go from that to a serious moment, and I'm just like, I was like, can we get to All Valley, man? I was getting pissed off. I didn't like that scene.
Oh, we got to the All Valley, all right?
Yeah, we did, like right after, but it just, I hated that. Like, I really hated how they had to use Stingray as, okay, we're gonna use this character to have it at his house. We just have to have a prom fight. You don't need to have a prom fight. It wasn't needed at all. You could have easily just had it.
To break up the season better, before they introduced, and we said this when we did episodes 1 to 5, we said that before they said no fighting until the tournament, there should have been 100% one major fight mid-season.
And
they should have fought
and
at
then
the park.
you
right
bring
there.
in
Yeah,
no
thank
rules,
you.
so that way, let's say the mid-season fight happens, right? And it isn't like Hawk getting his mohawk shaved. I don't know, move that to episode 6, break the mid-season mold. But then you have a big all-out warfare kind of fight mid-season. That way you've got 3-4 episodes or 2 episodes between then and the All Valley when you can really focus and build up the hype and the tension without shoehorning she doesn't, like sequel. We don't need that shite in here, but carry on.
I just felt like they could have just had, between Miguel and Robbie, Sam and Tori, just have like a conversation or like just a heated conversation.
Yeah, even a short
That's it. Like a short one. That's it. Move on. Like, Jesus Christ, but like you move on with that, and then we get on to the All Valley. But with Miguel, he goes. This is where Johnny. I get it. He was drunk and he was an idiot, and he didn't know where he was. But this is where this was the this solidified it.
Oh, Loki.
Johnny had one last chance after this scene, and that we'll get to that in later. But
we'll get to that later.
When he said "I love you, Robbie," like I was like, I initially thought he said he loved. All
right, I'm a head out. That's what I was thinking when he did that.
But
and then Miguel walks out of frame, like you want to hug someone. He's
like Bert in season 3 where he walked.
That was one of my first ever videos. I was like, just the way Bert just walks off. Like he just walks off like into the. I'm like, someone give him a hug. Come on.
Yeah, like that scene. I was like, wow,
Made me
like
cry.
they did that.
And all the adults were pieces of
But
all the adults were dicks.
I like
this
that
season.
scene. I like everything. I like everything between Silver and Johnny, but I think what would have made it better if Daniel like found him. Like, let's say if Daniel was trying to reach Johnny or something, and like he
Season
finds
3
him
thing again.
like drunk, and then he's like, "What the hell happened?" And then he's like, "I told you to go down there. Like, I told you to mess with him, but you don't listen." Like, that's what I thought they should have had, like Daniel and Johnny like talking. And but yeah, I like that scene. Had me on the edge of my seat between him and Silver. But yeah, I like the episode, but I don't like it at the same time.
Love-hate relationship.
Love-hate relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, perfectly describes the relationship drama that really has that dedicated scene. You think I broke your heart? You broke mine too. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Sorry, no. That makes no sense whatsoever at all. How did he break her heart? He didn't cheat on her.
It's like they were running out
What?
of lines to
I'm
give
like-
Sam
I'm
this
like, what?
season.
That makes no sense. And then out of nowhere, Miguel and Tori have a moment, and I'm like, oh god. Oh
That was
god. The only thing we're missing right now is Eli, Piper, and Moon having a little reenactment. That's all we're missing. Oh, shit.
One more thing about Robbie and Tori. I might be in the minority here, but I feel like their relationship was a little bit rushed this season. Like,
Well, we knew it was happening.
Well, to
so
be
that's
fair,
why
I think they didn't do too bad. I think season 3 laid the foundation.
I mean, like, I don't think it was like bad. It just felt like, you know, can I get more scenes between the
It's
two?
because RJ wish he was the one with Tori.
I mean, hell yeah. I mean, but yeah,
Evie behind
Let's introduce a
Juliana.
different version of the Quicksilver method. Whoa, what? Anyway.
Playing hide and seek.
yeah.
No.
But yes. But yeah, no, I think they did okay with it. Like,
Yeah,
it was
it was
all right. I think they did the smart thing and didn't rush it straight away. Like, they took their time a little bit, which was good. You know,
I do like the scene when she asked her, "Oh, where you working at?" She's like, "In your business." He's like, "All right."
Okay. Yeah, his face in that scene is like, okay,
Okay.
like a damn.
All right, chill, bitch. I won't ask you again.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, chill, Tori. He was just looking out for you.
In your business. And she's like, "All right."
Keep it PG in the chat, please. Keep it PG in the chat, Christ.
Dang.
Keep it PG.
Dang, no.
I'm
God.
sorry. We might have
Keep
to
it PG. He's a
we
fictional
might
character.
announcement. We might have to block King. He's putting some dirty stuff.
King,
in the chat.
first it was your hood
No
language.
nuance, son.
Now
You
it's
are old enough to know
your
that.
your crazy expressions. Oh, Adam. Upset in the car when Miguel done the stereotypical British accent. Good day, milady. My
Listen,
name is-"
you know why he did that? That was a reference to British Miguel. That's why they did it. No.
I
Why
mean,
were
but
people
the thing is,
hating
though,
on
if you
that?
said it, like, it wouldn't sound
Why were
anything
people
like
hating
that.
on that scene?
It
I was
perfectly
laughing my
describes.
ass
That was funny.
Like, when Miguel says, you know,
Hello,
"Good
my
day,
na- my
milady,
name-
my name's Miguel, and I'm going to be your chauffeur."
Against Miguel.
That's what all Americans think us UK folks sound like. It's so
Thank
far
you.
from the truth. That is not
Fucking-
what we sound like at all.
Thank you.
Like, sheesh.
Who
Like,
said all Americans?
No, but I mean, that's the
I'm
general
American.
assumption that we all walk around going, "Good day, milady. My name's Miguel, and I'll be your chauffeur." Hey, yo! Do you know what? I said this before. You know, before we
Whoop.
wait, who were we on the? I think RJ, right? Yeah. Before we transition further on, is Miguel and Sam this season? I think a big problem for them too was they were given all the cringe.
They always give them the cringe.
They got all the cringe this season.
they gave
I mean,
Robbie
Robbie Tori got a bit, but you know, and Robbie's like, "We won't."
Oh,
you know,
God, I hate that
Like,
one.
"Oh, yeah. I'm like, "Ugh, no, smack myself.
Stop
No,
it,
don't
Tanner.
do that."
Stop it.
No, it's not even Tanner. It's just the way the scene's shot. It's just
No,
like, that's his backpack scene. But you know, Miguel and Sam get a lot of that cringe this season, quite a lot. You know, I was just like, eesh.
Like, they
Okay.
took the love
But,
content thing in the hand.
you know, moving forth. Carry on, RJ, before I rudely interrupted you again.
oh, I'm done.
Keep doing that. Oh, okay. All right. Number one student, you're up.
All right. Episode 8. It was everything I expected. It was a lot of cringiness in there. I expected everything in there, to be honest.
I just expected it.
There are some good moments like that I pointed out where I was like, oh, I like that. The scene where they're all like at their LaRusso's house and they take a picture. I was like, oh, that's cool. Like that's a cool thing. We never really see Johnny with the rest of the LaRusso family. But as they're taking the picture, I was just thinking to myself, I was like, there's someone missing. There's someone missing. God, I thought that was a very little unique. I was like, Robbie's missing. He's the only one that's not in there. Damn it.
And then Tori in there as well.
And yeah, Tori too. But
like Shannon in there. There you go. Throw Crease. There you go.
Wow.
That's Thanksgiving sorted.
Well, speaking of Shannon, the thing when she came up, I was like, oh, that's cool. But then I was like, so is Robbie living with Shannon or is he living in the dojo? Where is he living? Like that was my biggest. That was one question. I was like, where's he living?
They said that we were going to find out his living situation. We don't.
No, we didn't.
We don't. They leave it completely ambiguous. Where am I living? I need to know where I'm staying tonight.
Didn't Hayden say that, Shamoon? Didn't Hayden say that we're going to find out his living situation?
I'm sick of hearing
he
Robbie
he
say,
trolled us. We don't find it at all.
oh, thanks for letting me stay here. It was just for the night. Like, I'm sick of hearing Robbie say that.
How about I ask them? Just tweet him. Say, Hayden, you lied.
Yeah, it's hard to cut you off.
It was like, where was he living? I was like, oh, okay, so is he living with his mom now? Like, did she? And then, I guess she just got out of rehab or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, the last time we saw him and his mum interact, it wasn't on good terms. Like he moved like that away from her. So
moving
and
fast.
then I really do like as soon as Shannon brought up Silver, immediately Johnny turned into dark mode 80s Johnny, where he was like, I'll take care of it. You know what I mean? I love that. Immediately when that happened, I was like, I love how he always draws the lines when it comes to his sons. Like anytime something happens to Robbie or Miguel, he's always like, game on. Like let's, what I mean? Let's go.
Leather on, crowbar a hand.
Yeah, it was great. And then Johnny versus Silver, I love it so much. I think more than other people because I was watching that scene. I was like, God, how lucky are we, man? I was like, how lucky are we as fans? Like, I would have never thought that. Watching the first movie that eventually Johnny was going to fight Silver. Like, just watching, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I was like, I can't believe they're actually.
You're a huge fan of the original trilogy. You're eating good with this show.
Yeah, I was like, I can't believe they're not only sharing the same screen together, but they're fighting. Like,
it's just surreal.
It was just, I had to slap myself.
It almost makes you think like if it was a younger Johnny, like
Yeah, a prime Johnny. Yeah, how would that go? But I do like that they were at the old dojo. I didn't notice it at first. It was when I rewatched the episode, I was like, oh crap, they're at the old dojo. I guess I didn't pick up on that. And the whole fight, Silver's just smiling. It just proves that he's descending deeper and deeper into his madness that Priest brought him back into. And then obviously Johnny using Miyagi-Do. I was just like, I can't believe I'm watching this right now. Like, no freaking way that he's doing that. It was just so crazy because he hated LaRusso in the first movie, but little did he know he'd be using the same techniques later. I thought that was great. And then I also love how it's earned the whole season. He was just like, LaRusso, this is stupid, and then he finally uses it, and he uses what his sons are learning throughout the whole season too, with Robbie learning Miyagi-Do and now Miguel learning it. It was pretty great. And then again, it's proven that Crease's weakness is Johnny. I wasn't expecting him to go, let him go. I was like, are they about to throw down now too? But they, you know what I mean? They didn't. They saved Silver, and I felt kind of bad for Silver, and where he was like, I thought this is what you wanted. Like in his twisted mind, he thought he was doing the right thing, but his like puppy eyes that he does, I felt so bad. I kind of felt bad for him. He was only doing what his captain would want. And then the scene that pissed me off the most, but it made me happy, but the potential of a conversation, man, when they both walked in and saw each other, I was like, finally. And then freaking Stingray came in. Like, that was the moment for me that I was like, yeah, Stingray, you deserve that ass beating. You bastard. Like, what the hell? Because
good job.
I wanted to see what they would have said to each other. You know what I mean? Like, what would have been like some hatred there? Or would there have been like
a fifth time?
Actual, yeah, like I don't know.
Conversation of a fight, but
I know, and you kind of see Tanner a little bit, Robert. You kind of see him like his shoulder move as if he's gonna like walk. It's very slight. His shoulder moves as if he's gonna walk, and then Stingray walks in. So I was wondering what they would have said to each other. You know what I mean? Like,
But even
damn
the
it.
expressions on their
there.
faces, it really honestly looks like they wanted to reach out to each other.
Oh yeah, like the way Robbie, he walks in and he immediately drops his face from a smile to like more of like kind of like
He wants to talk.
I wanna like they were just
Miguel
enamored a
wants
little bit.
to
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
And then Stingray walks in.
Stingray, he ruins the whole
Jerk.
thing.
This whole
and then-
season it was people being jerks.
I didn't notice either that Daniel was using Johnny's methods on the first time where he told Anthony, he was like, quiet. I didn't realize that at first. It wasn't until the second rewatch where I was like, oh, they're not learning, but they're using each other's styles. You know what I mean? I like that. I think that's cool. And then the prom fight. Okay, the only thing I like about the prom fight, it felt very much like an episode of Lab Rats. It did feel like a Disney Channel fight or something like that.
Thank you.
It did feel that way, but I only like the prom fight
Lab Rats.
because of two things. It's a reverse of the school fight, and it's a Miguel and Robbie kind of rematch, I guess, in a way. Like, and it also kind of made me go, I hate you for Sam, because Sam, the whole season, I was like, why are you doing the things you're doing? Like, why are you being such
Why are you doing this?
Yeah, why are you doing all that?
Stop
And
it.
like for me, if somebody called me a little bitch, my first thing wouldn't be to kick them in the stomach. I'd probably either just laugh or just walk away. Or, I don't like what prompts you to kick them in the freaking stomach. Like I was like, what are you doing? And when she grabs Robbie, and she's like, she doesn't love, or not, she doesn't love you.
Yeah,
She
that's
doesn't-
basically
That's basically what.
yeah, that's basically that
She doesn't
moment.
love
where-
me. She loves.
Where she's like,
something.
you think I
You
broke
love
your heart?
something that ain't me. There you something.
I when that scene showed up, I remember I was sitting on the couch with my brother, and as soon as she said that, she's like, "You broke my heart too." I remember me and my brother, we were just like,
What? How?
we
That's
were
a
just
Nick
like,
Young
what?
meme right there.
We were
Like,
just like, what the
what?
hell? What is she smoking? What?
What? Yeah,
is she
we
doing?
need some of
What?
that. Like, what the hell are you
Yeah.
talking about?
I was like,
Did
wait a
Robbie
minute,
do it?
whoa,
No.
what's going on?
Yeah,
Jesus, Sam.
it was out of line.
And then it was a weird thing, but I do like the Miguel and Robbie, not only conversation there, but their fight, because I remember I told Jacob, I texted him, I was like, dude, oh my god, the prom fight was so interesting because it showed that Robbie was going deeper into the Cobra Kai methods when he so easily puts Miguel in that chokehold, and it's like that chokehold is so, I think it's so important because he's embracing more of Kreese's methods. You know what I mean? Kreese always goes for like the chokehold kind of things, and he immediately just puts him on the ground. I was like, holy crap! Like, oh my god, you just put, like, Miguel was top dog in season 2, but for you to just immediately get him on like the ground, I was like, oh my god, like, wow. And I love it. Again, it's a reverse school fight, because the whole school fight, Miguel
Sam
was
basically
taunting.
taking lessons from Will Smith in that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Miguel in the school fight was taunting Robbie, but this time it's Robbie taunting Miguel, and his line, you know what I mean, of just
Gives him that
when he's
perspective shift to tease what's
yeah,
coming.
and it
Yes,
also
sir.
plants that seed of doubt in Miguel's mind to where it was just like, that's the official breaking of the champion, because the whole season Miguel was like, he was upset, but he was still going. But what Robbie said to him, I think that's what finally cracked the glass. I think I was like,
That was
yeah,
the final.
that was the final straw. I was like, yeah, he's not winning. There's no way he's winning. And then I noticed, like, when Robbie throws Miguel off the pool, I was like, why is he always throwing Miguel off of things? Like, he's either like throwing him off the balcony.
No matter the rules, he's always throwing him off something.
He's
Yeah,
always
Jacob.
throwing
Yeah,
him off
Jacob.
of
Why are you
something.
doing that all the time, mate?
Jacob, you gotta chill out, bro.
Sorry, it's Sam. What can I say?
Is your problem?
She got on my heartstrings, you know? I broke her heart too, apparently.
Yeah. Well, speaking of heartbreaking, when Johnny breaks Miguel's heart, I just felt. I was just
No,
like,
that's heartbreak.
that's
shit, Dad.
heartbreak.
Heartbreak.
That's
Absolute
how
You broke mine too.
Absolute shit, Dad.
Yeah, that was just a heartbreaking.
Absolute
Drunk or
crap.
not, the fact that he even said he loves Robbie was such a big switch for me.
It
You know
just
what I mean?
drives home how much he wants to.
He
be
wants
there
both
for
of them.
Robbie, and he wants
Yeah.
to be. He wants to make it right, but at the same time, he's got this Miguel dynamic, and he doesn't want to lose that either. Like, it's just.
He
Yeah.
doesn't know what to do.
Season 5 is all right, you know. Johnny's
I
getting
hope-
back, you know. He's got
I
both
can't
his
wait.
boys, you know. Fucking finally! I've fucking been saying it for a whole year. fucking hell. And everyone said, hey, you're a Robbie fan. Fucking yeah, well, wait till season 5 drops, then I'll expect my check in the mail.
You
Yeah,
were
nobody
right.
calls me a Miguel fanboy because they're too scared.
Oh, I might have to start doing some
Actually,
Miguel
I'm not a
videos,
fanboy.
you know.
I'm just nuanced. Thank you
I
very
might have
much.
to start becoming a Miguel fanboy because of the way people are just so
Listen,
stupid.
you betrayed Robbie. You said that. You became an
Carry
Eli
on,
fanboy.
Oh, I think the only thing, I think overall episode 8 for me, it was fine. It was as much cringe as I thought there would be in there, but overall it was fine. And you know, I do like the fact that Kreese kicked Johnny's ass so hard that he pissed himself. When he said that, he was like, "I peed." I was like, "Oh my god!" Can you imagine somebody beating the shit out of you to the point where you peed yourself? But that's episode 8 for you. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Jesus, bro, you are something.
That was what I said. He kicked him. Johnny's like, we're gonna kick their asses so hard, we piss
They
ourselves.
shit themselves. Yeah, we piss ourselves now.
He chases to piss.
Sure.
I mean, hey, we've been done that already, man. We teamed up many times. It's just
Yeah,
Robbie and Miguel
King
that have to
Paris,
team up.
you're a bit behind Thanos, mate. Plus, you put 2 M's in my name. The disrespect from you, sir. You are not nuanced.
Shamoon.
No, he said
2 M's. It's not Shamamoon, it's Shamoon. Fool. Sorry, I've had enough of people call me Shaman with 1 O, 2 M's, fucking Shannon. Got an email the other day, someone called me Shannon. Even though my name says Shamoon. What else you gonna call me? Shaboon? Shagrilla? What the fuck are you gonna call me next? I've had enough. The disrespect of my name is unreal, mate. I swear, if one person calls me something that isn't Shamoon, I'm gonna come right to your house. I'm gonna show you some nuance.
Shannon.
Assholes. It started off with my PSHE teacher, right? I'll tell you a little story. I'll tell you a quick little story. I was in PSHE. Teacher was doing the register. There's a girl that gets called before me, and I was like, okay, I'm getting called next. And she goes, Shannon. Everybody just awkwardly looks at each other. And like, she goes, oh, sorry, Shamoon. And this massive burst of laughter happens. And I'm just like, oh, no, hold on, miss. Why did you call me Shannon? She goes, oh, sorry, the light was reflecting on my laptop so I could see it. Nah, that's bullshit. You've called me Shamoon how many times? You called me Shannon? Shut the fuck up, stupid teacher. Like, she was
okay, Shannon.
And this was like yesterday.
She'll be giving it Ray J.
Yeah, that's a serious story. Like, and then that teacher said she nearly kicked me out just because I said you got my name wrong and it was rude. She didn't like the noise.
Like, she's
Oh, no,
got my
I
name
agree
wrong,
with you.
bitch.
I agree with you. When someone gets your name wrong, especially if they've called you like your correct name before, it pisses me off. Too.
Oh yeah,
that
happens all the time to
the
me.
fact that this woman looked like Theresa May and had that horrible haircut made it even
She
worse.
did a whole bit where she was like, serving the country I love.
And get this, guess what her fucking name was? Miss Bub. And she's calling me my fucking name wrong. Bub, B-U-B-B. Bub. More like, shut the fuck up, Miss Pub, and go drink some alcohol and kill yourself with it, you dumb bitch.
Damn, normally it's me going on rants. But I mean, hey, you know, this is how Miguel and Robbie connect.
I just had enough of people get my name wrong. It's not difficult.
I mean, hell, I can relate to you on that level. I'll give you some. I'll let you console in my story here, where it's similar. Where big assembly hall, the name's Jacob Angel, right? Big assembly hall. We have an award here for Jacob Angle, in front of about 100 or so people, and I had to correct her and say it's Angel. She said, "Sorry, it's Jacob Angel," and they're like, "Oh, Angel, huh?" I was like, "Oh, just give it a damn."
Do you know what would have been funny if you just went, "Yeah, everybody, get your fucking protractor out because I'm Jacob Angle."
Yeah, my right angle.
Oh, obtuse angle.
More of an acute angle. Like
I was just trying to make it more funny with the thing about my name, but I didn't know why people misspell my name. Especially someone's like, "Oh, how's your day going, Shaman?" Yeah, you're a person on my channel, like in my comments, and you always call me that.
Nah, shit.
Why do you think I don't reply to your comment?
fuck's sake.
Jacob.
Oh no, that pissed me off. You've got Jacob Toretto in the Fast franchise, and they spell it with a K. That wound me up. I was like,
Okay,
why?
so if we've got Jacob, we've got Shamon and Jacob. Who the hell are these fools?
Jamoon. There you go, Jamoon.
Jamoon.
That's the alternative name.
You're
Jamoon.
wheezes, man. Oh my god.
But Alex, I believe you were saying beforehand before we
I'm done.
That leaves not Jamoon.
Good day, my lady. My name is Angle.
Oh Jesus.
My name is Rango.
Cletus!
Well, actually, before I
God, my big green
Sorry. I wish I could give you guys context, but it quite simply is back the car up in the driveway. Carry on, Juliana. Carry on.
Well, I mean, even for me, like, I'll send my lecturers an email, and my name is spelt with one N, and they'll always reply with "Hi, Juliana" with two N's. Like, even that, I'm like, my name is right there. You can literally see it. You've known me for ages, and it's just, it pisses me off. So
some people spell my name with
it's
an
all right,
I.
Juliana. Don't worry. Just carry on to your part of the episode.
Well, just before I start, this is just my opinion, so just,
Disclaimer.
All right.
We've all got an opinion.
Okay, so this is probably my least favorite episode in the entire series.
Sorry, distractions.
What do you
The hell?
I'm mesmerized.
It's the color
Adam
of
Driver and
envy.
Shamoon.
Do you remember this?
is
Do you guys
that?
remember that?
Admoon.
That's Shannon.
Shannon
that's
and Adam
that's
Driver.
me
there you
from
go.
like.
Is that going to be your
4 movies.
cosplay outfit?
Jesus, you just
Yeah,
walked into a bloody comic.
That's
Con
me
like,
as
Jesus
Kylo
Christ.
Ren. Yeah. No, that's just me at the gym.
Shamoon.
All right, what was I saying? Yeah,
This was your least favorite episode
Yes.
ever, Juliana.
it is. And, oh wow, I really didn't write many notes on it. Anyway, I'll just
Oh,
go from
lazy.
my head. I'll go from my head. I'll start with the things that I did like. Definitely the Silver Crease and Johnny stuff I really liked. I loved how, Silver's just trying to do what Crease. What is going on?
Just keep going.
Just keep going, Juliana.
Carry on. It's just
I loved
English folk
how
being English folk.
Silver's just trying to follow Crease now. Like, he's trying to get back on the right track and do whatever he can to please him and help him. But now, because it's Johnny, Crease rejects that, and I felt really bad for Silver because he's just trying to please him now. He's like, I thought
this is what you wanted.
Yeah, and it's no wonder. It's absolutely no wonder that in episode 10, Silver one-ups Crease. Like, seriously, that was just to be expected, definitely. The stuff with
It's
the
so
prom.
sad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the stuff with the prom, my biggest disappointment was with the kids was no friendship moments. And I've probably said this a lot of times. You will know how I feel about the prom. But there was just no moment with Miguel and Eli. There was no moment with
There was
all
nothing.
three of them with Dimitri.
Nothing.
Like,
Yep.
they could have had like a parallel to
A
the
trio.
Halloween dance, with
that was a missed opportunity.
yeah, with how
Yeah.
far they've come, or like encouraging Eli to dance with Moon, just something. And it was really sad that it was just all focused on the couples. And I feel the same as who was it that said that? Sorry, I've forgotten. Who was it that said that Tori and Robbie's romance was rushed?
Me.
Right,
Ken,
RJ. So I definitely agree
I
because
disagree.
it felt
All right,
like
Bobby.
it just felt like they were starting to get to know each other, and they just kind of wanted to do this at first to get back and Miguel and Sam, and they'd only really had like a couple of little moments together throughout the season where it kind of seemed like they were interested in each other, more Robbie than Tori, I think. And I have to say, like, I know some people loved their dance.
Oh, I loved it. I thought I was proud of my boy. I was like, hey, show them dance moves.
I hated it, not gonna lie.
Am I just? Can I just interject here quickly?
What
Is
the
it
hell?
is it because right? And this is to both you and RJ. Is it because it's opposite the main ship?
No.
You
Can
guys
I
got
please-
brought out
can I please give my opinion now?
now?
Yeah, I still call
Thank you.
bollocks.
Thank you. The reason why is, and I know that Tanner's a dancer in real life, but I used to be a dancer, and personally, I found the choreography very cringe and hard to watch.
It's personal.
That's the reason why.
That kind of criticism, though, that's a bit,
That's a bit on the
out of
nose, love.
universe. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I was just like, and I thought, really, for a school prom, it just seemed really, I don't know. I didn't really think it was.
Would you ever try that though?
I think on
Not
that,
at a
though,
school prom,
I think
no.
they did as much as they could. Like I think the
Is it the lack
signs
of
were there for
confidence?
Robbie and Tori ages ago. Like it's if you dragged it out any longer, you'd be there for another fucking 50 episodes. Like I think they
don't
did it
mean-
at the right time.
I don't mean drag it out. I wanted more of a connection between the previous episodes. I
I'd
don't
say
mean
they have-
drag
I'd
out.
say in terms of connections, they probably have one of the strongest this season. Like in terms of everyone else, Johnny and Eli, non-existent. Miguel and Eli, non-existent.
I don't know why they
Dimitri and Eli is the only connection this season that could be could even say it's stronger. That's the only one.
I meant
Miguel
in
and
terms
Sam
of like,
falls apart. Johnny and Miguel falls apart. Robbie and everyone else falls apart. Daniel and Anthony's at the rocks. I think for me, it was a connection that was quite strong.
and that's fair enough, but I felt like there was definitely a connection there. I just didn't really feel a romantic connection as much in that sort of sense. But that's just how I felt like when I watched the two of them on screen. I loved how they were connecting throughout the season, but it just, to me, it didn't feel like they were really like interested in each other. It seemed like they had a lot more going on before that. And that's just my opinion. Yeah, and Miguel and Sam, I wasn't interested in them either this season. That they were no better. But one thing that I really did love was that Robbie and Tori, just after that whole little brawl outside, was they just went back to enjoying themselves. They didn't keep holding a grudge or wanting to keep going after Miguel and Sam. I loved how they just went off and just really won in their own way. They won because they didn't let any of this karate bullshit get to them. They had a good night for themselves, and that was good. Yeah. Sam, again, cringe. I don't really have much to say on it. I thought personally the choreography of the poolside fight was actually quite good. It was just the cringiness and the awkward looks surrounding it that I didn't like. And I also felt like having a prom fight was quite unnecessary. Also, Stingray is just such a pathetic character, and I know that's how he's written, but I couldn't really feel sorry for him. I was like, I know he's trying. No, before I'm talking about. Before.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
No. Before.
No.
I felt like it is sad in a sense because it seems like he's quite lonely and he really wants that sense of belonging and that sense of being a part of something, and that's how he felt when he won that challenge in the woods in season 2. So look, I understand him wanting to come back from Cobra Kai, but I just would have thought that he would have just tried to involve himself in other things or, get his life together a little bit more. But of course, when Silver was beating the shit out of him, that was definitely undeserved, of course. And it just really also showed how unhinged Silver is. And I'm like, well, that's Kreese's fault.
It is Kreese's fault, 100%.
It's Kreese's fault. It's Kreese's fault.
Bloody Kreese.
And, they do drop all these little teasers of Miguel and Robbie, but, it's there. They've planted the seeds. It's going to happen eventually. So, I can wait a little bit longer. I think it's worth the wait for them to team up. So, yeah. And again, of course, the heartbreaking moment between Miguel and Johnny, that really got to me. If there was anything in this episode that just really made me feel something, it was that.
I want your sympathies. Thank you very much.
That was well done.
I shed a tear.
Yeah.
I actually did. That made me cry loads.
Yeah, me too.
I'm joking. I didn't cry. I just got sad.
You did cry.
Well, I actually had
Right, you did cry.
I did.
Shut up.
I'll
I didn't
admit
cry.
Shut up.
I'm 100% Oh man.
man.
Getting a little too toxic in here for me.
Oh.
Let's use the buzzwords correctly.
So I think
Use the quotes correctly, so.
I think that's pretty much it. The stuff with Anthony. Oh, I loved that scene with Daniel going quiet. I immediately picked up on that.
Oh, that was amazing.
That was
I forgot to
Johnny's
say
scene.
that.
And I loved how Anthony just went
Quiet.
You know, that was great. I'm thinking, right, you little shit, get some discipline.
Oh, swore.
Sorry.
Language.
That's a bad word.
Sorry.
I'm telling.
I'm telling.
Chaco, bring it over.
I've actually never said anything worse than that on a live stream, so I'd say I'm doing pretty well.
What was that, Alex?
Nothing.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
Nothing. I couldn't get on the internet. Sorry, I got angled. I couldn't get on the internet.
Oh,
It's just
angled.
the randness of it. Fuck.
Carry on.
Jacob, you okay, mate?
Nice. The chicken noodles I had earlier on this like
Chicken noodle.
it's yeah, but you know, fair points, very fair points. I think we're all kind of in unanimous agreement with about 80% of the stuff that happens in the show. You know, that's one of the benchmarks of how great the show is.
I agree, sir.
But I suppose we can transition to Alex. What color?
White.
White.
Why?
That's perfect.
It'll make sense.
I did that just
White.
random.
What? Ooh, there we go. There we
Could
go.
have said grey.
There we
I
go.
noticed,
Now,
that's why I picked
episode 9. Oh, now you see, this is where shit starts picking up. Now, when it opens up,
This
I'm
is
like,
this is the episode that does this.
it goes.
This is the
But
episode
then
of
it
True
opens up. I'm
Oatmeal.
like, wait, we're at the All Wait, what? What? Huh? What? Like, it's such an abrupt kind of, you know, dun, 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 dun. I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, what? What? How are we
Wait,
here already?
Stingray's
Unexpected
putting the
happens.
shit bitten out of him,
And they
then
tease
suddenly,
Anthony again when he's like, and you, or you. And Anthony, it lingers on him once more. I love the cheesy 80s montage of all the dojos. You've got like that 80s retro style of the Miyagi-Do theme. You've got the Cobra Kai theme, you know, and, you know, I like how they announce the, like each person, they're like, you know, they're going to show everyone why they're the best around, you know, paying off the Karate Kid and Miyagi-Do. Then you've got, you know, last year's runner-up, he may be wearing a new gi, but Robbie Keane, blah, 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 blah. And then Cobra Kai, and then, you know, last year's defending champion, Miguel Diaz, as he's whipping the chains. Powerful. And then, you know, it goes throughout the montage. You get the little speeches. But I think the way this episode plays out, I mean, damn, like, I'm just saying, like, you know, all the kids are, like in terms of Sholo, Jacob, and the others are buff, but, I mean, like, Tyler's been putting in that work. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, when he starts doing his Asa thing, I was like,
Oh, yo, when he did the Asa, he was full on
like,
Cobra
shit
Kai.
almighty. I was like, Christ, where was it? Hello, and where has this Robbie Keane been for most of the season? Hell yes. Sign me up. Brilliant. And then he does his little flip. And I love Silver's moment here, where Silver's like, this is the burying move. This is the move that, you know, then no one's going to top. Does the flip, and Johnny's like, ah, shit. And credit to Dimitri as well. You know, Dimitri kicking the whole skills competition off, you know, from where he started to where he is now. Impeccable character development. You've even got Kenny in there, you know, getting some boards and stuff. You've got Kyler. I love that Joe said that when he hit the block, he actually was meant to hit it with his fist, and Joe decided
Improvised it.
And I love that.
That's
Such a Kyler thing. I love it. Freaking love it. And then it could be a throwback in a sense. You know, like in season 2 when they're at Valley Fest and then Hawk does the spin kick on the board. It sort of reminded me of that, where they were trying to do that again and it didn't work. And that's just, you know, Hawk's struggle of overcoming through the episode. And it builds up to this epic moment. You know, Mitch throws the stick at, you know, the judges, runs off stage, and then Robbie does his final, you know, ice, and then screams, veins popping everywhere. And then Cobra Kai in the lead.
He has to explain himself for the 5th time.
And then we get to the song. And I'm never going to forget this. When they're like, Carrie Underwood, I'm like, Who?
I remember.
I
Hold on.
actually didn't know who she
quick.
was.
I don't know
I had
who
to
this
tell
is.
Jacob.
I genuinely
Who is
didn't know.
this?
I had
Yeah,
to tell
I don't give
Jacob
a
and
fuck.
Shamu.
Get out of here. Like, I don't care. But let's Joe Esposito or something. Like, you know, they may be saving it, but I'm like, you know, if you can do it, like, do it. Like, you know, and don't get me wrong, the moment of truth, you know, it's a fancy little gimmick, but I think it just
Just play the
encapsulates
original
my
version.
Song
Yeah.
didn't
with
work
this
well
season
with the scene
is-
at all.
I wanted
Yeah.
a real, like, I wanted this All Valley to be really, like, have a feeling of dread. Like, we could lose. Like, have it feel like all stakes are on. This could go really bad, you know? But it was like the
Yeah.
moment of truth, and she's a great singer, you know, brilliant voice, all that kind of stuff. But then once we get out of that, and then you got like the Robbie and Kenny moment, I freaking love that shit. Then you got the acknowledgement between Robbie and Miguel, like that moment. when Miguel
Dude,
put that
thank
dude
you
on
for
his
bringing
ass,
that up. I love that
right?
part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's that moment where it's just like,
I love
Like
that because
that.
he's just like, oh
Yeah,
god.
yeah,
that's
Robbie
annoying.
was
and then
respecting
even
him. He was
Burt
like,
manages, or
Yeah.
Bort manages to get a punch
I was
in on
like-
like Terry Silver stunt double.
That's what Miguel was doing.
It's awesome. But then I think the best bit is when the Carrie Underwood stuff's done and Dark Miyagi-Do starts playing, and the flashbacks to Robbie's training in Miyagi-Do start playing as the Cobra Kai students are beating people with Miyagi-Do. Like, it's epic. I love it. And remember how I don't know if you guys ever saw that video, did I know you did, Alex, where when Robbie picks up the drum in season 2,
Epic.
it was never really explained if he was ever taught it. And Miguel looks to that drum in season 3. But the way one of the fighters is using their techniques against one of the others, it basically confirms, yes, Robbie was taught the drum technique. Like, in a sense, he was taught it because it was being used right here. And I love Daniel's realization and the final flashback that plays when he's like showing the car one. And then Daniel's like, they know all our moves. Sounds like, wonder how. And then Robbie's just, you know, there with Kenny, and, you know, they're like, yeah. That's actually pretty sick when they do that.
That's a cool handshake, yeah.
And it's just
Yeah,
like, oh, you know,
teach me,
Daniel's going to
RJ.
go and have a nice little conversation with his ass about it. This
With his ass. Oh, whoa. That's...
When the fight starts happening with Miguel and that dude that he knocked out with that spinning kick, I was like, now that's my boy right there. Knock that dude on his ass. Tori and Devon, perfect. But I think, you know, the conversation between, you know, Daniel and Bobby is, it's sort of like that one from the, Jesus Christ. It's sort of like that one from the shop. But this time, you know, on the grand stage where he's like, you know, you wanted to beat us so badly. You did all this stuff, and look where it's got you. You know, never put passion in front of principle. Great quote from the second movie. And it's almost like he's given up trying to tell him to come back. Instead, he's like, you know, here you go. You want to slip this to your friends? Here you go. And then Robbie's thinking about it, and this is before the moment when it starts to pay off. And then you've got Eli getting his flip the script moment back, where I know this was a subject of, well, to me, it's not really a subject of great debate at all. But Moon kisses Eli, and it gives him what he needs. You know, he needs something to boost his confidence, and that gave him all that he needed. In my opinion, that, like, Eli's confidence comes from within, but that gave him the Kickstarter. And the rest of it is himself. But this was like what he needed to really sort of, you know, push himself up a little bit. And as soon as like the music starts playing and there's an F-bomb dropped, you know Kyler's getting dropped off in 3-0 basically. And Kyler again getting off easy, which is why, Kenny, you need to get your brother Sean to throw that guy to the door next season. And I think like Daniel's kind of taken aback by Eli's fighting throughout the rest of the tournament. Like, you know, like he takes his, you know, gi off in 10. Daniel's like that, sort of like, yes.
This is like, what?
Yeah, he's just like, I forgot it's Hawk at heart still, you know.
Yeah.
But then Kyler gets put on his bitch ass again, piece of shit. And then Piper. Okay, right. So Piper steps up like that. Your defense, you have nothing.
You got nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
And then she looks at Johnny. I'm like, yes,
I love
that's
that
right there.
moment,
And Daniel's just like, you know, nodding like that. And I'm like, okay, all right. And then Johnny, I'm like, and then just proceeds to smack her across it. They do this thing like in fights where they do that, they replay it, and she clean off, knocked her face clean off. Now, the bit afterwards, I'm a bit torn on this because you see, this is exactly what Daniel said was going to happen to Robbie. And we have a great scene, RJ, a great moment, you know, a great sort of
Kick me in the
brotherly
face!
bond. You know, a great. Hang on, we're getting to that. We're fighting for that. Well, if you can call it that.
He's not even remorseful.
We're
He's like,
getting to
we'll
this,
get
you
to
know,
that. Yeah.
emotional moment between sensei and student, and it's like brotherly bonding. You know, it gives Robbie the responsibility, and then Kenny's like, you know, he's got a role model, and you know, don't think I'm taking it easy on you now, old man. And then it's Cobra Kai versus Cobra Kai. We haven't actually seen that in live action yet. So having Robbie go against Kenny, very poetic. But the way it plays out, and Kenny gets that hit on Robbie because Robbie doesn't want to hurt him.
Yeah.
And it's you know, not taking anything away from Kenny. Kenny's got that potential at such a young age. Like he can go toe to toe with the best already. Like he's gonna be nuts when he's older. Especially because I mean, as much as Sean's cool with his like brute strength, like Kenny's speed, you know, he's fast. And as soon as Kreese pulls him over, I think Silver knows exactly what's going to happen. But again, Silver just likes to toy with people. He knows that Kreese is going to give Robbie the speech he needs. And Kreese says to him, I thought you wanted to be a champion. Robbie didn't really, you know, he said it himself at the start of the season. You think all I care about is a stupid trophy? No. And then we get Execute Order 66, but with Robbie on Kenny. And, well,
insane.
We know what happens after that. Kenny gets badly hurt and then runs off, you know, holding his face and
At the whole stadium, like, damn.
And, you know, I mean, as much as Robbie should have ended him in a sense, he didn't have to end him like that. Like, you could have reeled it back in just a tad. But he had to see it for himself to understand the gravity of what he has now done, which is paid off at the start of the next episode. Daniel and Miguel have a little moment. Then, you know, it's like, you've been training her, haven't you? It's like, oh, is it, you know, better than turning my champ into a pussy who starts a fight and runs away from it. And
That's one thing.
going at each other again. Like, I think as much as Miguel is number one, Miguel and Eli, I think at this stage in the game, they could be pretty evenly matched too. Even if Miguel was at full strength. Like, I think, you know, you have to remove plot. They could be evenly matched. And I think, you know, it pushes Miguel further away when he's like, you know, whose side are you on? You know, why? This is my friend, you know.
Whose side are you on?
And what I love about this All Valley is it's a lot of perspective shifts. There's a lot of friends fighting friends, even if they're on the same side. And it's even neck and neck, Sholo and Jacob, you know, going at it. And then the moment happens where backsnap. And I think when we were watching it, we were all like, oh, hell nah.
We fighting for this.
Take care, dude. Take care. Thanks for coming by. But, you know, it happens. And I love the way that this episode is edited because you don't hear anything. It's just inaudible. It's like that scene in The Dark Knight after Rachel dies and you don't hear anything but like audible sound, nothing. And you can tell the characters are all screaming and talking. And then the minute you hear dialogue again after like 30 seconds is Sensei! Cut to black. And it's the same music that's played when Johnny and Miguel have that spat in the hospital. It's like, it's perfect. I love it. Now that was a mic drop. Now, before I get to episode 10, that's my overall thoughts on 9. Amazing. Shamoon Knight. You're next, sir.
Amazing episode. I think this is where I think people are complaining about, we didn't get much training sequences with the All Valley, but I think the whole point of this season was to get to the All Valley. They weren't going to mess around. I like how they just got stuck in, and honestly, I didn't want to see any montage prior to All Valley. I just wanted to see them like kind of get there. But I like the way they did it. I can understand why people wanted more, but I mean, I pretty much still liked it. I think the way they had the talks and, you know, getting in there, I liked, but yeah, the Carrie Underwood stuff, please. Like, I didn't know who she was. I appreciate she's a fan. She's a good singer, but the song wasn't great for the actual scene. Like, it needed a bit more
Juice.
oomph, I'd say. Like, in the sense, like, when you watch the season 1 All Valley, you have that oomph with the tournament. And the lack of storytelling within the tournament, the way they kind of, the students stare at each other, the way they like are watching each other, we didn't get much of that. It was too quick. It was kind of like it was just trying to like get us to the main event, like when the quarters come and when the bigger fights come. It was, I think they could have gone with someone else better. Not that Carrie Underwood can't sing, it just didn't really work for me.
Just the tone, it didn't fit.
Yeah,
the tone of her singing did not help the scene.
They should have just played score like in season 1.
Yeah, I think that would have been a better idea. I think they were too ambiguous with that. It was way too ambiguous. And it wasn't very serviceable, in honesty. I think it didn't really come across in a way that fans wanted. Because I've heard most people didn't like it. Like, I don't think I've ever heard one person say that they were like big fan of it, unless there's someone called King Crease who says Carrie Underwood is fine. Simp. But that, like, for real, that was the song is still great, but yeah, just not for the scene. The whole storytelling with the fights, though, that was the part we all loved. But obviously my boy Miguel getting injured was horrible, but it was so profound because that ending to the episode was probably one of the craziest endings I've ever seen. And if you thought like Cobra Kai was a weekly show, imagine if they ended one of the weeks on this episode and you have to wait a week to see the next. You'd be like, holy shit. Yeah, it was a shame, but it made sense why he got injured. He's not 100%. You remember what happened before with the Johnny Miguel stuff? His headspace is not there. And he's not getting oatmeal, which isn't helping him at all.
Well, I mean, it's all about the foundation of the show that's been set. And in season 2, it did show us, that there is stakes. If you get hurt, you're gonna get hurt. So yeah, it makes sense. And he's
I loved the
anyway.
I definitely loved the character moments they had in All Valley. I think that was nice to see. Because, I just, as a joke, I called, I was talking about Carrie Underwood, and I said, unless you're a simp like King Crease Jr.
Simping out here. God.
King is simping. I said, King, don't be simping. You always talk about no simping out here. But no, back to the point. With episode 9, I loved the love the moments you had because the Piper fight. Does this happen? It happens in episode 9, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That fight was hilarious. I honestly love that fight. It's just the way she gets. You have nothing. She sounded like nothing. She was. It's actually talking.
She said it so proudly. I'm like, hold on.
So confident. You have nothing, Jon Snow. You have nothing, Jon Snow. It's like that. Same energy.
For a reason.
But I love the way Sam looked over at Daniel, and then she just does this thing where she looks over at Johnny, and Daniel's like, "What the fuck?" I laughed for that. She was like, "Why is she using that?" Jeez. But it was a wake up call to Daniel to stop being so self righteous.
Yeah, get your head out your own
shit. Ass. My own daughter's going against me. I gotta wake up in this shit.
Hello, LaRusso. Hello.
Yeah, it was.
Back to the Future reference.
I mean, a lot of people criticize the whole Eli Miguel fight. Thank you for the donation. I will steal that.
I was donate to you. He donated to me.
I know. I just wanted to make you laugh. Yeah, but for real.
Thanks, Adam. You did it coincidentally. I was drinking, you dick.
No, I always do it when someone's drinking.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam. You're the man.
Yeah, a lot of people weren't happy with the Miguel Eli fight because they're like, "Oh, that's a way of Cobra Kai." Like, the fight was bad. It was just because I didn't think the fight was bad at all. I just think
brilliant.
It was
people didn't
well
want them to fight.
choreographed too.
Well done.
I love the
Mhm.
fight because it was a fight we hadn't seen in a while since season 2.
Yeah.
And these guys are so equal in fighting now, especially. But
Long way
I think
from
people
that
didn't like seeing them fight because it made it easier for Cobra Kai. But that's what happens when you separate the brackets. It's got to be done, But like, yeah, with that fight scene was amazing. But my boy Eli got lucky. He had plot luck.
Yeah,
And you know
plot
what? I
line
don't
for
think
once
people
in
talk
his
about
favor.
this. They don't talk about this enough, but Moon kissed him and he ends up the whole dynamic of his
Is there
character
like an
just-
elixir in that or something? Like he's like, I want all the smoke. That's it.
Listen,
And
I don't know what she put in her lips, but it fucking made him a champion. So she must have had
it's like
some
the stuff that Poison Ivy puts on hers, but it's like does the opposite.
I
Like,
don't know if she had a champion branded lipstick or some shit and be her own champion. Get a kiss from your girl, that's it.
Peter Pan movie from the early thousands, like where
I don't know what
Yeah.
this is.
one of the kids gets kissed.
There's
and
a
then he
bit of a
starts, like,
mixed. I'll tell you
pulling
what's
down the thing.
funny. There's a bit of a mixed message though. Does this mean you need your ex to kiss you to win a tournament? Is that what they're insinuating? So does
Well,
my
that's why
ex?
Miguel lost.
I don't have an ex, thank God. But like if an ex has to come back to see you and kiss you and then you win, does that mean you need to go back to your old ways? Like what's going on?
No comment.
I'm just playing now, but like, yeah, I mean, Moon obviously has some sort of power because she smokes weed and she's got some sort of thing about herbs. She's obviously Monty Python, yeah. But basically, I was upset with Miguel and the ending sucked. But I love this episode. It's probably you could say it's one of the best episodes.
It's right up there
where
with
we
episode
wanna-
1. For sure.
Yeah. I think it's the stuff you want to get straight into the good stuff, the good shit.
You want to get in
This episode
all the way
definitely
in.
had that.
Well,
So yeah, I'm just happy we saw a really good episode. And you guys obviously didn't like 8. Some of you didn't like 8 or 7 or 6, so it made up for that. But
It made up
this was
for
the
it.
main event.
This
Oh,
is the
can't
main
forget
event.
the Carters and the stuff. I fucking loved all that shit. All that. I loved it. Amazing. Got me pumped. And I watched that actually made the tournament better than the other ones in some ways because we didn't get that realism. Because at karate tournaments, you do have the kata, you have the weapons display, the oatmeal display as well.
What everyone thinks they look like is like Robbie, nice, and then what they're actually like is Mitch.
Yeah, you do get those singular performances though. Yeah, that's what I have to say now. Ray J Payne can speak.
Oh, shit, I can't wait for his. Yeah, sorry.
What the hell was that?
We're experiencing some technical difficulties.
That's
here,
the
folks.
multiverse.
That's
That
some technical difficulty.
I'm sorry, but was that
Right.
Vader? What the fuck was that?
That was a multiverse breaking right there. Jesus.
Yo, was that
multiverse
Doctor
breaking.
Strange in the Multiverse of Madness?
Wait, what?
The multiverse
Multiverse
breaking.
is breaking.
Alex, was that you?
Yeah, my AirPod died. My bad.
This happens every stream.
It happens every stream. My AirPod always dies on me. Sorry about that.
Bro, that was creepy. You sounded like a fucking villain.
It's never gonna get off.
Stop playing that.
Juliana
never gonna
and
get
Alex
old.
are not used to the King stream, so they're probably like, what the fuck is this, Jake?
This is standard, babe. Like, carry on.
Is that?
Juliana's like he's one slap away from...
Oh no! Yeah, she wouldn't even dare. Kenny, go ahead.
Oh,
It's a bit of a far away slap with Juliana.
okay.
Excuse me?
No, Kenny, go ahead.
Okay.
Have a dick.
So we get the tournament what we've all been waiting for, and basically the Carrie Underwood thing. I think good singer. What happened? What now? What the
Every time I'm drinking, man.
Jesus? I don't know what happened, but yeah, the Carrie Underwood stuff. I was like, get that out of here. I want to be more serious. And the Kata stuff, I like. Dimitri, shout out to Dimitri though, like him with
I
the
forgot
Kata.
about him, yeah.
He-
I forget him.
This man is like be coming in like you get on their level. Like I don't care what anybody says. Dimitri is gonna be up there with Robbie, Miguel, and Hulk. Like by the end of
calm down. Hold on now. Like,
no, I mean like, no, wait. I don't mean like he could beat them. I'm saying like he's gonna be like
Kenny.
he's gonna be
You
like
smart ass.
you know what I mean, Jake. Shut up. You know what I mean. I'm not saying he'll be better than them. You know what I mean. But I like how this episode it shows that Miguel is just not there, and Johnny really messed up because he's being a dick about how he's going about things. I said Johnny, not you. I'm talking about your father. Okay, you shut up.
Well, technically mine, but yeah. But that's the common thread.
No one's
my father just doesn't exist in my life. Apparently.
Oh yeah, that's rude.
But
very rude, Juliana.
When he's
well,
like,
it's true. He hasn't been there for either of you the way he should have been. So
some more than others.
Say it.
But basically, I didn't like how he was saying stuff like, "Oh, like we gotta win, and all that stuff." And
oh yeah, that was douchey.
Like, and Miguel, and he's like, "Whose side are you on?" I'm like, Miguel's like, "I'm on your side." Like, you could tell, like he's so.
That pissed me off a little bit.
Like, he's heartbroken. Like, what are you doing?
Like, stop it! You're pushing him away.
Yeah, like you're pushing him away, and like Johnny, like I love the dude, but this is where I like disliked him like a lot in this episode. It's like you're pushing it, dude. Like you're in a way he kind of was. He had his crease moment from the first Karate Kid. He kind of was like,
oh, that's a good one.
That's a fucking good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again. Say that again, you little bitch.
Say that again. Have the scream. Say that again.
Okay, so like this in that episode,
yes.
Like, this episode, episode 10, he was kind of like creased in the first Karate Kid. So he basically was like pushing Miguel. Like he basically said like you have a problem with that in a Johnny way. Like
yeah, that was because of creases.
Sweep the leg.
Yeah. So that's
Sweep the oak.
Sorry. That right there. I'm proud.
That was good.
I'm proud. Like,
RJ, have your oatmeal. Yeah.
I feel like a proud brother right now. That's hey, shit.
Anybody has did that.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like the way he's
joking, I said that.
He's kind of like being aggressive with Miguel. Like he's never been that aggressive with him.
That's
like,
a very good observation.
He's like saying like whose side are you on and all that stuff, and he's trying to like.
The way he said whose side are you on is in a weird way. What if Miguel like says to at some point to Johnny like you were doing what your sensei did to you, and you were putting that on me? Like they could actually say that.
And also like
What are you on?
Kreese and Johnny were like opposite. They switched from like 30 years ago. Where Kreese kind of became like Johnny the last two episodes,
Oatmeal,
and Johnny became Kreese the last two episodes because
I love that.
Kreese is more caring. Johnny was more
absolute legend.
Johnny was like, "We gotta win," and Kreese is the more like caring and all that stuff.
Yeah, he was actually rooting for Tori and Robbie. Yeah,
good
yeah,
man.
And
he was rooting.
Do a video on that, RJ, please.
Yeah, but I like Daniel. I'm sorry, but Daniel pissed me off this season. This episode specifically.
Oh, he pissed me off, but it's understandable.
This dude, if you're like, I get it. Like Miyagi is all you know, but a moment where you should be proud of your daughter, you just like, I just had to fight
you didn't win the right way.
We didn't win the right way. Like,
yeah, but I think it's because we're
what was
so
she
used
supposed to
seeing it
do?
from not Daniel's perspective now, if you know what I mean. That's why it's like that, if you know what I mean.
But, like I get it, but it's like, come on.
Yeah,
like,
all the adults are moving mad this season.
Yeah, this is like the freaking Stranger Things parents. That's what the Cobra Kai.
Oh God,
they were like Stranger Things parents this season, bro. They were just
dump your ass. Get that shit out.
But I like the like Piper. I'm sorry if there's any Piper fan. Stop. Nah. When that moment,
you have nothing.
when she looked at Johnny and Dan, like when she looked at Johnny, I was like, yes, whoop her ass, go all in,
go all in.
Like she kicked her across the face. She was like,
She kicked her across the face so hard, Piper was like, she didn't look like Piper no more.
But I like that moment. Of course, the Kenny and Robbie moment. No.
Yeah. About that, bro.
Kenny did not know what he was going through. He didn't, because he's talking. Jacob, you know the bit where he's talking to Robbie before the fight, and he's like,
I love that scene.
I don't know why they're having a fight against each other, and then like Robbie's like, oh, don't worry.
No, you know what? It's not the luck of the draw. It's the fucking writers.
Yeah,
putting brothers against each other.
Kenny didn't want to do it, and then Robbie's like, you fought hard, like whether you win or lose or whatever.
Tell, like, the minute Robbie steps up, like he's not in it. Like he's still holding back. Mm-hmm. And the minute Kreese says those words, youngling slaughtering. It's like.
But I do like Robbie when he got Street Fighter Evil Eyes Robbie. I freaking love that shit. Like
as King would say, a focused Robbie is a dangerous one.
Matt Reeves, Casman's Robin.
Oatmeal hungry Robbie is a dangerous
please,
Robbie.
Any Robin, even if it's
any
not
Robin, I don't care.
Any Robin, please.
I'll tell you what will beat that. My variant of Miguel any day.
No.
Yeah.
But
no.
Yeah, no.
All right, I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. Just watch.
But when he walks up there and like he kicks Kenny in the, like he's toying with him, like he's just being.
Oh, he's pushing him all over the place
he's
like a ragdoll.
He's being. I'm sorry, I like it, but he's being a full-on asshole about it. Bro. I'm like, okay. Like,
I was embarrassed for Kenny.
See that, Kevin?
Yeah, and then like when he kicks him.
Yeah, Kenny is a little bitch.
Shut up. When he kicks him in the face. And then, like, the whole crowd's like, damn. Like,
damn.
Like, over a point? Like, shit.
And it's in that moment that I think Robbie finally realizes, yeah, I need to stop doing this back and forth bullshit. Like, this now I'm kicking people right in their face. Like, this is like...
Like, it cuts to Miguel. He's like, really, dude? And then, like, Daniel's like, I told you. Like,
Daniel and it almost transitions. Like, he accidentally kicked Miguel over that right. He wanted to kick Kenny in the face. That was conviction. Mm-hmm. He wanted to knock that kid's head off.
You saw his eyes? Like, the fuck?
Oh, dude. He was like, Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going? It's like, whoa, fucking hell, chill out. Like, you ain't got to go that all in.
But, I like Hawk. This is the one thing I like about Eli this episode is that he kind of is the old Eli, the last,
yeah.
After he gets his head shit off, he's very much season 1 Eli before he came Hawk. Like he's not confident. He's not
from the live stream when we watched it. King is like, damn, RG.
Oh yeah, that was funny. King was like, damn, RG.
It's just King's comment. He's just like, nothing, RG. You got nothing the fuck.
You got nothing the fuck. But yeah, because it was like silent. He just said out of nowhere. But,
yeah.
Like you can very much see like Eli. He's not confident. He's not, he's not Hawk anymore. But he's very much kind of like the season 1 before he became Hawk, and he's just not there. He's like, trying to find who he is. And when he beats Kyler's ass, everybody liked that moment. Like,
oh yeah,
get bitch ass Kyler out of here.
It's like just fucking napkins.
But the moment where like he fights Miguel, and Miguel's like, this is my friend. Like he's telling Johnny, like, Johnny.
Yeah, I didn't like it when he said that stuff.
Again, Johnny is being
a dick.
Kreese, like he's being
a-hole.
Like
and a dick.
And when he's fighting,
a-hole.
Yeah, a-hole Kreese. But he basically like Miguel when he wasn't in it. I'm not sure if he would have won it. Even if they didn't have the injury, it's hard to tell because them putting
one of the things we never know.
That's because them putting the injury is like, okay, if we wanted to get Eli.
I think if it's an injured Miguel, I think Eli's coming away with the win. If it's a not injured Miguel, then no.
Yeah, that's what
I agree. I agree, mofos. I agree.
But I just think that back injury, and I'm glad they didn't go like season 2 with it again. I'm glad they didn't do that, but I felt like it was kind of like a punch like in the face of Miguel. I'm not like, literally, but like
Spider-Man 2 stuff.
But like he's just dangerous. Like he's just taking L's after L's. Like Johnny
I'll blame Sam for that.
Asshole.
Thanks, Sam.
For breaking his back.
But
yeah.
Jesus Christ. But the way they
heard
did
someone
it
say that
was like
before.
so heartbreaking because like Miguel's not gonna win, and you just know like it's not
So
it's not his season. So, but that's how I view episode 9. I loved it.
It was a great episode, man. One of my favorites.
Oh yeah, one of the best.
Very intense.
Very intense.
Alexana.
All right, episode
You
9
want
for
to-
me. Episode 9 for me was such a this is what I am here for until the Carrie Underwood thing happened. But we get to it. So the skill competition. The skill competition for me was such a fresh take because I was like, oh shit, these kids know what they're doing. But Robbie's rage, man, when he just screamed. I remember I grabbed my remote. I had to turn it down. I was like, God, dude, like, Jesus Christ, where were you? I was like, where was this Robbie in prison? Like, whoa. So, and I couldn't wait. And then Carrie Underwood happened. Here's the thing. I don't have anything on Carrie Underwood. I don't know her, believe it or not. But it just didn't work. Like, I don't understand.
You could have put
Like, you could have had you could have had freaking Led Zeppelin come in there, big reunion. You could have had all these other rock bands.
Airborne.
Like,
Could have had D. Snyder.
You could have had D. effing
Wait,
Snyder, but
you went from D. Snyder to that. I don't get it.
I wanna rock to the
How do you go
bottom
from
of the
old
truth.
blonde man to young blonde woman? Or actually, no, I don't even know how young she is.
I don't
Yeah.
fucking know.
Swear she's like
I don't
a
even know who
knows.
she is.
She's like
King probably knows.
Yeah,
Anyway.
King, put it in
King,
the
you
chat.
definitely do your research and know everything about her,
King,
mate. You
please,
better tell us.
without the hood language, please put it in the chat.
The hood language was there.
Carry on, Alex.
And the
Anyway,
grammar, please, please do right grammar.
the song is great. Like, the lyrics is a lot. I'm like, oh wow, this is a Cobra Kai song, but it just didn't. I don't know. It just didn't work. It felt very. I'll quote my mom. I remember we were on the couch watching it. My mom looked at me and she was like, "Cobra Kai lost me," and I was like, I had to agree with her. They kind of lost me for a second because I was like, this is what I waited for. Like, are you effing kidding me? But then it stopped and we were like, okay, let's get back into it. So, but the only moment of that I did like is, like you guys said, is when Miguel's fighting that one guy and then Robbie's watching him and he like gives him a subtle like nod. I was like, oh shit, because the whole time I was like, a rematch is happening. Oh my god, like holy crap.
My god.
And then, yeah, like you said, Jake, I remember I watched that episode and I texted Jake, I was like, Robbie knows the drum technique, holy shit, because, like, all the students are using the different,
Sorry,
techniques,
I didn't mean
and
to touch it.
I just thought that was,
Happened off screen, but it happened.
and I would have loved to have seen it, but, oh well. And then I noticed that every tournament we've had, I mean, there's only been 2, but Johnny and Robbie have always been on opposite sides, and it's like, when are they ever gonna be on the same...
The time is now.
Yeah, but we get to that.
Oh, I
And
can't wait to talk
my
about this.
favorite moment of all of season 4, believe it or not, is the Sam when she looks at Johnny and he nods. That scene is so perfect to me because it just works. Like there's no dialogue. It's just straight up just motivation, you know what I mean? And the way he's like so convinced in her, like as his student, the way he just looks at her and he just nods like, do it. I love that. It was just such a good parallel to the Daniel and Robbie relationship, to the Johnny and Sam relationship. I was like, oh, that's so good. And then yeah, the Kenny and Robbie fight. I remember as soon as they announced that they were fighting, I was like, well, Kenny might as well go home because he's not winning.
Pack it back.
You go,
But when-
Kenny.
But
Sam's an expert in backpacks. Just heads
oh
up.
my god.
You know.
But when
my
Robbie
goodness.
kicked Kenny, as soon as he kicked him, I remember I was like, oh, he's dead. Like, I was like, oh shit, they actually killed Kenny. Because the way he kicked him, I thought he like kicked him in the neck or something. I was like, oh, Kenny's dead. All right,
Yeah,
well,
the aim's
violent
any lower,
hit,
that
no,
takes
bro.
head.
it was
so
yeah. As soon as he
You're
kicked him, I was like, oh
crazy, boy.
shit, dude! Like you did that
If
over a
he's hard
point.
enough
Like,
there,
god damn, bro.
collapse throat pipe. Jesus.
You
Yeah,
crazy.
that would have been
But
yeah
killed you, Kenny.
damaged.
Sorry.
And then I
Kenny was
really liked the
funny.
Miguel versus Eli fight more than some
Yeah.
others because not only was it well choreographed, but it was so awesome to see them finally give Eli kind of the respect he deserved, where he's supposed to be on par with Robbie and Miguel, but he's always kind of taking the back seat. But just seeing him go up against Miguel was just, I thought it was just like so great. And Miguel's kick, I remember I was like, holy shit, he's actually gonna freaking do tornado kick. But that just transitioned to then boom, like no, he didn't do it. And the way he's laying there, I kind of like sheltered up because almost, but like I kind of sheltered up because I was like, oh my god, he's like, I was like, he's screaming for his sensei, you know what I mean? And I would have
Goblin
loved
Jr. Gonna cry.
Yeah, you're gonna cry, but I would have loved, maybe this is a nitpick, but I would have loved a moment if right when Miguel, his back went out, I would have loved a moment if we had panned over to Robbie, you know what I mean? Because he's the reason why Miguel is like that. He's literally the reason why that happened. I just wanted to see what his reaction was to it. If he was laughing,
I would hurt you, Jacob, if you did that. You laughed at me when I'm injured.
I've got nothing to laugh about. I've got nothing to laugh about. I'll lose another fucking final again. Carry on, Alex.
But overall, I thought this was a great episode. As much as I would have loved to see a Robbie and Miguel rematch, I think there needed to be something fresh, you know what I mean? So I'm glad they didn't go that route. As much as I wanted it, I'm glad they finally gave Eli, not Hawk, Eli the
it just makes his season 3 development so much better. Like
because you can't. He was the only one training out of all the kids. He was the only one that was like consistently training throughout all of season 3. Exactly. So I loved episode 9 was finally the episode that made me go, this is why I love this show. Like, thank you for finally doing it. Episode 9. But, other than that, that's all I gotta say about it.
It was an episode that went up.
Tits up, ad.
Carry on, Julian.
Why is this an awkward pause?
I definitely liked this one. It was definitely in my top 5 for sure out of the season.
Of course it is.
I'll get the Carrie Underwood stuff out of the way first. With the actual song, The Moment of Truth, and this is a callback to something Briggy said in a couple of streams ago. It was kind of fitting because each character was kind of having their own moment of truth. They'd all kind of been building up and they'd all kind of had their own motives for why they wanted to win, and it really was, their moment of truth. So I think the song
from
definitely
a
worked.
Standpoint, it makes sense.
Yeah, but in terms of how they delivered and had the song performed, it didn't really work. I think if they were going to get someone to do a cover of the song, it just needed to feel a lot more. I don't really know how to describe it, but just that sense of urgency was really missing from this performance. It just felt like kind of like a fun little intermission when really it kind of needed to be useful in the build up to like the final showdowns in the following episodes. So also having her perform it live, maybe if it was just a cover, like a voiceover, it would have been okay.
I think that would have been better.
But the actual performance, having her come in, and it was just to tie into like, the tournament committee and all of that
we
stuff.
We got Carrie Underwood.
Which didn't really, no one cares about. So that's all I really have to say on that.
Yeah, facts. Vote. Damn.
I think as well with the skills category, it would have been better instead of having a full montage is to pick a certain handful of skills and have specific students compete in each category so we could really see who was competing against who and who was really getting the points for which dojo. Because even though it was like a montage and we got to see snippets of everyone, it wasn't really clear who was actually kind of gaining points for, which thing. And, I think it would have been bit more clear cut if we got to see who was actually competing against who in the skills section. That's personally what I think. But the montages are badass, so it was just
if you just put on
little thing.
If you just change the music, it's so good. Just put sicko mode on that shit. It's amazing.
No,
I'm just taking the piss.
I loved the
You must hate Drake
conversation.
though. No.
I love the conversation between Daniel and Robbie because if he's going to teach him anything, it's that never put passion before principle, because even if you win, you lose.
Yes.
And you could see that that really just struck a chord with him. And it's different to all the other methods of persuasion that Daniel has used, like, you're a good person, come back to us, all that sort of bullshit. It really instills something
Bullshit.
within Robbie.
Bullshit.
Sorry again. It really instills that
Nuance.
sense of conflict in Robbie. Yes, the nuance.
Oh,
And I think it also ties in really nicely
Stop
with
using my phrase.
Robbie's arc that goes, with Robbie's arc that goes beyond the trophy. So it's more than just about him trying to win the tournament. It's about him deciding who he wants to be. And
Yeah.
I think this whole conversation really helped shape that. Really helped make him that. Really helped him make that final decision that he does at the end of episode 10,
Long.
because he really has a hard think about, is this what I want? Is this what I want to be?
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I definitely loved that. Eli winning against Kyla was by far the standout moment in this episode for me. I loved it. It was like just,
You
a
hate
clean
Kyla.
sweep. I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. So that was just,
If he lost a point, that would have been quite funny.
oh,
Eli's like, no.
He's like,
Unless it was a
just goes
confidence
Dark
thing.
Hawk on his ass again.
yeah. But I'm glad that didn't
He'd
happen.
have to get disqualified again. But this time he gives a beating to someone who deserves it.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
not that far.
but and this time as well, I loved how at the end Miguel has this realization that Johnny's just really in it for winning, and I think he also felt really bad for Hawk, because he spent a lot of the second half of season 3 trying to convince Hawk to rejoin Johnny's dojo and trying to instill that faith that he had in him beforehand. But now he's really starting to see, maybe Sensei doesn't really care about Hawk and his students. He really just cares about the win and about putting all his eggs in one basket with Miguel. Maybe he really doesn't care. And so I love how he retaliates and says, whose side are you on? And I'm like, yeah, Johnny, whose side are you on? So that whole thing
It was
was
Chris.
definitely really good.
You know what? I'll have to just
That's-
quickly interject and say one thing. You know the whole notion of Johnny winning? There is a lot on the line, and it's just that he's pressuring his students because they're the ones that are in control of that. Like, Johnny is only pressuring them because he doesn't want them to be, losing this fight, because this fight means a lot. But it's just the way he comes across. He doesn't realize that because he thinks he's.
And then
This is
the
different
learning
to what
curve
he
on it.
experienced, so he's kind of like enabling it because he's not thinking of it in the crease way, but he
Well, I
doesn't
mean-
realize he might be coming across in that way.
Well, I mean, I do understand that, but at the same time, this wasn't a fight against Cobra Kai. This was a fight against Miyagi-Do, and Miyagi-Do and
Daniel.
Cobra Kai were supposed to be working together. And part of the reason why they lost the tournament was because they were too busy trying to fight
Right.
each other as well as Cobra Kai, not just
Stigma,
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, that
So-
was the thing they dragged on a lot.
That's the problem with that I have.
but
with
that's
it.
why it pisses me off when Dan said, "You want to team up again?" It's like, too late, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm like,
Pick
really,
your
Dan?
moment, sir.
Come on, bro. Like, just stick. Like, you didn't need to break the team up at all. You could have just,
You'd have just stuck together and got done what you needed to do.
Exactly. And
Actually,
one little
mate.
thing as well that I loved was the little handshake between Miguel and Eli before they started
Finally,
the fight.
some acknowledgement.
Finally, some acknowledgement of
Loved
their
Eli was like,
friendship, yeah.
"Motherfucker, take it easy." And Miguel was like, "Nope." And they did that. Nope. I love that.
I love that. Yeah.
Fucking love it. Just because they fight each other doesn't mean they have to be enemies.
I love it.
Yeah. I
King
think that-
brought up a great point right there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Sorry, but what
That's
King
okay.
said
Whoa.
literally gives. He understands. Did you see King's comment about Apollo?
It's a killer, yeah.
Mm.
Oh man, yeah.
We've
He,
heard that
I
Miguel
just-
even
before.
says
yeah.
it himself at the start of the season. He's like, what about Rocky 3? He's like, why can't the rooster be Apollo? Striking first is more badass. Who goes down?
Oh,
It's
and
true.
before I forget, the way Eli jumped up onto the mat to face Kyla and how they had Cobra playing in the background.
Oh god.
that
yeah.
just said chills. Like, such an amazing callback to season 1 as Eli.
Yeah, down.
That was his Rocky moment, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, I loved it.
Eli
It was,
was Rocky
it was
in this
pure
one.
oatmeal.
Oh, he's pure Rocky. Kyler looked like an idiot. The way he was like,
I thought you were going to say look like
Standing up to
Rocky.
him, he was
Then.
like-
I was like, what?
I'm gonna redeem Rhea.
Oh, nah. Fuck off.
Fair play to Joe though. He plays that role so well, man.
No, he does.
yeah, Joe's pretty
He's
good.
so funny.
Joe's brilliant, but I hope Sean throws that guy.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Sorry, Kenny. When your brother pulls up on that dojo next season, tell him to throw that guy through a door, please. I want him to get the beating of a lifetime. He has avoided an arse beating at every turn.
3 times.
mate. All right.
Hey, you couldn't even put a proper arse beating on him, Miguel, because he had his buddies there. He had,
Oh,
like,
whoa.
4-on-1.
Watch your language, Jacob.
You know, I had to fight him 4-on-1 as well. Hawk almost got a beating on
Arse
him. but he
beating.
dealt
What are
with
we
Brooks,
talking here?
You know. But man, episode 9 is a tasty one. But let's progress into. Before we do that, this time I remember one of my favorite episodes of the entire show. And I'm going to just take this moment to...
The Rise.
I'm just going to take this moment, just before I go any further.
Actually, you know
For
what?
a whole year, I've been called Robbie this, Robbie that, Robbie whatever. What did I fucking say? I said he was coming home. Did I not say it? He's come home. Oh, I love Robbie now. Oh, it doesn't mean it's an opening to start hating Miguel, you absolute
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't like the energy that people
The
hate.
energy is
Robbie from the
it's
start.
messed up.
Love Miguel. Now they flipped it. You
No, they
idiot.
flipped it. It's like
You're supposed to understand the nuance of the characters.
phrases. But yeah, it's just like, you know, what he said. But essentially, you know, I mean, this episode is just fucking nuts. Like, I'm not even going to go minute by minute. I mean, you've got Tori and Sam fighting, and basically, I remember saying that this season needed to bury every rivalry properly, close the book on it, and they do it perfectly. When Tori and
Close
Sam
the
start
laptop.
doing it out, it plays flashbacks of every fight they've ever had. You know, the score's building to the crescendo. Sam's, you know, using all that she's learned. You know, and they dub her the bonsai badass. I love that shit. And then Queen Cobra. Oh, boom! Sick fight. And then you've got Robbie and Dimitri at the start of this episode. Now listen, I'm going to
Anakin.
brag some more. I've been comparing this dude to Anakin for God knows how long, right? And they even say you have the high ground. Like, come on! And I did say Dimitri would get that line, and he gets it. I'm like, I mean, it's cool. But then, you know, Dimitri manages to throw him a man on the floor. I'm like, hey, you know,
Yeah, you come a long
fair
way.
play. But there's a moment, like, it's a pause, like, blink and you'll miss it. Robbie looks like he's smiling. Like, he's smiling when he's fighting. He's like, you've come, like, it's this little moment. But he looks like he's smiling while fighting Dimitri. Like, he's proud of how far he's come. Then he, you know, in fashion, knocks him out. Then you get Kenny in the locker room. Now, this is one of my favorite scenes of the whole show because it's like father, like son. When Johnny saw that Miguel needed someone, Johnny stepped in. Robbie saw that Kenny needed someone, Robbie stepped in. And it's literally a full circle to season 1, where, you know, it's Cobra Kai, no mercy. It's the parallel. It's perfect.
You see
And
the way
he
he
beats
says it.
Anthony's ass, right?
No mercy.
And I love this. The acting by Dallas in this scene is fucking amazing because he grabs in a world of pain. And then the Joker smile. Yes. That.
Yeah, he got a deal with that
Oh.
shit.
And I was like, Anthony, eat that crap right away. And then when Robbie realizes,
Oh, whoa,
like,
whoa, whoa.
it makes
sus.
you put into, you know, it's not stuff if you make it sus. If you put it into
I love
perspective,
saying that,
right,
sorry.
where Anthony, you know, and Robbie would have undoubtedly spent time together while Robbie was staying with the Russos. It's like, oh shit, you know, like, you know, look what I've done. I've trained up a monster that's now beat this kid up. And then, you know, I've done a whole video on that scene. The scene carries on, plays out. Then we get to, I think, what's that? I think Tori faces another opponent, then gets through. Then Miguel's deciding whether or not to come back. And I like that Miguel makes that conscious choice. Like, he's choosing. That's what a lot of the fighters, even the kids at this stage, are choosing their own path.
No,
They're not letting anyone else choose it for them. And I knew Miguel wasn't coming back. Like, I knew as soon as, because thank you, fucking leakers. Because of that image we saw of him in, you know, south of the border, I was like, wait, hang on, why is he going? Oh, right, now it makes sense. So when he said goodbye to Sam, I was like, yeah, he's going to Mexico. He ain't, yeah, that's the last time I've seen him. and then Eli and Robbie. Now this, right, as much as it was a bit of a kind of shoehorn, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. This is epic. Jacob and Tanner are two of the most athletic members of the cast. They're going to go all in with this fight.
Wow, that was one of the best fights
fucking
ever.
did. And I love it. I love it. And then Robbie throws the gi off just to flex the muscles. And, he's like, oh, look at my, And then I'm like, right, Eli, you may have lost the hair, but you've still got that tattoo. You still got that tattoo. Flex it. Let's get that screech. We haven't heard it all season. And it was also symbolic that, it was like they were ripping away their affiliations as well. And I think it's good that people are fighting instead of Miguel being in the picture here, because these two both understand each other's style better than the other. And they've had very similar character arcs, where as much as what Robbie did to Hawk was disgusting, Hawk can understand why Robbie did it because Hawk broke Dimitri's arm. There's that. They can their arcs are so similar. It's almost like they're not even polar opposites. They're almost on the same coin. And then when Eli bows to him there, I think that triggers the Miyagi-Do stuff in Robbie just a little bit more, where he's like, man, I've done everything to this guy and he bows to me. And then it's like, you're showing him respect. This fight should be over right now. And I'm like, this is the best way. He's like, do you want to fight him? And so like, I will beat your ass.
I love that.
He's like a dad. I'll beat your ass, boy.
What did you say to me, young man?
And then I just love Daniel's face when Eli rips off the gi and gives it to Dimitri. And Dimitri's like, well, give me a do with this. And then Tori's like,
funny.
He's like, I got your Robbie,
bro.
And then Daniel's like,
what?
Because I think Daniel forgets that as much as Eli is Eli at this point, it's still Hawk, I mean?
Yeah.
Come on. And you can see Chris, like, I don't know if Khalil did this on purpose, but it's like Chris is like standing there being like a hype man. He's like, oh, like he's eggy. You can see him in the background. And then the fight plays out fucking amazing. And there is a moment where Eli could get the win, but the moment where Robbie could get the win, and he looks at Kenny. Thank you, Kenny. He looks at Kenny, right, and he sees the impact that he's had on Kenny. And he doesn't want that to be the message. So he hesitates. Hawk then whacks him off. Wax him off. And then,
wax on, wax off.
You get to this point where it's just so even, it's neck and neck. And then there's actually, I said this before, the move that Johnny uses to take down Daniel in the fight in the mid-season, where he basically, after he does the pressure points on him and then he grabs him and drops him down. Yeah. That's the same move that Eli does on Robbie. The same move. So even though he's not Johnny, he's still using Johnny's style, and he's using Daniel's style. Like they're both
such a balanced fight.
Yeah, and Robbie and Eli throughout the whole fight are literally using each other's moves to the point where they're even, they're borderline even. Yeah. And then Eli comes out with the better hand and muzzle top him. He got the Rocky story, and then Robbie's like, "Damn, I lost the second time." Yeah, they got to make that right. They can't make my boy lose the third time. I can't handle that.
Yeah.
Then you get the Tori and Sam fight, and you're treated to these moments where Cobra Kai's celebrating. Kylo, even though he done fuck all, he's like, yeah, Cobra Kai, yeah. And the camera pans at Robbie, and Robbie looks at Johnny, and there's an exchange, father and son. And then there's a moment where Johnny goes over to Carmen, what's an Uber? Ask what that is, and whatever.
What's an Uber?
And then Tori, my heart sunk for Tori in this bit. When she finally gets something she feels like she can hold on to, she realizes it's been bought.
Yep.
It's been bought. And Sam got screwed. Like, let's, put it into perspective. Sam got screwed over. But the way the writing in the show is done, I wouldn't have minded. It's like in Creed 2 with Drago and, like Drago's son Victor and Creed. I wouldn't have minded either. Like, if either one won by that point, that speaks to the quality of the writing. And then, you go down memory lane, and Johnny's driving down the motorway looking for Miguel. He sees the dojo all boarded up and closed up. And it's almost like the thing that he created was taken away by his own blood. It's even though Robbie didn't win, he was a catalyst for it to happen. And there's before we get to the moment, season 3, Robbie's unleashing on Johnny, you are weak, all that stuff, locker. And this season, same location, and instead of pushing against him, he embraces. Like, it's a father-son moment, and it's powerful. Like, to me, there's no wishy-washy anymore. Like, I've been asked this before. I just want to put it out there. No, Robbie is not going back to Cobra. Like, to me, that's him home. Like, you don't.
Yep.
That's it. You don't do it. He might consider it while he's in Mexico or whatever, but then as time progresses, he'll just either that or Miyagi though. But
it'll be the Kenny thing where he considers it.
Yeah. Like his objective when he comes back is to get your ass out of there, sir. And that he's gonna have to make up for that. But I love that scene.
Why does Eli's head here look like it's part of his body?
When
Yeah, I know.
But when you have like that scene play out, I think it's been 4 seasons of build-up, and I know everyone's said before that they never felt emotion for Robbie until that scene, but for me, they've been building up to that for 4 seasons. Like it's just because it's now paid off, it feels like that, and it's like, you know, finally, Johnny can now make things right with his blood son and his other son that he just pushed away. Dick. Then you get the Kreese and Silver reveal. Now this, I was like, well, shit. And Silver's like, yes, there it is. And I was like, shit, you're fucked. And he's like, what did you do? And then the score's playing in the background, and Kreese elbows one of the cops. I'm like, yeah, that's an additional charge, by the way, John. And then there's that shot of him in the car at the end. You can tell Kreese has finally had everything caught up to him. He's like, shit, I fucked up bad, really bad. Then you get the Miguel letter of him going to Mexico. And I would freaking love if Johnny's about to go to Mexico in season 5 and Robbie wants to go with him. Johnny's not leaving him behind because of whatever. He just wants him to be safe. But Robbie's like, no, I reckon I owe him one. I'm coming with. But then we get Daniel talking to Miyagi's grave. And when the images were released, I said that would probably be at the end because it's like defeated, all hope is lost. He goes back to the one thing that can give him that hope. And well, I mean, then my boy Chosen walks in. I said, "Oi, you're wrong for that. You can't end it on that moment. Now that's naughty. That's
some
naughty.
damn hope right there.
That's naughty. You've got fucking the protege of Miyagi and the protege of Sato standing side by side, bowing to Miyagi's. Yes, fucking please. Season 5, when? And yeah, I fucking love this episode. It's amazing. The score goes in, and then just so many moments. Even Kreese, you know, I said he has Darth Vader tendencies in his story. Everyone said, "Oh no, I want him to be an out-and-out villain." In season 3, they gave him those flashbacks with Betsy for a reason. They paid it off here, where he finally sees, you know, the perspective of what he did to Johnny. Does he want to repeat that with Tori? No. And he's like, let her do what she wants, and his score's building to an epic crescendo.
I love that scene.
And Silver's like, you little bastard. And it's perfect. And then Daniel and Johnny doing that bow, like, even though it took them a whole fucking season, that bow together was like, okay, that's cool. That was awesome.
Miyagi thing.
And then you've got like, you know, Amanda is brilliant. When Tori like unleashes on Sam, and Amanda's like, oh shit. You know, it's just like, well, your little pep talk when, you know, and then Kreese even, where he's, you know, at the start of the episode where he's like caring for Miguel, he's like, how's the boy? He's like,
he's Johnny in that scene. Is switched.
Yeah, but yeah, you know, I'll bounce off the rest of you guys. That's mostly my.
He was Johnny from season 1 in the tournament. That's basically what Kreese was.
Yeah, the roles flipped.
This episode was. Would you guys say this? Where would you rank this? Like amongst?
Oh, definitely top 5.
Other finales though.
It's top. It's top.
Ooh, the finales have been really good though.
Okay, I'll say this though. It has as far as like hyped up. Like if you're hyped, I think it's top 2. Hyped up.
I agree. I think
I'm not
it's
saying
either
like,
1 or 2. It's either one.
Hyped up, like feeling like you're just like. With
I think season 3's finale is probably the most hype you're ever gonna get.
Yeah.
But this is ranked number 2.
As far as the hype feeling,
hype, yes.
I think the way they leave it
feelings
is so ambiguous as well.
Ooh,
Because even though you know Daniel's brought in Chosen, for example, you're just like, okay, what the fuck is he going to do? Is he going to teach Miyagi the students?
A whole nother dimension to the story.
And Chosen's getting a bigger role.
And the thing is that they don't bring in these characters to get rid of them the next season. They keep them around.
Yeah.
So Chosen ain't going nowhere.
He's gonna have a big role in next season. I love this. The
big
Silver Crease
power.
stuff alone is phenomenal because that's
I'm
something
gonna
we've
watch that episode again.
never seen
Good man.
before, and he's finally defying Crease with his ways. There's a big statement.
Chosen man.
Miguel going to Mexico is something that needs to happen, and I'm gonna go back to that point. I said this to Jacob. Jacob knows it very well, and I don't get how most of the fans don't understand why Robbie and Miguel are gonna go on a journey in season 5 where they will understand each other's stories from previous seasons, and when they come back together, i.e., when Johnny brings them together, they're gonna actually respect each other because they've understood each other's stories. So imagine Robbie and Miguel have given each other a book about the last 3 or 4 seasons based on their story that they didn't understand, all the moments in their story they didn't get, all the perspectives. They switch books, and then they're reading the books, and by the end of it, they go back to each other, and now they're gonna interact.
Because now Robbie's going to understand why Johnny cared for Miguel, and how Miguel will understand how he failed with Robbie.
Yeah, because Robbie is now getting the love from Johnny that Miguel got from him, and he now knows how that feels.
Yep.
Whereas Miguel is going on this lone wolf journey, and he's going to understand how Robbie felt when he was on the run after the fight in the school, and how he was isolated and he had to do things for himself. So that's it. I mean, that in itself, the Miguel going to Mexico was huge because that set up a great arc there, and then obviously the Johnny and Robbie stuff, that's a big arc too. And this was a good finale because I was saying to RJ earlier on, each odd-numbered season tends to be the big ones. Like 2 was the one that set up 3, 4 is the one that sets up 5, and so on. 5 is going into that juicy fanfic territory where you have things like Chosen and Silver happen. You finally get those characters coming together. Episode 10 of season 4 is oatmeal because it's going to create an even bigger oatmeal for season 5. So
oatmeal everywhere.
Just wait for the first episode. Season 5, episode 1 is going to be fucking big. Hot. The oats are hot. It's going to be. I swear. If that's how season 5 opens with Kreese eating oats in prison. Imagine that. He's just eating oats.
Oh, if he eats oatmeal in prison,
I will fucking laugh my ass off that. But honestly, this was a big finale. When you compare it to the others, it's so important for the story. More important than Ned Flanders in bed with his woman. That's the face of a man that cares more about Cobra Kai than his own wife.
Stop! I told you to stop watching Cobra Kai, but I want to see the finale.
It's like when your woman thinks you're cheating, but then you're really just thinking about season 5.
Stop.
Alex hates that. Alex doesn't get the tendencies on the other streams, does he? He wouldn't last a day.
No.
But yeah, man. I've said what I've said. I've rambled on, so I'll let this child to my left or my right. Let this silly young child talk for a bit.
All right,
yo, Darius.
Bit late, Darius.
Most deaf.
Most deaf.
That means
didn't hear what was going on.
But yeah, I love the finale. I think that it has such an emotional feel. Like you're kind of going on like an emotional roller coaster where you're on the edge of your seat with the 2 finals with Tori, Sam, Hawk, and Robbie. Which Hawk and Robbie, that's interesting. That's probably the top 5 like best fights I've seen. Like
probably number 1 in terms of all in. Like,
that is definitely the best. I think it has to be one of the best fights all time in Cobra Kai, and even Karate Kid.
Just the way. Shout out to the stunt team and Tanner and freaking Jacob. Like they
Grease.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Like they went all in with that.
Simpson on this.
Wow. Wow.
Why did you say that, King?
King, I know you're just sat there right now going, laughing behind the keyboard.
Yeah, that laugh. He
Damn
has.
it, man.
He's got that fucking sinister laugh.
Sorry, RJ, carry on.
Why do I always get interrupted?
Why do you always get interrupted at the crucial moments?
But I love that, and I really feel bad for Tori in this episode because like the one win she gets, it's Spot and Silver's bribing. Like you see, like Silver is smug son of a bitch self. He's like put on the jacket, like yeah, we won. Like I'll give you your money and
He
shit.
walked out the ballers or something. It's like, yeah.
Honestly, I
alright.
love that setup with Tori. Like,
Silver's got the
looking at
drip though.
trophy.
We gotta admit,
Yeah,
Silver's got the drip.
I mean, hey, he's got swag.
Yeah, but he's like putting on his jacket like asshole douchebag, and like yeah,
Where's
I'll
his
give you
chain?
money come Monday or whatever. And then, the scene that had me in tears, Robbie coming home. I freaking love this scene. Tanner, the best. This is his best acting scene, and probably his best acting scene in his whole career. Like he put a lot.
He went all.
all in, and this is why I keep saying. The first thing I thought of, I was like, Robin, Matt Reeves universe. Do it. Please.
Even if it's not Jason Todd, get him as Robin.
Imagine him acting with Robert Pattinson and like a scene like that. Like, come on.
Fucking.
Like, you can't tell me you like. But I just love that scene. Every time I watch it, I get a little teary eyed because it's like I remember me and Jacob, we were both watching like, damn.
Oh, like I mean, yeah, because we like your internet cut out beforehand, and I think when I was watching it, like, I wasn't saying a damn thing because I was just like, man, I can't believe this is actually happening. I mean, you know, it's nice to be right, but just the way it played out, man, it hit. And Alex, I remember when we discussed this on the first Legend stream that we did, where the timing of the tear that comes down from Tanner's face, is so perfectly timed with hate inside of me. Drop like it's like it's the hate releasing, like it may have been accidental, but it's perfect.
And that's called acting.
That's called
there.
acting.
When he said dad though, that got me because he hasn't said dad in a while. Like season 2
I was like, Johnny, if you don't fucking hug him, I swear to God, Johnny, I'm gonna handicap you. You better hug him right now. Good man, good. Now go get Miguel. Bring your boys
but
up.
then also when Johnny's voice cracked as well, when he said it's gonna be all right, like just that whole it was perfect.
Sliding into my DMs, Darius.
Yo, Darius, keep it PG. Yeah.
Oh God. But I love that, and Miguel going to Mexico, like you said, Shamoon, like that's just gonna set up a great arc for Miguel. Season 5 is Miguel's season.
It is. It really
My
is.
season, homie.
And it's gonna be a reverse. John Hurwitz freaking confirmed what Shamoon was saying in the past. Like, you know, no one said it until Shamoon said it. Like he was saying that it's gonna be a reverse, and they're gonna see eye to eye. It's gonna bring them together because Miguel's gonna see. And you know what, Jacob, you know what I mean. God damn. But and then we get to Silver and Kreese. And something about this scene, the way like they directed it, the way it was executed, the performance in this scene, you could tell like something was gonna happen. Like it was quiet, and then like Silver's kind of talking, and like the cops, like you could tell
all bullshit.
Yeah. And like Silver, like he had a plan, and the cops come and they arrest Kreese, and then you find out like, oh, like Stingray, and you're like, oh,
what did you do? Like
And it was so perfect because he'd set this up before the All Valley tournament, and then they get there, and Silver says to the Cobra Kai kids during the pep talk, now we're all going to follow Sensei Priest's orders today, aren't we? And he's already got in his head the plan that he's got with Stingray to one-up him.
It's almost like in season 2 when Kreese said, you know, you better listen to every goddamn word that comes out of this man's mouth to Johnny.
Exactly.
See, it's a nice, it's...
Yeah.
Great parallel.
And I think with Miguel, like, you know,
too good.
When he comes back, I think that he's going to stay distant from Johnny.
Yeah.
And you'll get a scene like with Tanner and William. you're gonna seem like that with Sholo Williams. Like they're gonna have an emotional scene. It might be with all three of them. That'll be
Shout out to the person who
we'll all be fucking
Know what I
crying
mean?
at that point. But
God,
I
I'd be
just
fucking
think that-
celebrating, man.
yeah, she's a joy.
Wow,
But,
fucking told you not.
I can't wait for season 5. And with the icing on the cake is where you think Daniel was like just talking to Miyagi like regular, and then boom, Chosen's there. Like that is like a Marvel level ending to
It
like
might pay off
a
my
movie,
theory
like a Marvel
about
movie arc. So,
Chosen training people like Robbie. Just throwing it out there.
I was hyped, bro. Like that was awesome, and I'm glad that he's gonna be more of a series regular. Because I always said, like, when Chosen was brought in season 3, I was like, I want more of him. Like,
more.
imagine finding
great.
Me
like,
too.
I love that fucking scene.
and he's a
of
good
him.
actor too.
That
But
scene
that's-
of
I
him
think
and
that's-
Daniel season 3.
But I can't wait for season 5.
It's
That's all I
basically
gotta
like the Sandman scene from Spider-Man 3 is Chosen and Daniel there, man. It's just powerful.
Yeah.
Alexis.
Are you done? Are you done, RJ?
Oh,
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know if he was done. All right. So episode 10, I have 4 pages of notes. So freaking bear with me, all right? I'm gonna get through all of them. I swear to God, I will. All right.
Go for it.
Episode 10. Episode 10 for me is just the pinnacle of badass Cobra Kai. Like I was watching episode 10. For me, was just my family and I watching episode 10. We were, if you had passed by our house, you would have thought like a murder happened. Like we were screaming at the top of our lungs
Damn.
the whole
Alex must have
time.
been screaming in the entire valley.
Yeah, I was. You could hear me in the valley, man. I was screaming. So let's get into it. Robbie is Anakin. Confirmed. They did it. I loved it. I love how they compared him to Anakin. Perfect. Anyway, Robbie's realization with Kenny. I love that because now Kenny is Sean. Everything that Robbie tried to prevent Kenny from being,
He is now
Kenny has now
created.
become. He is now created, and Robbie better do his damnedest to get that boy out of there, man. Seriously.
Damn right, I'm coming for you, RJ. I'm getting you
I'm
out.
trying, King. I'm trying.
I'm gonna get your ass out there, RJ. Don't worry.
One moment that I love, other than the freaking fight, but to go off of what you said, RJ, about Kreese being more like Johnny, the scene that defined Kreese is not only redemption, but also the fact that he's not as selfish anymore. He actually cares about people. Is a scene with Johnny, not only where he goes, "How's your boy doing?" but when he also tells Johnny, where he says, "If you're not going to come back, then maybe Robbie can be the one to keep Cobra Kai going." I love that line
Just that I
because
didn't know what he was gonna do as well.
I love that line because he not only sees them as family, but he believes like
grandson.
that's his grandson. Like he believes in Robbie so much that he wants him to keep it going. If they can't, like that was just perfect.
But also, like,
And-
to add on to what you're saying, remember the scene where, like, after Robbie says, "You want to fight him?" Like, Silver wants to beat his ass, but Kree's like, "Oh,
Kreese like put his hand out. He's like, wait, whoa.
Beat your ass.
like,
yeah,
Kreese
hang
is
on,
like,
give me a
oh,
second."
you ain't touching my grandson, huh? Like, get your ass out of here."
Oh God, I love that. And
Next season.
yeah, I want to see that too. And then I love how not only Miguel did. I love how Miguel is just. He's just such a. Not only is he such a hero, but I love the way that they broke a champion this season. I love how Miguel just kept getting punched like to the ground, and
That's why I have to do
it
a
just
video
made
on that
him.
shit.
Yeah, it just made him that much more stronger. But I love how not only Miguel's arc, but Robbie's arc kind of came to an even point at the end because they both realized they didn't know what they were fighting for. You know what I mean? This episode, they both didn't know what they were fighting for anymore, and the trophy
Say it
didn't
fucking louder.
mean
Say it louder.
the trophy didn't mean that much. Okay, they didn't need a trophy.
That's
to prove
why
that they
they're
were
similar.
champions. That's why they are similar, and I don't know why people are hating on Miguel now. Love them both.
Yeah,
Love them both.
No,
Go
sorry,
Cobra.
sorry to interject here. I'm going to give you a bit of credit here. This is the only person, other than me and Shimon, that I know that has absolutely advocated for Miguel and Robbie to be on the same page. Like, to the degree of this. Alex, take a bow.
Proud, son.
Take a bow.
I just bowed.
There you go.
Carry on. He fell off the chair.
Not this. That was last stream. I'm not doing it this stream. Okay. Eli versus Robbie. Not only did I lose my goddamn mind, but I'd have to say it was not only the best fight, not only one of the best fights in Cobra Kai, it's one of the best fights in the entire Karate Kid universe. Like,
Agreed.
I just,
to top it.
it was just amazing. Like, it was just such a cool flip in the script that the last time in the last tournament, Robbie was Miyagi-Do, Eli was Cobra Kai. This time they've switched, and it was just
styles.
It's just pinnacle. It was perfectly balanced, if anything. Just a pinnacle of just a great flip and something new, something fresh, something that I didn't know I wanted, but they gave it to us. Like, hats off to the writers, man. And also, I loved it because it was the best defensive fighter versus arguably the best offensive fighter. Like, what is gonna happen? And I love that Robbie didn't use any dirty tactics. He didn't cheat at all. He didn't. Yeah, he fought freaking fair, which I love that. The Miyagi-Do it's still in him, and the scene where they bowed to each other was just that's character development for you, because Hawk and Robbie, they'll never get along. They hate each other.
Oh no,
Eli and Robbie, there might be an understand. Oh god, that bow was amazing.
Especially if Miguel and Robbie are.
Oh yeah, can you imagine the holy trinity of those three? Jesus Christ!
Miguel, Robbie, and Eli. Wait, what if those three fight Silver?
Oh, Silver's done. Silver's done. There's no way.
Silver might be like, come on, pretty boys.
Come on. Oh god, it would be such a Thor, Captain America, Iron Man versus Thanos. It would just be such
exactly the best thing, homie.
I'd be such a good moment.
Wait. What Alex just said there. Cap for Iron Man versus Thanos.
I did that.
Sorry. Well, Alex, say that full screen. You say that full screen.
I said Hawk, Eli, Robbie, and Miguel versus Silver is that of Iron Man, Captain America, Thor versus Thanos. Avengers Endgame freaking level, man. Where it comes down to the three of them. They're the last freaking hope for everything. It comes down to them, and they just gotta band together. Like, oh my god. I'm losing my mind right now. Sorry.
You're fucking up the order again. But nah, if they fucking, I swear to, if they walk towards Silver like that, them three, in an Avengers Endgame Thanos big three thing.
What if they say something like, not party time, but what if they go
oatmeal?
What if they say something? Make Silver go, okay, shit. I know I'm not scared of these guys, but it might make him overthink in a sense, or maybe double like.
That smile that he has will disappear. He will be focused, like, all right, let's do this.
He's like, all right, I better fuck these guys up.
Yeah,
it would be. Silver is. He's gonna have to focus against them three.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Come flying at you. I don't care if they're younger.
You know what? I think what will happen is, I think he's gonna get away with being like proper like. He might fight really dishonorably with them.
Oh yeah, for sure. He has
he might end up like hitting them one of them so hard like they just like wheeze and they can't. It might end up. What if he end up like just like
Robbie might get that.
He already got it in season 4.
Oh my god.
Dude, I'm surprised myself right now. Holy crap.
We got it in season 3 during the first Juvie beat it down.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah,
we did.
Yeah.
I suppose
Miguel, Robbie, Eli,
Miguel
and
level
Dimitri.
injury. I think Robbie will get it.
Yeah.
I think if those three.
Thor beat down where he got bloodied up in that fight against Thanos.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, if those three end up fighting Silver. Wait, for plot, it would mean Silver would win, but who would be the one that kind of gets in the way of those guys? Because they could get the upper hand.
Like them three pull up if Johnny's injured, but then they get hurt and Daniel finds out.
And then Daniel and Johnny are like fighting.
Daniel versus Thanos is the equivalent, or Daniel versus Thanos. Daniel versus Silver is the equivalent of Iron Man snap to Thanos. That is the perfect holy shit moment.
As much as I love Johnny, the one thing the show does is it doesn't disrespect the Karate Kid movies or Daniel and Miyagi. It still keeps that rich, and it still makes if you're a fan of more that kind of stuff, it's still there. And I think, this is why it doesn't have to play out this way verbatim. But, if Johnny hypothetically is the one that's injured, don't worry about Lawrence. I'll take care of him. They've paid off that line many times before. Hawk's hair, Robbie and Juve. It's happened before. So Johnny gets bodied, right? And by this stage in the season, Chosen could be up in the air. But let's just say Chosen's doing something else. He's with Tori or whatever. Or he's with Tori and Sam. There you go. And maybe Anthony. Then you've got Eli, Robbie, and Miguel that find out. Now, Eli is going to bond with Daniel quite a lot this season. All the stuff that we didn't get this season, they'll have next season. A lot of bonding.
Sure. I reckon the Medal of Valor thing, like the whole Miyagi's Medal thing.
Miguel and Daniel have already bonded. That's the two generations of Karate Kid. Robbie's the one that got him back into karate. If Daniel finds out that them three are about to get bodied by Silver, he's pulling up.
Silver's pretty much
Johnny style, season 3.
Silver will wish that he was back in Vietnam once Daniel finds out.
I think Daniel will get a power boost. I think Daniel might actually go to number 1.
He's gonna have the Peter and Goblin moment. He's gonna go.
He's gonna go ham. And how disturbing would that be too to see the Karate Kid?
I think he's gonna learn a few more techniques. There'll be a few more Miyagi-Do techniques he learns that he's going to use in that fight. That's going to make him like lose his shit. He'll be close to using the dragon technique probably.
Like as much as like Chosen for all intents and purposes, right now is number 1.
Yeah.
I think Daniel could definitely be number 1 by the end of this show. Out of everyone,
I think with Chosen and what he learned from him, yes. Because like I told you, when Daniel goes on offense, he becomes Chosen. Because he already knows Miyagi-Do.
Yeah, and we've never seen Daniel lose. We've never seen Daniel lose it when in such a big.
And the thing is, when it plays out, like it's not. I mean, if it plays out, they don't have to do this, but it would just be great. It's like it'd be like, oh my god, Daniel's striking first, but then at the same time, it'd be kind of heartbreaking. You're like, shit, this is the one dude, even in season 4, who didn't want to do this. He railed against it. And then Silver's lying to him. Silver's just going to be antagonizing him, like, see, I told you. And then, you're just going to see the bodies on the floor of Eli, Robbie, and Miguel, and then it's going to fuck him up,
And how amazing would it be if the only person that stops Daniel, since Miyagi's not here anymore, the only person that stops him is Johnny. Could you imagine that? If Johnny comes in, pulls Daniel off, and he's like, you did it. Like, we won. Like, calm down. That'd be a perfect
that is the moment Daniel and Johnny reach balance. Why? Because Daniel actually finally appreciates Johnny for what he was, and same with Johnny. But they both learnt from each other, and that's when the balance. When they both reach that full balance. Because ever since the start of the show, they've been trying to understand each other. That will truly be when the show ends. Because it's about it goes back to balance. It always does.
Yeah. I would love that because they're in debt to each other now. They are in a life debt with each other. They're there for each other now. So it would just be, oh god, I'm starting to shake a little bit. Oh god, the potential here. But yeah, back to the Robbie and Eli fight. It reminded me of the Rocky 4. I don't know if you guys have seen Rocky 4. But Drago versus Rocky. It was just.
They said Rocky references were everywhere. I picked up on them.
Oh god. It was just
who's
so
Rocky
good.
and Adrian, Eli and Moon. It's everywhere.
Oh shit! I didn't think about that. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
And then Rocky 5, Rocky and his apprentice, Robbie and Kenny.
Yep. Oh god! It was one of the best fights in the entire universe. I love that, and I love the fact this is a perfect. I think people are overlooking this a lot. That the moment when Robbie had Eli down on the floor and he had him there. I remember I looked at my brother, I was like, oh shit, he's going to win. But he didn't. He hesitated. And I think that was a way for the creators to prove that a level-headed Robbie is dangerous. He would have won. But if he had won, if he had won, though, he would have never got back his soul. He would have got deeper and deeper into the philosophy of Cobra Kai.
He wants something more important than a trophy.
He wants his father. That's all he wanted. Oh, God.
That's all he ever wanted. He didn't care about the karate or none of that spiel. He just wanted his dad.
Well, I mean, in the first place, he went and joined LaRusso Auto to get Johnny's
just to piss off his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that shot of just Robbie just like with his fist like that as he's looking at Kenny, I just love that shot because it's a picture that speaks 1,000 words. Like it was just a perfect example of like what Robbie has.
Kenny just on the sideline,
Yeah,
You know?
and Robbie didn't just like look at him and then punch. He looked at them, held it, and then he lost the opportunity. I think that was a perfect way for the writers to go. At the end of the day, Robbie had it. He is the better fighter, but at the same time, you needed him to come back. You know what I mean? You needed him to. He had this time. He had to lose for sure. He was just too much. He was on too much shit.
Then that still kind of thing. Just to add on to your point, because Tori wins and Cobra Kai win, he still wins in a sense. Like he's on the winning side. Yeah. So even though, he sees that, right, you know, I could have won by myself, but then winning isn't everything. You know, it gives him both perspectives.
Yep, and it gives him an inverse of Daniel's arc, where Daniel always wins, but this time he loses first in order to understand winning. It's pretty good. These writers are on some shit.
This is why I love you, Alex.
Thank you, man. I love you too. And then, but that scene, it's just Robbie lost again. He lost sight of what he was fighting for. You know what I mean? Him and Miguel, their arcs came to a head. They both didn't realize what the hell they were fighting for anymore. You know what I mean?
Where they can connect.
This is what. Before, it was always Robbie versus Miguel. Season 5 and onward, it's Robbie and Miguel. Now they will be on the same effing page, okay? They will now be... Once they're on the same page, it's pretty much over. Silver better just cradle his ass.
Come on.
It's Tommy and Jason, for Christ's sake. It's Captain America and Iron Man. It's like, we're winning at the end of the day. Oh, God.
Sorry.
And, but the Eli and Robbie fight was great. I love Eli getting the win, because he's always been, like... He's always gotten like the bitch kind of like
been
the
hype man for the
winner. Like I never got that. Man. Yeah, and that scene of him winning and holding that trophy, he is now on level with them. It was always Robbie and Miguel that were the best. Eli is up there too. He's on par with them for sure. Like finally. And LaRusso and Lawrence, now they're officially on the same page. I love how they were both there for Sam. It just made me want to.
I love that.
It just said so much. You know what I mean? These guys have been.
Words.
They've hated each other since they were 17 years old, but now they're on the same page. You know what I mean? They're not only rooting for each other's kids, but they're rooting for each other now.
And when Sam lost, they both went on that stage together.
They both went on that stage.
That.
I love. Oh God, I love that. And finally, me and my brother screamed. Finally, the moment where Daniel walked up and said that Johnny was also a 2-time champ, we screamed finally. Because Johnny is the first person to ever do that. So why hasn't that ever been acknowledged?
Yeah, that made no sense.
Oh God, it was so dumb. But freaking finally, Johnny gets his due, man.
Freaking LaRusso, good man.
And it also proved that Daniel needed Johnny this season. Last season, Johnny needed Daniel. This season, Daniel needed Johnny for sure. He needed him, especially for Sam's sake too. And the Tori and Sam fight was also good because Kreese, the flashback of what Kreese did to Johnny, and now him realizing why that was a mistake. You know what I mean? He flips a script and tells freaking Silver, his life debt brother, like in arms, let her do what she wants. Like that just says so much.
Season 1.
Yeah, now he's just like, let her do what she wants.
Because if you look at Kreese the whole season, like he's very much like Johnny from season 1.
Yeah,
he's still evil little motherfucker. But he
for sure.
But he had like
you're right. No, 100%. No, you're right. This season, Kreese very much proved that he was still human. You know what I mean? Before he was like the manipulator, but whenever it came to Robbie and Tori, he was always straight up with them. You know, it was never through like manipulation. It was always like, I thought you wanted to be a champion. You know what I mean? He can't stand to see them lose. He just can't.
Not them.
It doesn't make sense for him. You know what I mean?
He even gets pissed off with Johnny, where Johnny tells him, you know, hey, you never cared about me or Robbie. He's like, bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, he gets mad, bro.
Yeah, because he does.
He's twisted sort of way.
He cares about them. They're family, you know what I mean? And I could totally see a scene where Kreese, you know, either gets in the way of Silver or he gives his life to save either Johnny or Robbie. I could totally see that happening.
Standard Hollywood redemption, I called it.
And it would make sense, and it would be...
And it's earned.
And it's earned, for Christ's sake, since 1984. Good God. And the scene also that made me, like, finally go, Tori, I understand you now. I'm rooting for you, is the scene where she won. But what does she do? She walks over to Sam and asks, are you okay?
Yeah,
That's
Johnny
freaking character development. Yes, like Johnny did. Like that's freaking character development right there, dude. Like she tried to kill Sam last season and the season beforehand. Now she's asking if she's okay. Like, just keep going. Just God. And the scene. I think you guys mentioned it already, but the scene with Robbie and Johnny, where not only when they reunite, but when they just kind of look at each other after the win.
The camera pans on them.
They don't say anything, and it's just like you just totally get it. Now Johnny.
It pays off that scene in season 1 when Robbie's walking off to the side, and then Johnny looks at him.
It's a flip in the script. It's a flip in the script. And then the scene that almost made me cry when they reunited, it was not only like finally, but it just tugged on my heartstrings. Like Tanner killed that scene, and my whole problem with Robbie has always been he never takes accountability, and when he does, it's very minimal. But now he's finally admitting, not only did I have hate for Miguel, I've also had hate for you, and it didn't lead me anywhere.
And now, in a way, Silver was right. Silver said, you know, if you don't face it, it's going to hold you back forever. And it's not that, you know, I'm better than you. It's that he loves his father still, you know, and that he has all the hate for Miguel, you know.
And it says a lot for Robbie, too, because he didn't, after he realized what he didn't go to his father figure, his former sensei. He went to his father. He went to his father, for Christ's sake. Like, oh my God. And what does Johnny tell him? You know, when he first sees Robbie, he doesn't say, do you feel proud of what you did? The first thing he tells Robbie is like, you kicked ass today. Like, finally, a father thing to say. Like, you did good. Like, it's just a match you lost, but you kicked ass today. I'm proud of you. Like, oh my God. And the moment where they hugged, and you just hear like not only Robbie shaking,
blaming you, Dad.
He calls him Dad, dude.
The way he says it too, like he's so like he's letting it all out.
He's broken. He's broken. He needs.
Just give that boy a hug.
He needs his father, man.
Matt Reeves, Cass, Tanner,
Robin.
Just do it.
This is not Jason Todd. Just make him a Robin, please.
Just make him a Robin, please.
A Robin.
But yeah, that scene was just like a. Even my mom. I don't mean to out you, Mom, but she was crying. Like she was like straight up crying.
Tearing up, man.
I had to like. I was like, it's okay. Like we're gonna. He's home now. Like don't you know what I mean? He's okay. And not only does that scene speak so much for Robbie and Johnny, but it speaks to scenes that now the two former rivals will now become not only on the same page, but the possibility they become brothers. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Holy freaking crap! Holy crap! It's just season 5 is going to be. Oh God! I can't believe they keep going over. They keep jumping the shark even more, and I love it. It's it's amazing.
They are jumping the gun and the
They're
shark.
jumping everything now.
They're jumping the plane, Mexico, everything, all of it.
Yeah, because everyone. Like, here's the thing: everyone is an important character in this puzzle, but the pillars of this show. If there was pillars of this show, like you said,
let them know, Alex.
There's 3 pillars of this show. The backbones of this show: Johnny, Robbie, and Miguel. Daniel is our legacy character, our karate kid.
Skywalker, basically.
But these 3 are what hold it up. Well. You know what I mean? It took us 4 seasons to get here. Fucking finally.
And the thing is, this is, you know, just piggyback on your point. It was like, oh, I stand. Like, right, okay, let's get something important out of the way. The real relationship backbone isn't the lovey-dovey, you know, no. The real relationship,
none of the keys, all that,
and
shit,
the real
please.
love triangle is Robbie, Miguel, and Johnny. It's that. It's been that since day one. That's the very beginning.
Yeah, the Lawrence triangle. It's been there from the beginning.
I'll tell you what, man. The day when Robbie takes that Lawrence surname and then Miguel maybe takes it. Oi, fucking.
Wait, Miguel Lawrence.
Miguel Lawrence brothers. Robbie Lawrence. I mean, come on.
Johnny Lawrence brothers, man.
Carmen Lawrence.
Carmen Lawrence too. Oh God.
Yeah, and then have to take the name, right?
Does that mean Sam's going to be called Samantha Lawrence?
Can you imagine she has the same last name as Robbie and Miguel?
Wait, why would that mean
Sam? The thing
if she marries Miguel and
she
Miguel
kind of like, even though she's not with Johnny's blood son, she ends up with the name Lawrence anyway. It's weird.
It's weird. It's a little weird. Like Robbie's just like, I can never escape you. God damn it.
And then Tori Lawrence. Oh God, they're all going to be family.
They're all going to be family.
Family.
Oh, me over days.
If Miguel and Sam get married, then you know what's going to continue the series in the spin-off. Daniel's not going to be happy. He's going to object at the wedding, and then that will be the
you
Johnny
know
Daniel
what?
story.
Not
You didn't get married the right
Had
way.
a son and gave him Robbie.
Not the
I'll
Miyagi-Do
be
way.
there for you. And it's going to have
Robbie,
Lawrence.
Imagine
So you
that.
can have Tori Lawrence, Miguel Lawrence, Robbie Lawrence, Sam Lawrence. They're all Lawrence.
It'll be a little weird, but you know,
Oh,
whatever.
God.
We waited
Oh,
to
well.
get here.
well.
And then
So
And then I just have a couple more here. Silver betraying Kreese, I didn't expect. I thought they were going to break apart, but I never expected he was going to call the cops on him. Like, that was such a whoa moment where I was like, holy shit, they went there. Like, what's going to happen now? And the line where he says, not only am I going to take care of Lawrence, but I could bring back a couple more
The
people
fact
from
he
Cobra
said
Kai.
Lawrence.
Dude. Oh, God. Yeah, the fact that he singled out Johnny made me go, Johnny, as soon as he gets back,
That's his weakness.
as soon as he gets back, there's going to be a target on all three of their backs. It's going
and
to
it
be
plays into the
insane.
theory that Miguel and Robbie team up against Silver. So if Silver puts him
Do you know why they will team up as well? If anything happens to Johnny in that way, and anything, obviously Kreese is in prison, you have to think about this. Robbie and Miguel's senseis have been effed up by Silver. That's
Yeah.
a good enough reason for them to come together.
That's
Mainly
progression
also
right
because of-
there.
Exactly, progression. They need to have a working relationship in order to respect each other. Because how else are they going to find common ground? There's so many reasons, but they don't want to rehash Johnny and Daniel, like finding common ground and then just end up arguing and fighting. They want to be the difference.
Exactly.
So they need to find something similar.
And it would be so poetic if their next big win, Miguel and Robbie are obviously going to get a big win, but how poetic and awesome would it be if like their next big win isn't a trophy, it's saving their dad's life. Like that'd be so freaking amazing. And we did it together, you know what I mean? Oh god. And yeah, Miguel leaving for Mexico I wasn't expecting, but just the fact that he felt like he was so broken that he had to go find his real father, you know what I mean, was so...
Oh, you can tell the minute he walks in that dojo, he's already, like, his eyes are red as hell. Like, he's already on the verge of, like, just, it's there.
But it also makes me feel like, shit, now we got to worry about Miguel. We just got Robbie. Now we have to go get Miguel. Like,
yeah, and it's been the crux of this show. Anytime we get Robbie, we screw over Miguel. Anytime we get Miguel, we screw over Robbie. You know, it's like, now, there's none of that. Because this is another thing, is William Zabka said his favorite scene from season 2 was the conversation in the car between him and Robbie.
Yeah.
So
that
it's
is
just
a good
like,
scene.
Pays off in season 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
And season 5 will finally bring all three of them together because Miguel is Robbie and Johnny's second chance at life, pretty much. You know what I mean? He's their second chance of becoming a family. So, and then finally, just Chosen coming in was crazy. I remember me and my brother, we screamed at the top of our lungs. We were like, Chosen, oh my god! But I just don't know what's gonna happen with Chosen. Like, is he gonna take over Miyagi-Do now? Is he gonna, like, what is he?
I think he kind of will, and he'll co-sensei.
Yeah, because he could understand all of the kids. You know what I mean? Like Johnny and Daniel.
He's like the Silver. If you think about it, he is the Silver of Miyagi-Do.
Yeah.
He is actually. Yeah,
Daniel is basically the beast of Miyagi-Do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just seeing Chosen back was. I've always liked Chosen. Like, there's something about him that just screams not only badass, but there's something about him that just is like.
You keep for your collection.
Keep
for your collection.
Yeah, and I can't wait for a Chosen and Silver fight. That's gonna be awesome. But
I can't wait for him to say to Silver, "You keep for your collection." And he knocks out his teeth and he hands it back to him. He's like, "You keep."
You're not on a bet with coward. That's the one I want. That's the one I want.
What is King doing?
What's up, peoples?
What's up, King?
Peoples.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
I finally got to meet the knights of the pop culture.
It's been a long time.
Let Juliana talk, man. 4 pages, bro. Really?
I'm done. Juliana, take it over. I'm done.
Hey, my student is well prepared, aren't you, Alex? You're the man.
I'm done. All my notes went to waste, or not went to waste. They've been fulfilled.
No. They've been put to good use. That's just what I do. You know, I make sure it comes through. You know, that's what I do.
All right, I'm gonna take it away now.
All right, take it away, Juliana. I gotta get more water.
Right. So, episode 10. I loved this episode a lot. it was definitely a step up from the last one even.
Oh, is that a sound?
Yeah, hang on, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, I was about to say.
I thought she was actually mad for a second. I was like, wait, what?
That she was like.
No.
I was like,
Yeah.
I did
I
that.
was like, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Damn.
Anyway,
Ignore these schmucks. Go ahead.
so I love this episode because I felt the title was really fitting. The Rise, it was kind of like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, the two champions. What the hell is going on?
Where did
Me
you leave
reshuffling
me?
things.
Okay, I'm not going to start talking until everybody's like settled.
Not Jacob, stop interrupting Juliana. What the
You can
hell's
get
wrong?
rid of these other. You can get
Just-
rid of all these dark individuals. Keep me the
Racist. Get rid of him. He's
Hold on.
Shut
Wait a
up.
minute.
Hell no. He's
Shut up.
fine.
Let Juliana talk. You shut up.
Yeah, guys,
Shut
shut
up.
up, please.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Right.
waiting.
Okay. So I felt the title was really fitting because it felt like both champions, Miguel and Robbie, were rising above the karate drama and rising above revenge and choosing to figure out what's important to them. For Miguel, it was him going to find his dad. For Robbie, it was about reconnecting with his dad. And I love that. So I felt the title was really fitting because it wasn't just about the students that won the trophies. It was about them rising above
Yeah.
all of that karate crap and just really trying to figure out their identities and trying to figure out who they are as people and who they want to be. So I loved that. Dimitri has come really far. I honestly wasn't expecting him to fight Robbie. I thought that he'd be fighting Kyler or something. I was really surprised to see him make it to the semis
I
and
respect
fight
that.
Robbie, but he really put up a good fight. It was,
He did.
you know, it was
Yeah.
pretty, it's pretty good.
I still
I
want
love that. I'll
Dimitri
never
to
forget
kick
how
Kyler's
fun
ass
that
at one
was.
point.
And again, the Anakin reference. I love that. Now that he's gone all
You have
Sith,
the high ground. You're taller.
and then Eli giving the high ground advice. Yeah, that was great too.
Jacob probably went "Oh," when he heard that.
I did more
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
He
And
listens to his dreams.
Robbie as well, discovering Kenny beating up Anthony in the bathroom. I loved Robbie's reaction to that because after, he has this realization, wait, Anthony LaRusso was your bully. It was, hey Darius, it wasn't really Hawk. It was actually Anthony and the middle school kids that were bullying him the most.
Yeah.
And so I think he kind of has this moment like, wow, I really went after, this Hawk guy. And yeah, even though he's been a dickhead in the past, he wasn't actually, the main perpetrator in all the Kenny antics, So he takes that in for a second. But also, he still asks Anthony if he's okay, which goes to show he still cares about him, even though the LaRusso, despite the LaRusso mess. So it was really interesting to see his reaction to that fight, both from the, mainly because he has this idea that, Kenny, he doesn't want Kenny to end up like how he has, but also because he still cares about Anthony. So that was really interesting. I liked that. Also, Miguel realizing that he wasn't really fighting for him anymore, and Sam also kind of feeling like that with her dad. And I think that was a really nice sort of little goodbye for them, just for now, because they both really jumped into their relationship quite quickly at the end of season 3. And I don't think they really had time to process anything from the team up to, Silver coming back to, Miguel getting better and Sam recovering from her PTSD. There's a lot going on. So I think it was very fitting that they might spend some time apart now, and they had that little sort of goodbye. And Miguel said, I'm always rooting for you, Sam. That was really sweet. I liked that. The fight between Robbie and Eli is definitely one of my favorites in the entire Karate Kid universe. Just to echo what you guys were saying, I loved the choreography, especially after they announced the Southern Death Round. And I think Robbie did that flip and then Eli went onto his back.
Oh, God,
and
that
then
was awesome.
That
Yeah.
whole sequence was just phenomenal. And I loved how Robbie and Eli really took in the audience and were like, shit, we're putting on a really good show together. We're both worthy opponents, They recognized each other as worthy opponents. And They bowed
Yeah.
to each other as a sign of respect, and I just love that so much. Like, you know,
To speak
this
on what you were
guy-
saying, Juliana, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
That's
you
okay.
brought up a great point where they did that flip. The moment where Eli jumps back up and you see Robbie, and he's just like, he has a shocked look on his face where he's like, holy shit, he like countered my flip. Like, oh my god, like that was good. Yeah, that was a good
they're
moment.
equals,
Yeah,
you know, they see each other as equals now.
he wasn't expecting that. Yep.
Yeah, and I love that. And Dimitri's expression, I think you guys pointed this out earlier, but I loved that expression when Eli threw him his gi, and then Chris is standing next to him like, yeah. Well, that whole thing was so well done.
Well done.
The only thing missing from the Eli win for me was just like a little look back to Chris, as if to say, you know, you see what you've lost. You see what you lost by not giving
Fuck
a crap
you,
about
yeah.
me, you know?
Yeah.
That would have been nice if they had a little bit of a eye contact.
Do you know what? I was
moment.
hoping there would have been a scene with Moon and Eli, because that kiss, you should have gone, now's my turn to kiss you, for like give me the kiss of destiny to make me win. You know, it would have been quite funny if they just kind of had a little interaction after, because I just feel like they cut after Eli lifted the trophy and that was it. It's like,
That was
where's
it,
that
that's all it's
dialogue?
for.
I want
Yeah.
Moon running to him, kind of
Yeah,
like
they kinda
Ali
had to,
running
like,
Daniel.
yeah.
They could have done Eli running
Yeah.
to Moon. I mean, Eli running
Yeah.
to Moon, Moon running to Eli.
Well, I kind of missed the fact that, like, I felt like that sort of absence that Miguel wasn't there to support Eli with his win. You know, I understand that he was going through so many
Yeah.
different things at that time, but I just love their friendship so much. So I really hope that they have a discussion about it or something next season, because that they're one of my favorite moments.
I
When
think
the
Miguel will
cavalry
definitely
arrives in the
congratulate
valley,
him.
they will indeed.
Yeah.
You might congratulate Tori too, now to think about it, because he doesn't know, obviously.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That'd be interesting to see how they resolve their friendship as well. Like, if they ever become friends again, I don't know. It's kind of weird. They've just
Yeah, that's
like
a weird situation.
that's a really weird love square situation.
Because
But,
some friends are just gonna grow further apart and some are just gonna get closer. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, as they grow up too, as they, you know, after they leave school, when they go off to college or whatever, you know, they're gonna grow and change, and that's why I actually love how the show doesn't always stick with the same character dynamics. They always change and shift, and new relationships grow and evolve, and it goes to show, like, that's what happens, you know, as people. You don't always stay in the one bubble.
That's
you
life.
Go out there
Yeah.
and you experience
and
things. Exactly, that's life.
Time heals all wounds,
Yeah.
unless you're Johnny Daniel,
Yes.
but that's a story.
Time
Yeah,
heals
I
all
agree with
wounds.
that.
That's a good quote. Yeah.
And
Time
I love the conversation between Tori and Amanda too. You know how she says, I'm not asking you to go easy on her, but just play by the rules. And Tori really, you know, takes that on board, which I love. I loved how they announced the Queen Cobra and the Bonsai Badass. That just kind of added another level of
Those are
hype
awesome
to the fight.
nicknames.
Yeah,
Those are
they're
awesome.
just
nicknames.
awesome nicknames. And how they corrected the Johnny for the 2-time champion.
Oh, yeah,
I
that
was
was a good
waiting for
moment.
that. I was
Finally.
waiting for that.
Good job, Daniel.
Yeah.
I think it had to come from Daniel, because it kind of cements like the respect he has for Johnny
Yeah,
now,
he
because it was
he
quite
like
smart.
acknowledged Johnny as an equal. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
two-time
they're
champs.
equals now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was great. And I felt really bad for Sam, actually, because she had no idea what was happening at the end of her fight, why she was, why those points weren't deducted from Tori.
Yeah.
I felt bad for both of them. Like, after Tori
Yeah.
found out that it was,
Both got screwed.
that exactly, they both got screwed over. So I really hope that actually kind of helps them eventually maybe see a little bit of eye to eye, and against Silver and against Cobra Kai, maybe that would be nice.
It's a level of bonding that they didn't have before.
Do you guys think Silver is actually going to pay that ref? You think he scammed the ref out of the rest of the money? You think he's going to pay him?
I don't think he's paid him
out of the rest of the money.
Nah, that's one thing about Silver. He's a man of his word. Like, that's the thing
Yeah.
about the villains. They're always men of their
in
word.
a way where no one could track it back to him, but he paid him.
Yeah, offshore accounts.
Offshore
and
accounts.
stuff.
Offshore
Yeah.
accounts, man. You know how they do it.
I mean, we wouldn't know about.
I don't got offshore accounts. What do you mean?
Well,
Totally got like 5 offshore accounts somewhere.
Yeah, but I
I'm
think he would have
saying-
had to have paid him, because otherwise the ref
He
might
would've.
have said something.
That's
Yeah.
true.
He would have also paid him hush money as well.
The ref nearly made it very obvious, so he had to divert to make it less sus. But he
The
still.
only reason why Terry had to pay that ref was because when Robbie lost to Hawk,
Yeah,
that's
that's
why
what I
he
think,
said
too.
nah, I ain't leaving it in the hands of this girl.
No, I'm securing this.
Not
No,
listen
no,
to
no,
Lil
no, no,
Russo.
no. That would.
Okay.
I think the bribery would have been done way before.
You
I
think
don't
so?
know, man.
I think it was after that.
I think
it
Terry
was
would have
after
been-
that.
Wait, no,
fair,
because
there's
the
not
Devin-
enough time.
Devin thing.
I think he
doesn't
might
make
have done
sense for him
bribery
to do it now.
beforehand because there is moments where oh, she went out after she got hit. I think
the
he
Devin
might
thing,
have done
yeah.
early bribery, but I think that was his cue to really double down on it. So
Yeah,
I think he
I
might
I agree
have
with
bribed
Jacob.
him.
I don't think it's something he'll do right before a fight because that's
You guys
too
think he
obvious.
did it in Karate Kid 3 too? Is that why Mike
Yeah.
Barnes is
Yeah,
just
yeah.
able to just beat the shit out of Daniel for
Well,
to
this
keep
show
getting away
does a
with it?
good effort at
Yeah.
making Karate
It
Kid
could-
3 look better.
I mean, it could go. It could go either way.
possible.
It could go either way, but I agree with what you said, Jacob, because they all felt that Robbie had that fight in the bag. They were like, "Oh, he's winning,"
Yep.
but when he didn't,
Yep.
that's when they kind of panicked. That's when they were like, "Oh shit, we gotta,"
Mm.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But you know
We
what?
can.
Silver probably was hoping he would win it with ease with Robbie, but he was probably like, "Oh
Because you
shit,
can
I'm
tell,
definitely
as
gonna
the
have to
tournament
make
goes
sure
on,
Tori
He
wins."
could have
all
had a
rules that
contingency
affect,
plan. He
Devin
basically just
Tori
said
fight.
okay, if
course he
Robbie
does.
if
It's
Robbie
Terry
wins,
Silver.
I don't have to pay this dude. But if Robbie doesn't win, well, that's when the contingency plan
Listen,
comes.
we
I
might-
it's
I
probably
think
he
he
was so
already
pissed
had
off.
that plan.
We might
in
find
motion.
out the whole plan in
Mm.
season
Yeah.
5. They might bring it up. He might
This could be
explain
It's
it.
start-
probably gonna be the
Oh.
most simplest thing too.
Yeah, he'll just be like, "I just had to bribe some referee
Pulled
before
the
the
ref
tournament."
aside before the match.
Yeah.
And
I think Juliana's trying to finish.
It's okay. Yeah, but that would be interesting, even if it's just a conversation where Terry comes and visits Kreese in jail. And they talk through the bars, and you just, hear Terry taunting him about all these things that he got up to before the
Imagine if it plays
tournament.
out like a scene from the Batman of the Riddler, and it's just like Silver just trolling him,
Oh,
and then Kreese just going, "I am Cobra.
what have you
Kai.
done?
I am
Just
Cobra."
a little side note, I absolutely loved that scene between Batman and the Riddler.
I love that scene too. It was
Yeah, me
so
too.
good.
Back to topic now.
So I loved how once Tori won,
I love that
the
scene, though.
first thing she did was not celebrate her win. The first thing she did
You're
was
right.
ask if Sam was okay.
Are you okay?
And
That's
that
character
was
development
just-
right there.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Huge
And
amount.
that was actually the moment where I thought, okay,
Dude,
I'm actually
I
starting
straight
to
had a
like this girl
Scooby Doo
now.
moment. I said,
I love Sam was like, what?
Oh,
Sam's
fuck
like,
you
"What
on
you
about?
And
What do
it's
you
It's
mean?
like, rewind that back. Did she just say, I want to check on Samantha LaRusso? Hold on, wait a minute. Good for her.
You know
But it was-
why? Because Amanda said that right before the fight. Don't kill my daughter. I just want to cheer her and
But I-
Can't
just
blame
play
her
by
for
the
having
rules.
issues with you after what you did.
But I do think that Tori would have genuinely asked that anyway, because
I think
even if
She feels bad.
because she does feel bad, and that elbow to the eye, that wasn't intentional.
Accidental.
So I think
Nah,
she would
that
have
actually
said it.
was.
If you pay attention throughout the season, every time the school fight or the house fight was brought up, Tori kind of looks uncomfortable. She kind of looks like
She's ashamed. She's
Does.
ashamed. Yeah.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
she
She's
goes back to
amazed of
school,
herself.
you see her reaction. Everyone's looking at her. She definitely doesn't feel great about it. She knows she screwed up in that way. And then Sam goes, "Come for you, bitch."
Oh,
On
God,
site.
see,
Forget about that.
Yeah, just
On
we
site.
had a good hour
just
with not
trying
mentioning
to
that
put
shite.
this in Corey's favor here. That's why I brought that up.
Fucking Jesus.
Yeah. No, I get you. But Kreese coming to some sort of
Fucking
realization that maybe some of what he's done in the past was wrong was interesting, because he only had that realization when it came to two of his weaknesses, which were Johnny and Tori. He never really considered his actions with anyone he doesn't care about. So it'll be
Right.
interesting. I think the real test of his redemption will be
Next
how he reacts to someone getting hurt that he actually doesn't really care about.
I mean, what if while he's inside the slammer, what if he has a Robbie situation where he's got to, keep an eye on
Defend
someone else?
someone. That would be really interesting.
Well, what if he has to keep an eye out on?
Oh, Trey and Cruz better be in there. He better hire them.
I hope they come back for a
I
bit.
really want him to run into his
You know
former
what?
bully.
I
I really
think,
want him to run into his former bully,
I
though,
really
bro.
hope if they can get Dutch to come back, that'd be great.
I think Trey and Cruz could get.
Oh, they've
bailed
got
out
to come
by
back.
Silver.
But King
They
just
could be
said
the
another
new-
one as well. His former.
could be the
I
new
want him
Snake
to
and
run
Dennis.
into his former bully, bro. I really want that to happen.
David.
What
I
if
think.
What if that bully works with Snake and Dennis? I mean, not Snake and Dennis. What if Crease's former bully like talks to Trey and Cruz, or they try and like beat up Crease or something, and then Crease ends up. Crease has a prison fight.
Crease
He
is
does a
definitely
wall.
getting,
He
he's
does a
definitely getting
wall
fight in
run.
there.
You're like
He's
Robin.
getting a fight.
Yeah.
I'd love to see a prison fight with
Chris
Chris.
doing a wall run.
Yeah,
It's
the
just
wall
like
run.
what Jacob was talking about. How about I put your head through this table and
Yeah,
then we
someone
call
comes
it
up to you
good.
and tries doing the Sean stuff. It's like, that's my table, home. It's like, I don't really care whose table it is. I'm gonna put your head
Wait,
through
what
it
if
you're on
What
move.
if there's another Sean type in Crease's prison?
Oh, what
and
if
he's-
it's like that student
he's like-
from Cobra Kai, like the I don't want to say it outright, but you know, the one that Johnny completely ignores in the bathroom. You know, he's like, "Hey, Johnny, what's up?" You know, after Daniel like douses him in the water and then just
Oh yeah,
fucking-
Spider-Man.
Oh,
Why would he be in prison?
I don't know. Maybe he was sent down the wrong path.
He's
It's the
Spider-Man.
budget, man.
Prison.
What if we?
It's
what
the
if we
budget.
Just basically see like Sean 2.0. He's like twice the size. He's like 7 foot. Oh, no. Why
Oh,
don't they just get
Lord.
Zion Williamson?
Not even.
You're
like
wrong.
a 7-foot
You're
Russian
wrong. I know what you're doing.
That's my table, homie.
Or not even. Just get
Just
like
get
a
Kareem
guy- get like a
Abdul-Jabbar.
Victor Drago type kind of guy in there.
Get Shaq.
Kareem versus
Or not even.
Crease.
Get the guy from Fast and Furious 6. You know, the big Russian dude that fights Hobbs.
Oh.
Get him in there.
Hoss.
That's a fight.
Or just get
Pretty
the
smart
Rock.
to throw down.
Chuck
Rock
Norris.
and Cobra Kai.
Chuck
Please no.
Norris.
Doing wall runs.
Now, do you know the Rock? Anything he's in, it's just immediately his franchise. So now, please, never.
He just plays the Rock in every movie. He's just playing the Rock.
Every single movie.
Yeah, it's kind of. He's just
it's
secure in the
a bit
bag.
like it's a bit like Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
But the thing is with Samuel L.
I
Jackson,
mean, but the
he's
thing is, like, speaking like on that
he's more
with Chuck
funny.
Norris, like, did you guys know that Chuck Norris hit 11 out of 10 targets with 9 bullets?
What?
It's Chuck Norris.
Do you know I hit 15 out of 10 targets? So Chuck Norris ain't got shit on me.
Chuck Norris built the hospital that he was born in.
Oh Lord. Oh God, I hate these jokes. Juliana, do you have anything else left?
Yeah.
King,
Stop this show,
if you don't like these jokes, sir, then please leave with your
Dog,
hood.
I live in
Exit with
Texas.
your hood language.
At any time, King says something stupid, you just say no hood language, please kick him out.
Snake bit Chuck Norris. The snake died 2 days later.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh
Sorry,
gosh.
these jokes
What is
are
it? Is it 2012? Is that what it is? We doing these
It's
Chuck
like
Norris
those
memes?
Zlatan Ibrahimovic memes. It's like
I
the
love
party
that. I love
doesn't, like
those Zlatan
Zlatan
memes.
doesn't go to the party. The party is Zlatan.
You guys
No
are too
pillow, no
chaotic.
party. Do you remember that?
But I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've all kind of, you know, rounded off our season 4 overall thoughts.
Is there any other
Juliana,
juicy
do you have
gossip?
anything else to add?
Is there any juicy things, Jacob?
Not really, but like to just echo what you guys said, I loved the moment between Robbie and Johnny. I think there was definitely a build up towards that, and I'm really happy that we finally got to see that. And especially because when they were both talking, their voices were just cracking and there were tears, and it was just, yeah, it just really, really got me. I
Stop
loved how
blaming me,
Silver tricked Crease. I thought, you know, that was definitely coming up. I didn't see how he could not do it. You know, Crease had just stuffed this poor guy's mental health up, and you know what? He just got what's coming to him. I couldn't feel sorry for him. And you know, that scene where Crease is just self-reflecting and just sighs in the police car, you know, I loved how that's how it ended, because he might actually have an idea that he's done something wrong for once.
That's some pretty fucked up stuff.
He got
So-
what he got what was coming. He rattled the snake. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
listen,
he got.
he
He got what was
poked the
coming to
bear.
him.
He
You
poked
reap
the
what
bear.
you sow. You reap what you sow.
And just to
It's
finish,
like, it's not like this is a new thing. Crease has been doing this since the start of the show to
Exactly.
everyone, and he did it to the
I
one
miss-
person who's going to bite back. You know, it's
Exactly.
like,
Kind of strength.
and not with his fists, with his mind.
One person more ruthless
I love
than
that.
he is.
he's
One
such
person
a
I'll go further than
psychological
Crease.
villain just as much as he is, you know.
This is that moment in videos where I'm like, oh, that's good. Get that on a shirt.
Oh, that's good. Oh, get that on a t-shirt. Oh, that's good. You have those moments in every single stream we do.
Yeah, just the last thing was just
Where the hell have you
ending
been?
scene with Chosen. I love
He was
that.
busy like fixing his
Yeah,
nose.
the
up.
Chosen scene speaks a lot in and of
Yeah.
itself. Yeah.
Plastic
Great
surgery.
setup. Really great setup. If there's anyone I'd
Alright,
wanted
I'm
back,
out.
that was him.
It's so crazy too because he didn't even. It's not even up for debate. He tried to kill Daniel and Karate Kid 2, and just seeing the fact that they're both on the same page, like they're the new age Miyagi and Sato, just perfect.
What do you guys think he told
Them two
Chosen
can
to like
forgive each
get his
other.
help? Like, you guys think he was like? You guys think Chosen? You think Chosen was easy to convince, or did it take a little bit?
You know what?
I think once he brought up
wanted
that
to
they're
help Daniel since season 3 at the end.
I think that
I don't
because
know.
this goes back to Mr. Miyagi and the legacy of Miyagi-Do, that
it would have been
Kreese
instant.
and Silver have been constantly insulting over the decades.
You guys remember?
He would have been there in seconds.
Yeah, that's what
That's
I
why I
reckon.
think Chosen might be a little like pissed at Robbie for teaching the Miyagi-Do.
Yeah.
Secrets
I
to-
think
Well, if anyone
Maybe
can help
weapon.
Robbie, it's Chosen. I mean,
Yeah.
that's gonna be another big one.
That's true.
I'd love for Eli to finally have a good sensei. Maybe it'll be Chosen.
Yeah.
The
Eli
thing
was
is,
first.
though, with the you guys got to remember when Chosen had that conversation with Daniel before he left Okinawa. Daniel says to him, "I wish
every
all
rivalry
rivalries
could
could end
end
like
like
this."
this.
And
Yeah.
he says,
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
Exactly. Let me finish it,
Yeah.
motherfuckers. And and then he just ends up like making it very clear, like
They put that
they're
there,
gonna bring him
bro.
back for a good
Yeah.
reason. And funny enough, they brought him back for a rivalry technically. So I mean, I'm sure Daniel's given him the dossier and everything that's happened.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Kreese and
It's
Silver
serious.
need to see the other side of Miyagi-Do. They really need to see the other side. You know, they're like, "Oh shit, this is
Yeah.
Miyagi-Do. Why don't you do
It's,
it?"
it's already weird that they talk so much shit about it when it beat them like multiple times. It's always been really weird to me.
Oh yeah.
I really want
Like,
to see
you know,
Chosen's.
there's this
I wanna
thing
see
with
his
the Cobra
opinion on
Kai
it,
is more
Paul.
badass, but Chosen Kai or Chosen Do is
Chosen Do.
Chosen
Do you
dough.
kind of think, you guys, I kind of feel like
get that on a chef.
I feel like Chosen's sort of gonna operate as a Miyagi with Daniel, because the way Jacob, your face.
Fucking hot. All right, carry on.
Yeah, I was honestly wondering what the hell is
Sat
he
there with a
doing.
box of tissues.
It looked kind of sus, but anyway.
Everything is sus. I don't think you sus.
No, this guy's on some sus stuff.
Yeah, Kenny's on some sus stuff.
No, I
But
think
yeah,
you
I
are.
mean, shut the hell up, all right, RJ.
Shut the hell up, penis friend.
Stay in Mexico, you bitch ass.
I will.
See you in Mexico.
At least I'm gonna find my dad. Your dad wanted you to go in the army, you little bitch.
Watch your money, little bitch.
I'm just gonna.
But no,
If you play
Yeah, I
that
just
one more
think
time.
Chosen-
Oh yeah, if I have to see that one more time.
you
You were
motherfuckers
saying?
finish. I was not finished.
Just playing that one more time. You do realize who I am, right? Oh, oh dear. Okay. Right, Kings of Pop Culture, we're taking this back over. Right.
Ah, yeah,
It's a
baby.
free show.
We're taking it back over. We're taking it back over. You guys can't beat me.
These
You
at-
can't take the heat. Get out the kitchen. All right. You can't take the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
Get out this
Sorry,
dojo.
but-
I told you. They can't
Never-
handle it. They can't handle it.
Whenever King's in the stream, it kicks off.
Yeah, King. I think the minute you arrive, it just chaos ensues. Like,
You
it's-
are literally
you love
the devil,
it.
my
You
friend.
love it.
He's
You
literally
love it.
Kreese, bro. He's Kreese.
Yeah, you're
As soon as he shows
Mephisto.
up,
You're not
he's
Kreese.
not
Like
the
Mr.
same.
Burns.
Black Mr. Burns.
It's just the way he did that. Excellent.
Excellent.
Eddie, fucking pin. Carry on though.
You were talking,
the
Miguel.
original point
Miguel.
before we started cussing each other out. As normal. It's love. It's all love. We all love each
Miguel.
other.
Don't worry. You guys, once you guys get around us a little bit more, you guys will get like less.
I don't know if I want to.
Miguel, did the railing hurt
You
your
know
ears
what?
too, Miguel?
No, wait.
Did the railing
Listen,
hurt your ears too? Come on, man. You hear?
Wait, you know what the Knights and Kings need to understand, Jacob? If you guys have understood anything from Cobra Kai, you will understand that when Johnny and Daniel come together, great things can happen. The Knights and Kings have to be nuanced and actually learn from each other instead of
Yeah.
being
I
so
agree.
distant. You guys actually have to learn from each other, yeah?
Including Kings included.
Not bicker and leave it going for 4 or 5 seasons. You gotta end this shit now.
Beat your ass again for a second time.
Kenny, you better shut up, you little poo. You're not going.
You know,
You're still
No,
like.
hold on.
You ain't gonna be important next season.
Second time.
And you want us to know you guys?
Come
Of course.
It's like this all the time. This is nothing new.
It's not your
I can't say
season
it
next
on here
season, you
before we go
little.
off screen. Of course.
I'm sorry. Just because we got to spread the. Where is it? 1 second. I should have worded that differently. There we go.
What the hell is
Why,
that?
why,
The hell is that?
why do you do these things, Jacob? Why do you do these
Just
things?
calm down, Darius. It's okay.
You see, I was having a great day.
Man,
And then
see,
you
You have a great
Bye.
day seeing Morbius.
Just had to ruin it.
Well, you saw Morbius. Oh, you weren't having a good day at all then.
No, I wasn't. having a
I
good day.
saw Morbius, all right.
God,
Morbius.
awful.
That day was already horrible, right? It should be better now that you're. I mean,
I saw the Batman again out there.
Anyone's day is better when I'm
But not with that.
Come
It
on,
only
Target
takes
was-
one. It only takes one bad
Come on,
day.
don't everyone jump at once. Everyone's day's better when you see Jacob. Come on.
You're not divine.
Oh,
I built
Damn.
this shit. All I ask is just for a little bit of, you know what, Alex, you know what? I'll give you that. There you go.
You guys are absolute crazy.
Shut up, Miguel.
Shut the fuck up, Timothy.
Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Darius!
Miguel?
There you go.
Darius,
Those are
I'm
on
talking.
Dead center.
Call
Yeah,
it
my
Shannon.
I will
my
break your back
divine
again.
legion.
You're not getting up this time.
I'm talking to Gilbert Arenas with that hairline.
Ouch.
You watch out for that. You watch out for that railing, okay?
Ouch.
You
Darius,
watch out.
listen,
You watch out for that
King
railing, all right?
King
I think we
Star.
should.
Oh,
Look,
God.
Watch your step.
King, you're such a little shit star, bro.
King, I fucking love you because while the world's burning, you'll just go ha 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 and just sit there laughing.
He's creased. This is what he likes. This.
You know what? We need to team
You
up
know,
with King.
That like
He's always not present, making oatmeal all the time. Where are the others? Is there anyone else we need to bring on?
no, don't add anyone else. End it now. This is getting ridiculous.
Well, I mean,
Juliana, did you
I was
finish
going to
your-
end it about like 5 minutes ago, but
Wait, Juliana,
you guys
did you not
know me,
finish your
we're
thing?
4 minutes away from
I
5 hours. I can't leave
Oh.
it like that. You know, come on, just let's get it to 5 hours, then we can end it and I can go to bed.
I mean, we need to
So,
fucking sleep.
4
Yeah.
minutes. What would you guys like to discuss for 4 minutes that doesn't involve
Skittles.
insulting each
Jacob, I
other?
swear you had some topics earlier on. You said there was some stuff we could discuss at the end.
Yeah, you did at the
Did I?
start.
Like just open discussion about, I don't know, about the show.
Oatmeal, 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 oatmeal.
Oh, this
Not
guy,
that.
man, fucking-
That's
not
what he
that type
said.
of stuff.
Bro, that's offline talk.
Offline talk, my man.
No, it's not even offline talk. It's mental hospital talk. It's not even. Jesus, good lord. Let's just start. Damn much.
I couldn't do that now. I'd wake up everybody.
No, I'm waiting for the right moment. But you know what?
Okay, Alex.
Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what.
Wait, Jacob, I swear you had something.
Here's what we're gonna do. Right, everyone, shut up. Is we're gonna raise a major toast to my
This ugly
stepbrother,
mofo.
Miguel.
Yeah, yeah, me. Fuck all of you.
Kings
what I'm
only. We're
talking about.
skipping all the nights. Kenny, you're the man, dog. I will
Bitch.
beat your ass for a
Little
second
bitch.
time, bitch.
Midget.
You left the valley, motherfucker.
Shut the hell
Oh,
up.
shut
Hey,
up.
I
Kenny.
took
I'm going to Mexico, little bitch.
Shut up. We're going
You
to
love a
some of these more
little
nuanced. What the
Punk
fuck?
ass.
This guy ain't nuanced. His camera's like a toaster.
Yes, it is, and I'm proud of it.
Awful, mate. You call yourself
Yes.
free? You can't even get a fucking decent camera.
Yes, yes.
The coolest man in the valley. And oh shit. Right. Oh,
Oh, let's go, baby. Just got back.
oh, you were waiting for that moment. Perfect. That's why you're the number one student, sir. And
The leg.
Oh,
brilliant. We do not encourage drinking. And shout out to Brown, Riggy, and Julian also, who couldn't join us today, but maybe on the next one, whenever that is. After tomorrow's one, I'm taking a bit.
Probably won't be another one after this.
Right.
damn. Okay.
Oh, I thought I was
That's
muted.
because
So
Because in the Matt Reeves universe,
this is
You know what, Kenny?
politics is what this is. This is
Shut
madness.
up.
Thanks everyone in
Somebody
the
shut
chat.
up
by the
for
way.
me.
Thank you, everyone in the
You
chat.
told me to
Thank you,
shut up.
everyone in the chat. You guys have
So
been great.
Alex has just confirmed the night is ending. Is that what you're
Thank
saying?
you, Adam. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Cobra Kai
That's horrible
World.
news.
Why does Cobra
so.
Kai World keep putting that? He put that already. Like,
I don't know.
Cobra Kai
I don't
World.
know,
We're not talking about
DVD.
we're not
NBA,
talking
bro.
about
Thank you,
basketball right
Lisa.
now.
Shut up, RJ. I'm going through the chat. I'm paying respect to the
Actually-
people who tune in and listen to your
He
art.
told you to shut up.
That's all right. Who else have we got?
Cobra Kai World's gonna keep
Cobra
doing
Edit.
it.
Yeah, no,
It's gonna
5
annoy
yeah,
you, RJ.
yeah.
The
It is
treatment
5
I
a.m.
get
over
by
here.
Jacob just insults me. Just beat me.
Huh?
Telling me to
What?
shut up. Like he just, yeah.
It's just he's just
Well,
mad he didn't win. He's
when
just mad he
you're
didn't win the
me,
All Valley.
right,
I
and it's
understand.
it's
I
half
just wanna
5 in the
say,
fucking morning.
Jacob,
Hang on,
I understand you didn't win,
hang on,
but
let
you
me
can't keep
finish.
blaming me.
Jacob,
Let me
I find
finish. Shut up a minute. When it's 5:30 in the freaking morning, and I got to deal with your asses, like all of you, all at once, and I've got to
Hey,
make sure that
what did we do?
From the
Well,
chat.
yeah, what did we do?
What did we do?
Why are you blaming the
Bro, I
brown
just
side?
showed up.
Why are you
What did
blaming
we
this?
do?
Why are you blaming this section of?
You know what? All right,
Brown
let's.
section of the
Is there a way I can kind of split this up so that way? No. That's not. We're already
You
divided.
guys need
now.
to
Don't even
Bring
try
everyone
it.
together.
Like, yeah.
Jacob, are
Let's
you saying
add
you're in
some
favor
more.
of segregation? Is that what you're saying to me?
Oh Lord.
Sneaky white guy
Well,
here.
I don't
What the hell
think
are you talking about?
segregation. There's 5 of us. 5 brown, 1, 2.
Is that what you're
This one's
implying?
down further south.
This went further south in South
I mean,
Carolina.
down south, it is
Did I
segregation.
say
I
the
mean, I'm
magic
just saying.
word? You know what, Darius? You know what?
You guys are
What?
toxic.
Oh gosh.
Fast.
No.
I thought that's your favorite part.
And now we end the stream. Everyone, thank you for tuning in to
Thank
5
you.
hours
You gotta
of
do it,
great
you gotta do it.
discussion. Well, 4 hours of great discussion, and then
Yeah.
whatever the last half
I don't know
hour,
what the hell just
45
happened.
minutes was. I don't know what King's doing there. Yeah. See you guys later on. Well, see you tonight, actually, for Kings of Pop Culture. King has assembled a badass list for us to discuss.
Talking
Can't wait
Morbius
to
shit.
talk about that fucking
Oh yeah, we are talking Morbius.
Oh, no,
I'm
I've
going
got
in
to
on
go
that movie.
all in
Oh,
on
God.
Sony.
I'm not even
Oh,
watching.
so all in
I only
on
watched
Sony.
the first one.
All I just gotta say is wow.
Yeah,
They really
I
saw
would
it.
even
They
I'd
really put
take
that out.
Venom 2 over Morbius.
They really put that out.
I can't believe I'm saying it. I'd
There's,
take Venom 2 over Morbius.
they got me with you. I did not watch
Take
it.
Batman and Robin over Morbius.
Wait, have you seen the film?
Oh
Yeah,
God.
but at least that's it. But at least you can watch that with like
That is
friends
true.
and
That
poke
is
fun at how
true.
bad it is. You know,
That's
like
entertaining.
You can watch it with like fun, get a beer.
Morbius is the epitome of sitting there and the milk has finally gone stale.
Jacob,
That's
you
what that
saw
is.
it.
He doesn't need to.
I don't need to.
No, you guys need to because you'll laugh.
Here's he'll tell you about
I don't want-
Morbius. Which
No,
whatever
comedy,
you think it
money
is, it's
wasted.
exactly that.
I'd rather
comedy.
go and see Sonic 2. Like, I'd rather go and see a
Well, I'm
movie
seeing Sonic
with
2
a
anyway.
hedgehog that's a spinning ball. How in the flying fuck does a video game character get more respect than a comic book? Oh, sorry, I'm gonna rant. It's too early in the morning.
No.
Save it,
Say-
Jake.
I'm gonna
Save
get
it
some.
on that one.
It's 5:30. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm just gonna
End
go
the
order some McDonald's. Hungry.
Save it, my Padawan. You got all day today.
No, he was supposed to say Padme.
All right, let's play the outro.
Yeah, please play
Thank
it.
you, Alex. Thank you, Juliana, for both of you coming on. Shout out to the rest of the knights. Shout out to the Kings cameoing in. And right, go on, let's play. Oh god, everyone cover your ears.
This is what
Make sure you reverse
do
the
with
truck,
every single
I told you to take out the
every single day. I have to deal with this.
Do not watch
Lord,
Morbius.
give me strength to be around these people. Oh, but I love them.